What's up, one and all, and welcome to another Night Shift. It's Puckett alongside Jake and ZP, and tonight we have a very special episode. Jake, we've got a brand new sponsor. They're front and center at the bottom of our screen. You've been all excited after joining in multiple meetings. You inked the contract, so tell me all about it. What are we doing tonight?
Yeah, so, Shopify came in a huge way to support the Deadlock scene. We're going to be able to offer our biggest weekly prize pools ever in the history of this tournament. So our base prize pool is $2,500 right now. Obviously, still the potential to donate, but at least we're able to put up, I think, a pretty substantial stake now for the players.
It's meaningful money.
Battling over. Exactly.
And weekly cash going to the best players from EU and North America. For anyone who is new to the show, ZP, you're on episode like 65 or something like that. You've been doing this for nearly 2 years. The game is at a perfect place. I've spent the last 9 days grinding it. I feel like I might be a silver main. What are you playing right now?
For me, it's a lot of Venom just because I feel like you have more of your destiny in control of your own hands if you're playing those heroes, like you can actually carry into the late game. I used to love playing a ton of Holiday, but unfortunately, Holiday is in the part here that, as we saw on last week's Night Shift, you can have the best early game in the world, and you're not going to be able to do anything in the game if your teammates are not on the same page, and frankly, the hero just falls off in powers. So, I feel like if you're climbing the ladder, you want to play some heroes that give yourself agency at all points of the game.
Yeah, I owe you an apology because I was making fun of Lady Geist quite a bit. I mean, she won one of her 6 games last week, but maybe she's better as a Geist main. Did not mean to throw you the shade. We do want to throw some support, though, towards our Patreons. Thank you all for supporting the channel, especially the OGs that were here on week 1, week 2. We will never forget you. And reminder, you can become a member over on YouTube. You can become a subscriber here on Twitch. And Jake, what do we do for our Patreon members?
Yeah, so we're doing the graveyard shift consistently week in, week out, and just an opportunity to dive deeper with some players and some, faces in the community. But really, I mean, I think for a lot of the Patreons, right, they're here because they support what we're doing. They've been building this up alongside us. And so as we, bring in an amazing presenting sponsor like Shopify, that's awesome. But as I was mentioning in the Discord, we would not be here today. We would not be at this point today without the patrons. So seriously, whether you're a Patreon member, whether sub on YouTube, sub on Twitch, or just if you've been kind of sticking with us as a viewer through thick and thin with the show, it makes a world of difference, right? It's allowed us to get to this point, and it's an exciting moment in Deadlock esports, right? I truly feel like the game is more competitive than it's ever really been at the top level. The game is more exciting from a balance perspective than it's been for a while. It's just a beautiful moment to be a Deadlock fan.
Shout out to you guys keeping the pulse alive until it can fully evolve. ZP, let's talk about what is going on in the previous weeks and what we have in store for us. Also, we have a special guest joining us. Let's give a shout out to them first. Solomon, you got him ready? Is he available?
Who is it? It's
whoa! What? Wait, what?
Where is he? He's off his mark. Come on, Shoppy. We got to get him in.
Move your chair. Just move your chair. Move.
We got to turn the camera, Shoppy. Oh, he's here. Let's go. Shoppy.
Those hands look remarkably familiar, Jake.
That's, what? He's a stylish guy. He's here to help. Here to assist. Oh, hi, Shoppy. Hi.
Can you tell me a little bit about Shoppy and our Shopify deal, Jake? Dive deeper for us at home.
Okay, so what Shopify is, guys, they've come in to support Deadlock in a huge way, right? Letting us do some of our biggest prize pools yet as Shoppy, hitting some moves over there. Much respect on the camera. But, what the product is a set of tools that makes it easier to sell online. Really, I think the key message is that it's not about, only some people can start a business. It's out of, maybe that's not what I do. That's what someone else does. Shopify's there to make sure that that's not true. Anybody can start a business. And with Sidekick now, it's an integrated set of AI tools for the platform that makes it even easier, right? You do what you're really good at, whatever your talent is, and Sidekick's going to handle the details. It's going to make it easier than ever to build a Shopify store, start selling in minutes. So you can check out our link in the chat to find more, learn about the product. It supports not only Shopify, but it really supports us here on the Night Shift, being able to bring sponsors in and have a much bigger, higher stakes tournament than we've been able to do for a while. And we got cute little Shoppy here to present it all. So for me, it's just a win-win scenario.
And if you didn't think you could start your own business, keep in mind that Jake is our CFO, ZP is our CEO. We're taking money from donations, and we haven't even put out merch yet. We're going to help Shopify level us up. You guys should check it out as well. If you're trying to start a business, if we can do it, you can do it. Let's stay tuned, though, for what's coming in store tonight as we transition to the EU Challenger matchup. I think I've bought these nerds enough times, ZP. Can we introduce them? Should we show the bracket?
Hopefully we get there. The teams have been in draft, but at the very least, we can talk about the teams that are playing here in our first EU match, where EU has been dealing with a bit of roster mania. We'll kick off with our first roster here, which let's talk about Abraham's, or we're doing bracket first, then Abraham's, but we got to talk about who's here. But yeah, it's Abraham's versus Leviathan. And if you've missed the last few shows, you're probably wondering,
Challenger's grand final? What's happening here?
it's a challenging match to start things off, which is a little bit weirder. You're like, why is Abraham's playing in the challenger match? And it's like, yeah, the last month has been tumultuous in, and that's not how you say that word, in overall EU Deadlock, where Abraham's was on a very, very long streak, and it got broken. The new patch really changed the game, and rosters have shifted as a result. Now Abraham's fighting for a way to get back into the finals, reclaim their throne, but Lowkey W has looked very, very good, especially with the new addition of Hoon.
Yeah, Jake, we got to call this out. Abraham's and Leviathan is a grand final matchup that we've seen like 15 times. Lowkey W as a returning champion is not something we're used to.
Yeah, it's a big upset victory for them to be holding on to the finals. And I think while Leviathan, they've been our most recent champion, they're going to be wanting to make a quick return to the throne, because I think the longer you stay on the outside looking in, the harder it gets to come back and retake that championship. And Abraham's, they've been in the doldrums for a while, but it's almost like they've had, I think, enough time now to start diagnosing some of these issues, to start playing better. But they've had chances at Leviathan in the past, and now in a BO1, that's going to be their only shot to get back to the EU Challenger match, or rather the EU Finals match. So, a lot of stakes on this match, I think, for both teams. EU is about as competitive as it's ever been before. I really think all these top three teams have a genuine shot at being champ today.
Big shout out to Meg, Skeptic, and everyone else who is here at the very first minute of the show to the very end. You are familiar with these squads, but for those who are not, here are the Abrahams. Once champions, they have fallen on hard times, and last week we saw a player get scouted out and scooped. Now it looks like that player might still be there. In fact, are there two new players on this roster? Walk me through it, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, so basically Hoot and Dimov, who many would have seen as the heart of Abraham's at one point, at the very least in terms of players with the deepest hero pools and some of the flashiest gameplay, they are both gone. Hoot left to join Lowkey W, and Dimov has left to join North America, which is an entirely different thing. Dimov's on the Floormen now, playing on NA ping, which is all sorts of wild. We actually made a rule starting from today that if you play in a region, you're locked into that region for 4 weeks, because we didn't want a situation where Dimov would be swapping back and forth from NA to EU every single week, but he was serious about it. He's playing in NA. But I mean, for Abraham's, let's not discount the additions that they've added in here. Do I think Hoot and Dimov have really big shoes to fill? Yes. Are Arzo and Bobby players that we've seen night in and night out for the night shift on different teams? Also, yes. Also, now this is a full Russian roster where there's no worries about like mixed language, where, I mean, that was apparently one of the main reasons why Hoot decided to leave, is that just dealing with the mixed language comms was a little bit difficult. But now for Abraham's, they have the full unified communication setup at the very least. So, I mean, we'll see where it goes. I think when you look at the rest of the squad, you can't really deny the overall consistency of Sanya in the M1 role, together as frontline, Sainta support. And I think Tass, while Tass is still kind of looking for his identity. Yeah, I mean, ideally a lot of Paradox from Tass, but the problem for Tass is that the pick role is like not really the role that it used to be. You don't always pick a pick hero nowadays, and even Paradox isn't the priority that she used to be. So I think, this meta has probably been the worst for Tass of anyone for Abraham's.
I've been excited to see what he flexes to, because Tass and Paradox kind of were just hand in hand. They were peas and carrots, if you will. Jake, on the other side, though, we got to take a look here at the new lineup for Overseas, Fremont, Rake, OC's, Razumi, and is Dimov here tonight, or who is filling in?
we'll have to see, who ends up filling in. D-Mob playing in NA. But honestly, for this Leviathan squad, I give them a lot of credit because you look at a player like Fremont, right? I remember, thinking, wow, this Fremont guy, he's like great on the shiv. He like makes like a lot of these frontliners really sing. And for a lot of these players, right, they had success on other rosters, but it was when they finally came together that they started stringing together wins here on the night shift. I would assume it's going to be Psy back in. I think D-Mob was ringing last time, so it's going to be Psy back in for Leviathan. And Psy's another huge factor for their success. He's been playing initiators, playing playmakers. It feels like it doesn't matter what you put him on. He's going to have a key impact on the game. So, for Leviathan, I almost like, is it crazy to say I think of them as maybe almost the favorite to win this? On top of that, 3 Mo Krills, chat. 3 Mo Krills. I rest my case.
Can we give a shout out to production how quickly they got Cyan as soon as Jake said it? D-Mob out for this week, Psy back in, and ZP, this is honestly a little bit of a mental issue I have. If you're a team, you just told your teammate, hey, you're not good enough, we're going to try somebody new. And that didn't work out for you as D-Mob goes somewhere else. Or was Psy just on vacation and D-Mob was filling in? What's the drama? What's the real story?
I actually think it's the latter because it was always filled as a 1 week thing. Although, as we will know in the Deadlock scene, just because someone subs in for a week, like a lot of ways, like those substitutions become permanent. I mean, so yeah, I mean, either way, in this instance, it was a 1 week sub on paper, and it has been a 1 week sub in reality as Psy is back in the lineup. And also, I mean, frankly, I think Leviathan actually looked weaker without Psy, not because D-Mob is bad or anything, but I think they were used to playing around Psy. So
the soul distribution was clearly off last week.
Yes. So for Leviathan, they get to come back in their full championship winning form, and we'll see if that's enough to get past Abrahams to get a crack at a rematch against Lowkey W.
All right, if the draft is done, let's jump into the 1v1. If not, let's talk about picks and priorities. Jake, is there any character that you think will not see the light of day because they're too good and going to be insta-banned? We didn't see a lot of Celeste for a while, then Mirage was picked on in recent weeks.
Honestly, I think there's kind of a big 3 in my mind right now, which is Silver, Celeste, and Mirage. And it's kind of interesting because in a way, they're each in their own niche. Like Mirage is this like hard carry pick, Celeste as like the spirit-based team fighter, and Silver as like a pick-off / frontliner, aggressive dive hero. So for me, all 3 of these characters are really, really top tier, but the priority that teams place on them, I think, is going to say a lot about the way they want to play the game, because you're kind of choosing which of these 3 roles you want to either deny from the opponent or pick first. But with 3 super strong heroes, it means that at least one of them is going to make it into every single game. So I think that's actually kind of an exciting moment. It's not like there's just one hero that's obviously above the rest. Although if I had to pick that one, it probably would be Mirage. I think the global teleport, the organized play is so good at making use of a global teleport on a carry hero that I think that might be considered just like the thing that you can't deal with. There's no way to stop Mirage. You could stun him, but if he's TPing into the fight, there's nothing you can do about it. He can TP into your back line and start, cooking you. So that is a really challenging thing to play against, and I suspect it's probably still top prio. But we did see Mirage get through a couple times last week, so it's hard to say. It's up to these teams the way they read the meta.
ZP, Amazon owns Twitch.tv. And did you know if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free Twitch sub? And we just saw 7 people use their Primes within the first 15 minutes of the show tonight.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, look, it's one of the easiest ways to show support to the show if you have it. I mean, truthfully, I'm bad. I don't even use my Prime most months.
Get on the chat. Get on the chat right now, CP.
But you got to do it every month. You got to do it every month.
No, I know.
ADHD people, we have a hard time. So I'll remind you, just keep coming back to the show. In the meantime, we've got a bunch of fat guys with smaller guys on their back ready to punch each other. They're wearing fancy hats. Jake, let's get into the play-by-play for the Abrahams. It's Saint. On the other side, Leviathan has Psy.
Ooh, okay. Big parry from Saint. And another one. Saint absolutely working in this 1v1. And a triple.
Oh, my word.
Styled on. That is
Was that right, 6? Guys. Was that 6 haymakers?
That was about as brutal as it can get in this 1v1.
By the way, I need a note. We haven't really been keeping detailed stats up, but I feel like I haven't
Saint's
seen
undefeated.
Saint lose Mo 1v1 in a really long period of time. Like, Saint is actually the GOAT at Mo 1v1s, and we never realized because Abrahams didn't have to do Mo 1v1s for, the better part of 3 months. They just weren't in Challenger matches at all.
We need to get a picture of Saint, and then we need to build him a skin on Mo.
That would be disturbing. Is he going to be
Shit.
Krill or is he going to be Mo? Because that's a big difference.
I think he should be Mo. I think his little face should be stretched out on a big old Mo. We're going to get Creamy Nut and friends into the game. Here we go. It is time for your draft. He just subscribed. I didn't come up with that name. It's a real chatter. It's on your screen. Abraham's taking on Leviathan. Jake, don't worry. I know it's a sponsored show, and we don't expect Mirage to be played tonight.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I wonder if Abraham's. I think it's up to Leviathan to ban Mirage.
Silver's gone. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Abraham's bans the silver out. For Leviathan, it's a tough question here. Do you just? I mean, giving away Celeste first pick though, I don't think is as bad as it once was. I think some of the nerfs to Celeste, she can be dealt with. Like you pick enough CC, enough control on the team. It feels like you can respond to her. And Leviathan gonna agree, but Abraham's, do they actually go with the Celeste or do they have a different vision?
Yeah, reminder, you get one pick. If you're Abraham's, Leviathan will get to go back-to-back here. ZP, what are you picking first?
Yeah, I mean, I think going with Celeste would be completely fine here. I'm just trying to think if there's any off picks. You won't see the first pick Ivy, I don't think. And
don't do that again.
Celeste comes in. This is not North America. We do not first pick Ivy in Europe is the key here. But okay, giving up the Celeste now, looking on the other terms, I mean, things that could be coming through. Things like Geist were getting picked in first 2 picks a lot last week. Venator can easily come in first 2. We'll see what it is. And okay, Venator's going to come in. And I mean, people just respect the fact that especially if Mirage is off the table, you're not going to get a better M1 in the game right now than Venator.
I agree. I think Venator's the best carry. Having the anti-heal core on your skill that you don't need to buy items for is massive because now your team buys additional anti-heal on top of that, and they're going to rip it in with the double carry, which actually has been rare these days, right? Like
you got to keep the Geist away, right? You don't want the Geist and Celeste combo.
I guess, I mean, it does snipe the top 2 carries in the meta, and it puts Abraham's in an awkward spot. I feel like Abraham's needs to, maybe in this 2 picks, find some sort of alternative M1 carry, because you have a lot of damage from Shiv, but I think if you end up tanking like a ban on, I don't even know who the next best carry is, though, frankly. Like, maybe it's Mina. I think you might need, but she's so spirit damage heavy. I actually think Abraham's need to find gun damage in very quickly in this draft.
Whatever they throw at me.
Yeah, as Abrams coming in, honestly, when I'm looking at this here, I kind of feel like Abrahams will angle towards Mina just because once Mirage, Ven, and Geist are out of play, you do start going the weirder options. Like, you can play a Warden. Like, I do think Warden is viable. He's not, like, your first pick by any means, but we might be going towards that. Also, with the Rem being picked up for Leviathan, I'm curious if they go here and deny a support, either taking out a Kelvin or a Page from
Kelvin's going to be
Abrahams,
gone, I think. You've seen the Shiv-Kelvin combo too many times from the Abrahams. There it is.
Yeah, good call, Puck. I think that's absolutely right. Like, the one way these like all-in spirit drafts can work is they trap you in the dome and they just kill enough heroes and they tempo the game hard enough where you can win before like 30 minutes. I just think that's like Leviathan's theory of the draft. Taking Geist and Venator is like, we're going to take the 2 best gun carries. We're going to deny you any, relevant gun carry. And I honestly, for Abrahams, I feel like you have to take like Warden. The Mina is also top tier, but again, I think it's too much spirit damage. I think if you're just all in on spirit damage, it's too easy to counter by you, right? Rem has minus spirit damage, right, on his little helpers, assisting his allies mitigating that damage. And on top of that, they're all going to buy Spirit Resil. And the rest of Abraham's just, they're all countered with like the same items, which I think is pretty tough to deal with. You get to the late game and you're just not going to be able to compete.
I think they end up with Paradox in the next 2 picks here, just because Tass needs a hero, and Tass has still been more on the pick hero pilled. And I mean, if you're going to play a pick hero, usually Paradox is the one to go for here. Getting Paradox at 5th pick isn't too bad.
Welcome back.
That's what I'm kind of expecting to round things out. And yeah, Infernus I think is good. Like, I think teams were undervaluing Infernus as of late. But okay,
it's a good counter to Apollo, right? Because Apollo can't advance in onto you. Ivy is an interesting pick. Now, Jake, we were seeing it play differently in North America and EU, maybe over prioritized by EU. What do we think about her coming in this late?
I do like getting her this late in the draft. I don't think Ivy is bad by any means. And I really like her when she's paired with Celeste and Shiv and even Abrams to an extent. Like these characters that you can fly in aggressively that want to be like
Drop
deep
bombs
in the enemy backline, right? Yeah, you drop them in like a bomb, and Celeste absolutely can make plays from that spot. Same for Shiv, right? You could get them on top of, you know, the enemy Vindicta or Paradox early in the fight. For Leviathan,
Going at the end here, ZP, you knew Paradox would get back in the game. Did you see it for Leviathan?
Yeah, I think if Abrahams was angling to pick Paradox, picking Ivy was a mistake. Ivy was not going to get picked by Leviathan after they had already picked the Rem. So I don't love this at all. Now they're going with Mo and Krill, where, I mean, okay, my question is who's going to play it? Because normally...
He just showed you. He's got the best hands in the business.
Yeah, here's the point, though. Normally it would be Saint on Mo, but they wouldn't pick Saint with Ivy at the same time. Like it would have been ideally Ivy on, or rather Saint on the Ivy, but now you've also picked the Mo. So I actually think what's going to happen here is that you're going to get Saint on Ivy, and Tass is going to end up on Mo and Krill because it fits playstyle wise. That is the most likely scenario to me as I look at the Abrahams draft. But I really don't think they went into this expecting to pick Mo and Krill. I think they thought that Paradox was going to be open to the end for Tass.
Question, you're mentioning all the spirit damage. Where is the weapon damage now? Or what else do you do so that your whole team can't get countered by a single item, Jake?
I do think, I mean, this is a little bit wild. I mean, Infernus can build a bit more gun, but no matter what you build on Infernus, you're going to be relatively heavy spirit damage, right? Due to the way Afterburn works. You know, so I think you can build a little more into gun. We saw like Lee go for the full spirit build. I don't think we'll see that this game. I think it'll be a little bit more of a carry. But also I'm wondering if this won't be an Ivy that actually builds a bit more into gun. I don't know that she can be like the hard carry in the game, but I could see that. I mean, with this Mo as the last pick, I almost think you want to put a little bit more resource into Ivy and see her get a little bit more farmed. I don't know that you actually go full carry Ivy. It might be more of like a diversified pick, but I do think they were hurting bad. Ivy? I mean, I actually think it might be a Taz Celeste. Taz has been diversifying.
Yeah, okay.
Like this meta is not good for pure pick players. Being like a pick hero only player, it just doesn't seem viable right now. You need to have flexibility, and Taz has shown that he is still really solid on some of these. Like, I think he played a bit of, if I'm not mistaken, he played a bit of Silver and a bit of Celeste. So, you know, I think he has better options for different ways to contribute to the game. And a player that skilled, it's like, I want to see them flexing and not being like stuck on their old picks when the meta shifts away.
I want to see him on Mina. He's got a good gunny. Big shout out. Kono's coming in with 5 gifted. We had Conway here in the chat as well. Let us know, who is your favorite hero? Did they just get picked? Who are you maining right now? And who are you banning? ZP, if you're Lady Geist main, who is your bane of existence? And did they land on the Abrahams?
I mean, overall for Leviathan, I don't think you're really fearing too much on the Abrahams draft here. I think the main thing is as you get into the early mid game, like you always have to deal with the fact that Mo like can create a lot of pressure, especially as again the 10 minutes and you're looking for proximity ganks and all the rest. But I don't feel like Leviathan actually comes out of the lane phase looking particularly bad here. I mean, all their lanes that they should be able to make with this lineup are reasonably strong. Like, it's actually interesting as I look at both teams. I don't feel like there's a massive gap between them in the various stages of the game. So it's kind of interesting. I think maybe a little bit more pressure on Abrahams in the early mid purely because you're running the Mo.
Jake, who's got the best lane? What combo are you pairing for each team?
I do really like Leviathan's draft with the Rem and the double carry. I think that setup just to start the draft off puts you in a great spot. Rem, I think, is pretty fantastic at like staying in the side lane with the carry and just keeping them like dominating that side lane forever, keeping the map constantly pressured in on that side. And so I think whether it's Venator or Geist, I probably expect Venator. I think that's a more likely pairing. That lane, I think, is going to be pretty dominant. Maybe the early game, it won't be super active, but as we get toward like the mid game, I think you're going to see the Venator getting a ton of farm and the lane putting a lot of pressure on the map.
Lots of farm, build around the late game Venator. ZP on the other side, who are we building around? Is it the Shiv that does max damage? Is Celeste the scariest? Is it Abrams? It doesn't seem to be the guy.
I mean, I think for Abrahams, you're hoping to get a lot of proximity picks, both with Mo and Krill and Abrams. I think Infernus right now is actually best played as a mid-game bruiser. Like, people look at Infernus and think back to the days of like, oh, it's Lethon Infernus, and, you know, the Infernus is the ultimate hard carry. And I think Infernus's power spike is a little bit before that, actually, in terms of the mid-game. Celeste, of course, can actually get really, really big. I think, ideally, you still love when your Shiv gets ahead of the game. Like, no one... Like, Shiv still has the dynamic where if the Shiv is ahead of the game, he's not going to go down particularly easy. He's going to be able to take fights in the 1v2, 1v3 fashion. Things are going to go real well. And oh, my word, I didn't realize Shoppy was here.
He's invasive. We love him. Yeah. Welcome into the show, Shoppy. He's like, where is the game? I came here for games. Bring me the games. Jake, never mind. He's just going to entertain the fans so it's ready.
Jake's muted. Jake is speechless, actually.
Yeah.
I muted myself because my dog was barking. Sorry about that. Shoppy's doing the entertainment while we wait for players to get into the game, be able to get the lobby ready. I do think, though, the gun damage issue for Abrahams is real. Like, I do think ultra late, tends to be the case in current Deadlock that spear damage falls off in the late game. So that I'm honestly a little bit worried for Abrahams. Like even
ZP, I only have one game at Shiv. Is he weapon damage? Because like his shotgun seems like it does some serious blasting, and then his bleed is all spirit, right?
Yeah, generally people build the knife max nowadays for the most part, but also just heavy survivability. Like just the fact that Shiv isn't going to die in the middle of the fight is pretty much his bread and butter when he gets ahead, because you just hit a point where it's like, oh, okay, we've thrown everything at Shiv and he's still alive. And yeah, I mean, as I'm looking at this game, I do think there is more pressure on Abrahams on the early game relative to Leviathan. I mean, Leviathan has more things that are just going to be annoying to deal with in the late game, but they also have a few things that fall off. Like, I don't think Vin scales that well into the end game so far. Apollo is kind of hit or miss in where that's at. I mean, both teams have aspects that fall off a bit late. But for Leviathan, you're still potentially going to have a really mega farmed Geist and Ven, and relative to Abrahams, it's probably going to be a bit better. But conversely, Abrahams gets to run at you a lot more aggressively pre-20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a grand finals treat here as a challenger matchup. Best of one. Win and move on. Lose and go home for the biggest prize pool yet on Night Shift Deadlock. Let's get into the game. On the mic, it's the great ZP with Jake.
All right, ZP, let's do it, man. Getting into the action here. Of course, we got to hit a dice pause, but it's a little opportunity to show off some of what we've been working on here.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to
at that. Look at that.
Ooh, I got one, guys. So I was hanging out in the hideout, and I was wondering, do you think we're uptown or downtown? Let me know, chat. Are you uptown or downtown? Those from New York will know it.
I am not well-versed enough in New York to actually properly respond to this, Jake. I don't know
what is this play? They just quad lane mid on the first wave? What is this innovation for Abrahams?
That's wild.
Like, I don't think we've ever seen that. So they're hard shoving mid and then leaving two solo laners to tank the wave.
Is it legal to pause after noticing the 4-man hit?
I mean, it's EU. It's legal to pause whenever you want. Like EU and pauses go back a long, long way.
Like Leviathan's confused. They're like, "What happened? How does Mo have all those souls?"
Well done, Soul. Taz has got 890.
Dude, I've never been more confused. Wait, look at Mo.
Restarted Z-Pizzle.
Huh?
Truthfully, I got no idea what may have happened here.
So everyone has 890 souls?
The four players that went mid, are they all 890? Yeah, because Shiv's there, Ivy.
Shouldn't they have less? Because don't you get 890 from the full wave? Or you don't, you get less than that. You should have like just over, you should have enough to like buy your first item from the wave, but they all have it. And then let's see what the side laners are getting.
600.
I mean, yeah.
Wait. They've all completely abandoned mid lane and gone the triple lane left, triple lane right here, Jake.
Okay, what is this CP? They have cooked some crazy strat.
This is the new Abrahams in the new opening, as it were.
This is another level, all right? Yoshi is like, what is going on? The Deadlock balance team is like, guys, we need to see what's going on here.
And we've ended up Ivy solo middle. Or by the way, it is Tass on the Ivy, so Saint is on the Mo. This is interesting. I mean,
best hands in the business, baby.
With airdrop, I mean, for Taz, you can be super mobile. It's not quite the same level of like ultra roam pick play that Taz normally would do, but we'll see how it pans out. I mean, this is interesting so far.
I hope I don't
I mean, they have a soul lead, so like clearly it's working economy-wise. So the soul split on 4 players, isn't it 25% each? It should be worse.
They brought 4 middle again, and then they're split like.
They're doing this every wave. They're doing this every. So if you split the waves, 3 waves on the side lane, I believe it's 36% per. So you're netting out to like plus 9% over the whole wave, where 2 people splitting is plus 8, but that shouldn't be enough to account for this.
Also, I mean, the overall aggregate is absurd. Abraham's is way ahead. I mean, like, you may look at me like it's just,
what is going on? Like,
I don't know.
I feel like this is going to completely change the meta if this works. Like, why? I actually don't understand why this works. Like, math-wise, I feel like it shouldn't. Is the soul sharing different in like the very early game?
I don't know, but we're back to 4 in middle. Like, this is...
They're roaming every wave. They're doing this to have big stacks on like as many waves as they can.
And they're just getting further and further ahead.
And Leviathan is doing this sort of conventional play here where they're kind of like one-manning the wave, someone else box run. The key is like, do you get punished for this kind of like constantly lane swapping the predictable rotations across the map?
Well,
I mean, Leviathan doesn't know what to do.
So far as the answer is no, and also I think fighting Abrahams in these rotations is dangerous. You can't fight them when they're 4 in middle, and you don't want to fight them when they're 3 in each side lane. And the one you've left in middle is Ivy, and Ivy can stone form in on a dive. Like, Ivy is actually not the easiest character to dive. This is a wild opening to the game, Jake. I'm processing.
Mo had ult at 3 minutes. Like, that is crazy. Although, hold on. You know, you might have some more farm here, but it's going to mean these kills are going to be extra impactful if you do find them. Vindicta looking to set this one up, has done enough damage. Even OCs gets the last hit, which is pretty ideal for this setup.
Well, that removes a little bit of the proceeds here so far. I'm getting DMs from a coach within the scene saying, you know, maybe the soul calculation is a little bit bugged right now. I honestly have no idea. That would make sense because I feel like you shouldn't be getting ahead from this, but you know, there's no specific rule against it either.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call this really bug abuse because it's so foundational. Like, you couldn't even avoid, like if soul splitting were changed. It's not like you just have to be in the right spot on the map, I guess, to get the value out of it. Combo in mid.
I mean, quick combo and a quicker escape. Not the easiest target to take down an Apollo so early. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting questions from players on other teams being like, hey, what do you think about the situation? And I don't know if you can make a rule against early rotations. Like, I just don't think that's something you can make a rule against. It just that. I don't know what's going on the game-wise, but you can't position this way.
I mean, that's a job for Yoshi, not the players, right?
Yeah, the game has been like this before, right? There have been times where, like, you know, like weird laning rotations have been the meta because they just like get you more souls. And I just don't. It's not really our purview, I think, to ban it ultimately. Ram's gonna contest it. Is kind of happy to soak some damage. Kind of gonna be a brawl for the rune as it comes up. A little bit of an early melee, but Venator's here with the shotgun. And honestly, you find a couple counter kills here. Like, this isn't really going to be a game-winning play from Abrahams. They had a couple thousand soul lead, but it's really hard to leverage like pre-5 minutes because the towers are just too tanky. Ivy caught in mid, and Tass needs to play his way out of this. Getting run down though.
What is that new tech we have here? We got the buff on the UI. We got Ven with survival buff. Pills up the Iradomini, takes down Tass. I know we got some new UI goodies, courtesy of Tracklock, who's also sponsoring the show. And I knew we were going to get some, bigger stats at the end of the game. I didn't know we would get this, add-on to the UI.
It's so nice.
You just told me about Tracklock yesterday, ZP. We'll catch all the action on the Guardians here. But real quick, while we're on the topic, what is Tracklock and why is it going to make me better?
Yeah, so Tracklock has come in as our other sponsor on today's show, and they make a companion app for Deadlock, right? And it's just a way to learn the game more quickly. You get exposure to things like in-game timers, a buff tracker, better stats, and always up-to-date profile if you use the app. And so all those things help you learn, help you on your competitive journey in Deadlock. They've also come in to support the show. More on that later, of course. But some of our improvements to the UI and live stats also come courtesy of Tracklock.
Saints in trouble here.
Off in the middle. OCs, who has been the bane of Abraham so far, down the half HP. Sanya able to find free mock combo out, and this time around, OC's not going to leave with the kill. things again, all sorts of skirmishy. Some of the crazier rotations have calmed down a bit here, Jake, and we're descending back into what could best be described as normal Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, I truly think like every other team that's competing today is going to watch this replay though and try to copy that. I think this is something that Abrams like figured out and cooked up before the matches. They're going to use it to their advantage, but think about discovering a new tech like this as other teams will catch up very, very quickly, make the adjustments needed. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the case already by the end of the day.
For now, Abraham's looking to apply a bit of pressure here to the right side lane. Combo stone cooldown for a bit. But with a 3 put over onto the right, doesn't really appear to be too much of a defense from Leviathan on defending. Instead, Leviathan's going to rotate in the middle and look for some kills there.
Dude, Rake has so many kills. Like, I think it's like, what's his third already?
Might be. Wait, that's already plus 12 on Assassinate.
Is it base 6 or base 4? I'm not enough of a Vin player.
I think it's base 6, actually. So it's 2 Assassinate kills so far, I think. I also don't play a ton of Vin.
Midgard's gonna go down.
Hyperline gets caught, but they
Risky.
didn't, not realized. Also, I don't think it was in position to punish.
Yeah, they were focused on the kill on Taz, or on Sai rather, who was already super low. But the gang's gonna continue mid. Sonya coming in for Abrahams, wants to assist this, might turn into a bigger team fight. Ooh, no, no, oh, slivers of HP, but the triple knife stack wasn't even that close.
Also looking at some of the item build from Sanya, the early silence wave.
Oh, check this out.
On Celeste coming in, and we got some fancy graphs here, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, so look at the lead here for Abrahams. Like, across the board, this early game start that they've gone for, everybody is a little bit stronger. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised that some of the supports are behind, but it's only Venator, really the standard bearer. He's gonna have to get involved more early than he might like to. But if you're feeding kills to OCs, like, that network could kind of turn an advantage against you.
Also, it's kind of interesting to see OCs on the Ven. I think he's played it a few times before, but normally see OCs on the Mina. Also, in this case, OCs on the Dead. Abraham's able to rotate enough to deal with them here. But, you know,
ZXC, I am not familiar with your Shiv game. It's looking like Together Junior.
Yeah,
that's actually inadvertently a good point there, Jake. Just the part that you have Shiv being played by Abrahams, and it's not Together on it. Together actually going on to the Abrams. Like, normally Together was Shiv ride or die no matter what. As the chase down on the Rake, surely there's no way out this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, they brought 2 new players into this team, right? So 1/3 of your roster is different. They changed a lot, but honestly, I think this is kind of the injection that Abrahams needed, right? They're innovating, they're playing a new style. Taz goes for the healing Nova though, so he's not going to be all in on the damage carry, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go too supporty this game, if he continues to invest in that gun damage to scale a little bit more towards the late game.
Well, about to hit next round of buffs and first turn, and when the dust has settled a bit here, Jake, it's Abrahams leaving all the early game chaos with a nearly 10k lead. This is about at the point where Leviathan would actually get advantage earned, depending on the game state in just a moment. So, you know, it's one thing if that's Abrahams, you cannot allow under any circumstances because it removes a lot of the benefit of your early game.
Yeah, it's close. I'm not sure if I don't think you can ever do an advantage earn though, and I mean, even if you don't end up dunking it, which, this one is even. It's actually huge for Abrahams. They can force that. They're going to try and TP in and hit the contest, but I wonder if they might not be a little late on the rotation. They might just end up giving this dunk for free and trying to maybe kill off Sonya and take a T1.
Looks to be the case. No real rotation in the deal with the urn. Instead, looking for Sanya, but Celeste, not the easiest kill in the world at this point in the game. I think also already has Silence Wave. One of the quicker buys on Celeste.
Tether
nowadays.
was missed. Yeah, you're not going to be able to find that kill without the tether. Great movement from Sonya there to slip away.
Yeah, I don't know about the trade calculus there. I could see Leviathan thinking, okay, we probably can't fight Urn, but they also weren't really in position to get much value.
I think it was a call off of Fremont because he got the silencer, right? And then they go, let's go get a pick. Go for the buffest player on the other side. Didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, Sonya, it's like you need the lockdown. The silence doesn't, I mean, helps Celeste from firing back at you and pumping in lifesteal, which could be nice, but these tethers are really crucial. Like Ray kind of is your first catch. I guess Sai needs to be able to find those swaps as well in the Paradox. But this crazy economy strat from Abrahams in the early game, it's put them in the driver's seat this game. It really is up to comeback earns, but to get Leviathan back in, but we're still a few minutes away from that.
I just love the fact that we can see buffs now, Jake, as I'm looking at Saint. Saint picking up the casting buff. I guess, did someone die after picking up the other buff? Because we're missing a buff here. Either that or Saint somehow devoured both.
Yeah, it had to have been one of the deaths, lost a buff. Abraham's a lot of players in the middle of the map here. It's not a very efficient play, and it leaves Celeste exposed on the side lane, who gets absolutely annihilated here. Nice gank set up by Irizumi there. Dive onto Vindicta, though, is an ideal target for Shiv. She does not have the tankiness. One more knife, probably enough for the kill. He's maybe going to look for one more just for good measure. Tries to dive the Walker, though, and does get dunked on for it. I believe, yeah, already used the ult. Swap does miss, but Venator might be able to run this one down.
Pulls out the Ura Domini, looking for the shot, and off the bloodletting. That may be enough. It's really close in AKs, but goes over, misses the fadeaway, and as a result, Bobby actually, I think, gets away with his life from that miss.
Oh, that's so huge for the Shiv. That would have been a really nice kill for Venator, but oh, Irizumi runs it down. Great commit from Rem. If he can get out into the tunnels, he gets out. He should be out of this scot-free. Maybe, actually, maybe. Hold on. Celeste is here, ready to punish, but I think it's worth it, even if he dies. He's making a lot of space on the Rem.
Even getting the kill, though, that's a pretty big loss. I mean, the amount of souls you get for getting credited with a solo kill at this point in the game is actually super significant. So even though Rem gets the kill and, you know, Shiv has to go back to base, you'd much rather have the souls that Irizumi just got going directly to the OCs instead. So there's still a bit of a penalty for OCs missing that shot.
Another fight here. Fremont looking to get active, connecting onto the Mo. He goes for a combo, but it's a desperation combo here. He's going to get punished and deleted. Nice parry, and the Itani Losan also puts Fremont into a good position to keep this fight going if they want to try.
Something of note here, Jake, is that, you know, based on the comps, you know, I think our end conclusion was Abraham's needed to get a little bit more out of the, you know, pre-20 minutes part of the game. And I don't know if they've gotten enough here so far. Leviathan's been chipping away at the lead, and I think the later this game goes, the better things likely get for Leviathan, so long as Bobby or Sanya don't get super far ahead. And, you know, in Bobby's case, he's actually the least farmed on Abraham so far. It's not really where you wanted your Shiv to be. Like, you wanted this to be the, you know, Shiv and Celeste leading the way. The way this game is shaping up right now, I actually think Leviathan is in a really good spot, Jake.
Yeah, I think like one good fight that puts them back on even souls will really right this game. And in the end, you haven't really taken Walker damage. You're not really going to sweat the tier 1s here too much, especially given this draft. Another swap, though, missed by Sai, and there might be an opportunity for a counterpunch. Abraham's, these kind of early game fights are exactly what their comp is built for. Catch on to Rem would be great. He's a tough kill if he has that tag along available.
Taking a look at Sai, no swap left remaining. Bobby able to get overseas down early into the fight, and Abraham's quickly backing off after the pick. Now, what do you get out of this here? You got buffs up in 1 second. Abraham's going to be positioning for both of them.
Nice snipe.
Bobby, though, a little bit deep, ends up getting punished by Rayek in turn, so while both buffs are going to be picked up by Abrahams, they lose Bobby in the crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have this net worth lead, like, the kills are worth more. And it really, I mean, there's been good kills. Like, finding that Geist is nice. But similar story to last time, right? You go deep on the Shiv, you make a play happen, and Leviathan rotate in enough, and they get the punish. Still, double buff available for Abraham's. You know, it's kind of the opposite of what you want, though. The spirit buff is on Ivy, who's on a little bit more for the gun build. And Celeste is holding on to the gun buff, which is nice on Celeste, right? You have that spirit damage from your first skill on your basic attacks. But yeah, you're right. I think Leviathan are really holding on to this game. Like, that early, you know, soul advantage is nice, but it's not going to win you the game.
No, and I mean, even losing the kill there and losing the buffs, I mean, if you're Leviathan, this is a little bit more of a rope-a-dope game where, you know, your goal is just not to lose too hard. Let things play out to the end. Let OCs do the OC special and get really farmed on the Ven. And 18K, OCs is doing his job right now. I mean, he's at the point where when you're this far ahead on Ven, you pop an Ira Domini, I mean, you could legitimately two-shot Sanya under the right circumstances. The problem I think that's hurting Leviathan a little bit is that, you know, they've been giving up Urn, I think because realistically their team fight isn't as strong right now. But they also haven't been extracting much of a benefit for giving up Earn either. So that's the one thing that's keeping Abrahams ahead of the game, and I think helps Abrahams maintain the lead that they have to at this point. Like, Abrahams, ideally you get it to 20k, and you're not as worried about some of the late game implications.
Yeah, holding it at mid prio, definitely going to be battled over for now. But you're kind of happy to park Geist and Venator in the side lanes and just defend walkers. Celeste, she can like put some harassment down, but you're not really able to crack the walker. So for Leviathan, like, you know, maybe you don't have to contest these urns. A combo onto Rem is a nice find, but with Tagalong, he's going to be just fine. Now assisting Freemuck on the Apollo. And we're into a fight that has started pretty decently for the underdogs.
Aerodomini popped out by OCs. He's going to go for it right now, taking his time on the shots. Killing blow, just used for a bit of mobility. Arzo finding Rayek in the interim. Aerodomini put away, and Leviathan not getting too much in this fight.
Yeah, Leviathan, they just can't get really their ults off in the fight, right? Like, Irizumi doesn't have the opportunity to. And in the end, maybe this Infernus is stronger than we've been giving him credit for. I think you're talking about the power spike for Infernus. I think this is kind of it. Maybe once he gets the spirit spike with that next buy, it'll be really his spike in the game, but I think like when you get that toxic Spirit Shredder, like full debuff on everybody and people just don't have those Dispel Magics purchased yet, for me, that's a key moment. And speaking of Dispel Magic, it's kind of an insane Dispel Magic game. Both Infernus and Shiv on the game. I think this is actually a really, really strong game for the Dispel Magic. And once they start coming online, that'll be great for Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, Dispel Magic has generally been the bane of both heroes. And as is, Dispel Magic is one of the most bought items, period, in this current meta. I mean, it's useful versus plenty of things, especially, you know, up against heroes that buy toxic bullets, but particularly Shiv and Furnace, where it will remove what would otherwise be lethal damage, depending on knife stacks, afterburn, etc. Carbine, though, coming in from side. Not able to turn the corner enough for a fall through, though.
See if Abrahams can continue to push this lead. Over a 10k soul lead right now. We're kind of at that point of the game where you're strong enough to take mid boss if you get the opportunity player advantage wise.
Here we go.
Also, I just received an MS Paint drawing explaining what may have been going on in middle from Calc, for those who remember Calc and his competitive playing, where he's coming back, by the way, at some point. Or so he says. He's healed up. Looking at the game state here now, though. Leviathan still effectively, Jake, they're just trying to maintain control of their jungle as needed, and they haven't been going out of the way to make any particular plays for picks or otherwise. It's been very reactive to Abrahams, basically for most of the game at this point.
Yeah, and in a way that was kind of your game plan from the beginning, but surely this soul splitting efficiency is you know, give Abrahams the dream start, right? Like, this is already a game where you needed to tempo the game, and to come in with the soul advantage off the rip is massive. There must just be a bug right now with the way souls are distributed with that many players. Like, that shouldn't do well for you in the early game, but obviously the soul lead they generated pretty significant, and now Leviathan find themselves, I mean, this is like you sort of expected with their comp, but also to be in the full comeback spot, to be looking for, you know, driving deep into the late game is really hard when there's enough of a soul lead where Abrahams could conceivably do things like gamble force mid boss. It's not completely insane. That being said, I think this should be a comeback earn. It's really close to the margin, but that would really change the game. Leviathan to the comeback earn kind of gets them right back into it.
It's 15%, I believe, and yeah, it is comeback earn. It is immediately picked up by Leviathan, but the airdropped Abrams over and in together. Looking, still has charge, waiting, goes in for Freemuck. Freemuck, though, able to disengage Sigil out. Nap time coming on in. Leviathan trying to deal with this dive in and have forced together out at a minimum, and take a look at the sky. It's Freemuck in the skybox. Rayek was able to pick off together, not fully able to get away. Earn still in control of Leviathan, so the great escape still going on here, Jake. Rayek, though, does give his life, is part of the retreat.
Yeah, you need to get more out of this if you're Abraham. So 1-for-1 on top of giving Earn is not good enough. Still, could be a dive coming in from Celeste here under the tower. You're not going to really respect that with the level of movement Celeste has. And Sonya is going to be able to pick up a nether. Earn dunk almost contested, but a great shotgun from Venator there to kick Shiv out of the room. And 90% of those souls are going to go to Leviathan. So it's going to mitigate the lead a little bit here. And with Dispel Magic available, Shiv not really going to be seen as a threat here for Geist.
No, not at all. Also, I mean, Bobby is still relatively under farm for where you'd like the Shiv at this point in the game. in the middle. Leviathan maybe sensing a little bit of weakness, going for Saint. Saint, though, you're a Mo. You got Burrow. Even getting tethered here, you're going to buy enough time for other members of Abraham's rotate over and generally discourage Leviathan from going in on the dive.
Is Dispel Magic our #1 item in the game right now?
It's got to be, right? Like, it's really up there. You know, it's funny. Like, this item, when it was debuff remover, was the #1 bot item by a mile. And after it got changed to Spell Magic, everyone, oh, it's totally nerfed. No one's going to buy it anymore. And it has still stayed as our #1 item in the game. It took a while to get back there, but it's just so powerful to take off enemy debuffs, especially with the importance of those, like, catch spirit items. And now a mid-boss force comes in from Abraham's. Not surprised, right? They need to push their advantage, but with only a 10k lead, I'm not 100% sure about this. Like, it's the type of gamble you need to go for, but I don't know if Leviathan was ready. I think they were just too split on the side lanes. They might not be here in time.
Instant combo on the Overseas, who was first one in, maybe first one out. 2 rejuves caught by Abrahams. The Gambit paying off all 3 rejuves. 2 Abrahams. The gutsy call into mid-boss paying out. Only lose 1 rejuve in on the contest here so far. Eaten by Together. So you get 3 kills on Leviathan. You leave mid-boss pit with 2 rejuves. And for Abrahams, who have more pressure on them early, this is where you want to be.
Yeah, 4th kill that early in the game is great. Vin just, I mean, part of it is for Leviathan, right? This strat they have of, like, pushing side lanes, right? Playing things nice and slow. It is going to get punished, right? When the enemy team is willing to flip a mid boss. You just aren't there really to get a contest off. Together, trying to get this disruption, but great awareness from Rake. Doesn't stay on the zip to get knocked. He's going to be out of here just fine.
Walker gonna go down. Abraham's looking to make the most of their advantage here, up 17k, but more importantly, getting walkers down on the map, opening up flex slots and opening up positioning on the map. However, Bobby again, maybe a little bit deep, getting taken a little bit low. Freemock in on the flawless advance. Don't think it's gonna be a full dive. In fact, something where Freemock may have to get away in a hurry. Sanya coming in from above, dropping the Light Eater and dropping Freemock in turn.
Bobby is low. Leviathan might be thinking about this one. There's a couple players, right, who've already consumed the rejuves. Could be a fight to be had. Nice little shotgun jump from OC as he tries to get away from this. Bless right on top of his head, layering in the damage. He's out of stam, and the carry is down. Abrahams by themselves with player advantage, a 20k soul lead. A game they need to end quick, but one that they are absolutely on pace to do.
Hashtag chat, lane bug cheese. That's all they're talking about.
Yeah, we will review the situation after the match in terms of whether that's something that we are going to allow going forward. We're getting more details. It was news to us when we saw it.
Yeah, news to Leviathan, man. If the other top teams didn't know, I don't feel bad that we didn't either. I mean, I think there just has to be some issue with the calculation, maybe in the early minutes or something.
For now, at the very least, Shake, we're well out of the early game, and
yeah,
we talk about the game as it is right now, which is Abraham's still nursing a pretty big lead. And Leviathan, they're not out of it yet, but they're finding their options getting limited by the minute. And you just look at the rotations on the map here so far, and you just see Abraham's able to take more and more of the jungle. And I was just about to call for this. We have our count on golden statue buffs here, Jake, and it's super interesting. I would not have expected Tass, of all people, to have this much power from golden statues so far.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a big deal on Ivy. Nice catch, though, on Bobby here on the sideline. Already has consumed a rejuve, and I think he's going to take out from that. Freemock going to ensure the kill with the finish. This is a big split on the map. I think this actually is great for Leviathan. They're hoping to get some of these low numbers engagements, but Taz is here, pumping in the damage, buffed up as all hell. 1-for-1 trade is still nice, but will you be able to hold it to that?
Have to see. Meanwhile, in the middle, we got Sai running for his life. Under chase down from Sanya, trying to take the teleporter to get away. I think might be able to take the teleport, but may just be dead on the other side. Sanya still in hot pursuit, chasing down behind Tass, who has all sorts of low HP. And you're getting chased down by Celeste. You're with the best mobility in the game. And wait, I think Sanya lost track of Sai.
Yeah, Sai got away. I mean, Paradox does have some crazy movement speed buffs. An Urn attempted to be grabbed here by Overseas, but he's being absolutely run down. Even with the help of Rem, you do not want to get caught by Infernus. Looks like an Echo Shard on Rem, though. Double tag along. It's going to be enough to get Overseas out of this. Urn is snatched, though, by Mo. So the ultimate prize does go to Leviathan if they can secure the dunk. This is deep in enemy territory. You have enough of a lead, but you kind of want to think about going for it. But those are the fights Leviathan are kind of hoping for, I think, to make the comeback in this game.
If you're Leviathan, you'd love to get the urn. Gonna be easier said than done. Also, I mean, you'd kind of love if this fight was a little bit more stood out, but instead this fight is intensifying. Shining Wonder or to use. Sai drops in off the stone form, just guns down Irizumi. Tas proved to be a force on this Ivy.
Yeah, he's quite strong right now. Infernus as well. Big swap on Infernus, but he's still healthy enough. Oh, that swap is just enough to set up Venator for the kill. OCs is going to burn out for it. 3 for 1 is not going to be quite good enough, I think, for Leviathan. Now a 4 for 1, and this game is really getting out of control. Mo goes for the dunk at the same time. Mid lane turning into a bloodbath. Rayek desperately trying to get into the safety of those towers. Might be enough to hold for now with the Geist, but almost certainly this last Walker is doomed.
If you're Abrahams, the goal here is just maintain the lead that you have. Like, you are in a position that can win the game. However, it's also easier than expected to throw from the situation. But, oh, the dive directly on the Ray.
Phantom Strike.
Just gone. Phantom Strike charge, dead.
Overseas is holding out in this back hall, but he's going to eventually just get overwhelmed. Needs spawners to come back in and bail him out on this. Guy does not have the health swap. And I think he's just going to be overwhelmed here, surrounded by Abraham's players. Execute not even needed. Sonya finds the finish. And this game has gone from bad to worse. Abraham's out of control now. 50k soul lead. Mid-boss spawning in, I believe, just a minute or so. Kind of Leviathan's last chance.
The problem here is that when you're down about 20k, there's ways that you can make things happen. When you're down 50k, even the players that have really good soul economy like OCs are not quite hitting the same way. Like, it's a Venator that's even to behind most of Abraham's now relative to being ahead. The win conditions are just really, really narrow for Leviathan at this point. And with mid-boss coming up in a minute, what's going to happen here, Jake, is that Abraham is just going to force mid-boss.
Yeah, I think that's a foregone conclusion here. Leviathan, it's a tough spot to be in. Have to find their way back into this game. Unstop even bot on Abrams, so he is not taking any risks on Together. It's going to be a really challenging frontliner to get through. You almost feel like you have to deal with the Abrams. You don't want to let him just hard stun your whole team, but with that item build, I don't really see how you do so. Rayek has to be really careful on Vindicta because he's going to be the Phantom Strike target #1 every single fight here for Together.
I see Ivy.
I think for Leviathan, you're looking to Sai. You're hoping to generate a pick. Now, based on Abrahams, I mean, they have plenty of players other than Tas that are reasonable pick targets. I think, though, you have to take a risk sooner rather than later. I think if you wait for Abrahams to just slam mid-boss, I don't know if that fight actually works out well for you. I think this is the point in the game where you have to choose a point in the map and just go for something.
Oh my, he's
Irizumi just might be caught. Nope, gets the tag along onto Sai. One of the quickest people you can grab, but the airdrop Abrams coming in on the chase. They really want this pick. Charge in from Together. Irizumi down, and Tas, or Sai rather, soon to follow. What a chase down, carried by Tas, quite literally, Jake.
Oh man, the airdrop, like nuclear bomb Abrahams, is a power play. That's what we were seeing a bit of on NA, and I like to see it in this Abrahams draft. It really suits their style. Irizumi was trying to do some baiting there, trying to like maybe pull Abrahams into a bad fight, just underestimated the ability to get away. And Furnace pops the ulti, crazy range on that. It's not enough to hit Vindicta, and he does slip inside of the building. Now a combo comes in, but Furnace can't really stick around for the fight. He's just too low for it. OC's running low on HP and Unstoppable just running him down. And this game looks to be just fully out of control. Abrahams should be a free mid-boss for them and likely the end of the game.
Yeah, off the pick, carried by Tas on the airdrop, able to just get key momentum here. They get multiple picks on Leviathan, and this is a way safer scenario than you mid-boss, where could Abrahams have forced it and probably gotten the rejuves? Yes. Is getting a few picks and then doing mid-boss a whole lot safer even when working with a big lead? Also, yes, because now you get mid-boss, it should be a relatively safe contest on the urn, or if they, are they gonna get to urn in time here? It's kind of interesting, because Overseas like grabs urn while this is going on. They do have to rotate a few people there early. I don't know if Leviathan's gonna be able to generate a pick here, but at the very least, maybe they get the dunk. I don't think the dunk saves them, but they've created the opportunity here, Jake.
Yeah, they're gonna have to force this fight, find the way through. But the HP is just out of control here. I mean, Abraham's still healthy, still with triple rejuve. Leviathan trying to get some rejuves out outside of their base, and they just can't quite find the kills. Instead, throwing good money after bad. They are going to be in desperate trouble now.
Not able to get the dunk at the end, even with that potentially being a moment. Just about over at this point, Jake. I mean, again, you kind of calculate what can Leviathan do to get back into this game, and there's not much at this point. The sole difference has just become too massive to deal with. Shrine's getting taken down without a whole lot of contest, and I think if you're Abrahams, you just stay to the end here.
Yeah, you got to go for it here. You got to just finish the game off now. I mean, your comp is probably at its strongest, but with triple rejuve, I don't think the opportunities are going to get better than this. One rejuve claim, but there's still a lot of healthy players here on Abrahams. Arzo going to be back into this. Leviathan trying to play off the base regen, but for Fremont, man, the damage is just too high. It's too much pressure for this Apollo to shake. And with the patron dropping, likely to be a 5v6 into a double rejuve fight. This one is as good as done.
Leviathan will be back up to 5 here in a moment, but how they get any kills here is going to be another story. Also, that's Sanya with survival buff on top of things here, as if killing Celeste wasn't a big enough pain as is. Arizumi getting up the stone form as Taz gets to business in the enemy fountain. 4 dead for Leviathan. It's going to be Abrahams earning their right back into the money match, although certainly in a bit of a controversial manner, Jake, is what I'll say to that.
Yeah, between games, ZP, we're going to have to talk with the teams and see how we want to approach this for the rest of the day, because this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow for Leviathan. Abrahams going to take this win, but certainly going to be controversial in the eyes of the fans.
It's got an asterisk on it, we'll say that. Leading the way is the Abrahams Mo, getting his ult at 3 minutes into the game. Is it optimizing the lane? Is it abusing your knowledge or just abusing your opponents? Either way, this is one of the faster ones we've seen on the night shift. A crushing defeat as you had a lead from 90 seconds on. ZP, now that everybody knows how to do this, do we just expect all the pro teams to do it? Or do you just ask them nicely to play a gentleman's game? The Call of Duty kids, they have like gentleman's agreements.
Realistically, again, we have to, we're going to talk
out
with the players in the break, but I will say my gut leaning on this is that because this was so specific to Trigger, on one hand, is it bannable or restartable for this first game? Probably not, because there's ways of defending it in terms of saying, okay, well, I don't know. I think realistically, going forward, this is like we're probably going to say no to. We're
going to have to solve it with the street brawl. Come up with something better, chat. In the meantime, I'm going to get us out of trouble as we take a look. Do we want to do the highlights and all that fun stuff, or should we just go to break, ZP? As I know you have to be our commissioner. Let's take a look at these bad boys. It started with Mo down. I was like, oh, he's in trouble. Well, the Venator, he only got one. After that, OC's kind of put in his place. There was life early for Leviathan. When did this become uncontrollable, Jake?
I think it kind of came down to that mid boss, right? When they got they like went for the gamble flip on mid boss, and I think Leviathan was just kind of too stuck in their ways of playing a defensive game, right? Like really focusing on the side lanes, getting farm in their cores, that they just weren't ready to contest. And a full uncontested triple rejuve, like before that point, I think it was like a 10, 15K soul lead, which is nice. But when you get, I think they walked out of the pit with 2 rejuves on top of that. That was, I think, this is kind of the backbreaking moment of the game, is players just aren't quite ready. There's a couple players here for Leviathan. They're really desperate for the contest, but instead they give up key kills and they end up giving the full rejuve stack away. So this, for me, is the moment that's kind of backbreaking. I actually think up to this point, the game is still winnable for Leviathan. But from here, it's just so difficult. Taz got really nicely farmed on the IV. Cool to see Abrahams, though, on like generally unconventional heroes for their roster. I think like making a lot of changes roster wise, and also the way they approach the game was really different than we've seen from them before, right? They were willing to do different things than their players have played in the past.
The triple thick boy strat worked out here, ZP. Just when we were questioning who's even going to play Mo and Crow, who's going to run the Ivy, it sounds like Tass may have found his new character, and Saint showing he may have the best hands in the game.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a question mark going, okay, how is Taz going to play here? And the idea of, okay, were they going to be going for the Paradox? That read on the draft was wrong. They weren't trying to go Paradox at all here, which is why they didn't pick it. It's why they went for the Ivy. They were picking Taz's hero all along. And it's hard to argue with the results. I mean, on a micro level, Taz was playing the Ivy super well, had some really impactful chase downs, and hey, standard pick heroes may not be as valued, but when you have an Abrams and you can just airdrop them into people, it works out pretty well for a pick too, as it turns out.
Yeah, when you think
Celeste
about-
seems to be pretty decent if you let her through as well, Jake. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, when you think about like what a pick hero does, right? Like Ivy ulting an Abrams in and like double stone forming somebody is it's like kind of like a holiday lasso. It's kind of like a paradox swap, right? Like extended initiation stun, being able to get deep on the target you want with mobility. I kind of like it that it sort of fits the way Taz wants to play. For Sonya, also, it's great to see him play the Celeste because Celeste is, of the Spirit Nuka heroes, I think like the best at using net worth. And so to put a player like Sonya, who's really known for the farming patterns, known for being able to get ahead of the game, that he can pilot the Celeste confidently is going to be a real feather in the cap here for Abrahams.
Taz loves playing the lady characters, says chat. You're not wrong. He does. Crushing on the Ivy just like he has in the Paradox in the past. Instead of flipping positions, he's just dropping bombs on you. Game 1 goes to the Abrahams. Those are your numbers. Do you have an MVP? Is it the Celeste just based on the numbers, ZP?
MVP for me, I'd actually give it to Taz. I think the Ivy was actually part of some very key plays to keep the pressure on Leviathan, and also just a more unique look at the character from Taz, where we're kind of going, hey, it's a little bit of a rougher meta for Taz, simply because pick heroes haven't been as good, but made the Ivy look real strong. Also was a golden statue hog, as we saw from the stats.
Yeah, Taz set the team up for success. Was like I think a key element to bringing the whole strategy together, right? More than just like the tip of the spear, the farmed carry that we celebrate so often here on the Night Shift. Let's take a look.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the golden statue, that's that little Buddha guy that you crush, and he jumps up your numbers 3% or 6% or something. Well, those percents added up to 7 kills, 1 death, and 23 assists, gentlemen. Let's take a look at what set Taz apart from the rest of his team. This is your sidekick of the match, brought to you by Shopify.
I mean, I think the way they played the Ivy was really the sidekick of the match, like the ultimate hero here for those supports, setting up a lot of their players for success. Shoppy's proud. Shoppy is a big believer in sidekicks of assisting the team, and Taz dropping people in with the Ivy's ultimate, hitting with the stone forms, the vortex web, a lot of control on this build, a lot of utility for the allies. And I think this is a strong sign for the future for Taz, right? Like the way the meta has shifted, you don't want to be locked in, to these initiators.
You can sneeze now. The kudzu connection, the airdrop, it was all there. What was the most important part of his play? Early game, late game, mid game? Where do you see Taz having the biggest impact, ZP?
I think for me, it was specifically what happened into the mid to late game, where a lot of the ways that Abrahams was able to keep up the pressure involved airdropping either Saint or Together directly into the fray. And I mean, look, quite literally, Taz is the pilot in these situations, and also was able to chase down some of the harder kills just with actual aim on the Ivy, where you don't look at Ivy as the biggest gun character nowadays, but Taz was still pumping some real damage when it counted. So I think for me, Taz just had phenomenal game sense to keep Abrahams in control where they needed it most.
You had to live till you had a Moe and Krill dropped in your lap by a stone creature. Well done to Ivy and the rest of the thickness. Abrahams get game 1 in the books. We're going to have to go talk with all of the coaches, the overseers, some diplomats, I think. Jake's got a bunch of important people in his Rolodex. We're going to call them all. We're going to come back with a decision. But my vote is we keep the show rolling on, because when we come back, Lowkey W has a hoot you don't want to miss.
All of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock. Download the TrackLock app today.
Just wait for the grand finale. I'm the greatest act on Coney. You guys might want to give up and save us all some time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is our commissioner, ZP, alongside Jake. They've done some official rulings, and we've decided, ZP?
Yeah, so basically, this
Right
is
under
a
the
little
bus,
bit
guys.
more
You
than
like how
just
I start the
roaming.
show? Sorry, go ahead.
If it was just roaming, it'd be very difficult to ban because you can't say, oh, you just can't gank middle at the beginning. That'd be a little bit silly. But doing a little bit of investigation, because this apparently involves having the melee the creeps, no pun intended, to actually make it work and some other nonsense going forward. This specific strategy is not going to be allowed. Like, we're putting the kibosh on it. Like, it's over.
I feel
Jake, what
pretty
kind of nerdism
sure-
do you need to reach to find this bug to where you have to have 4 people melee but not finish it?
I mean, it's like there's just enough setup on the bug where for me, it's pretty suspect. I think probably a lot of the fans are gonna have the raised eyebrows about this one. In the end, it's something that's in the game, like at its core level, and so ultimately, I think it's too late to like go back and replay the match. I think Leviathan are going to be for sure salty about this, and I feel sorry for them as players and as a team. Ultimately, for Abrahams though, like the reality of this bug is just it's too specific on the execution, and it's if we didn't ban it, everyone has to do it for the rest of the day, and I feel like it would kind of take the whole day's matches and just make them
Jake and
really
I
chaotic,
watched this game called Overwatch, and the strategy called Goats just ruined the game where everyone had to run it if you wanted to win. It was just a bad experience for everyone. So let's not do that. Let's learn from our mistakes and learn from the Abrahams. You can abuse this in your ranked games. We're not going to stop you, but we do continue the show as we get into the EU finals. ZP, it is a returning champion with a fresh face. Hoot has joined the Lowkey W roster. We're going to be talking about this squad. Abrahams, who you just witnessed, with 2 new faces. If you're an EU fan, this should be a good matchup here for a grand final.
Yeah, and I mean, Lowkey W, they've improved week after week. They got some of the best coaching in the business behind them, and I think adding Hoot definitely had a massive impact on not only the hero pools that they have available to them, but also their ability to just be more dynamic, make better plays. I mean, they were already a team on the rise, but getting Hoot and getting a more formal coaching setup has definitely done wonders for Lowkey W. And hey, the new patch helped out too, which always goes to show where people wonder is like, oh, there's a new team on Night Shift and they're losing every week. What's going on? It's like, well, they don't necessarily lose forever. And Lowkey W, I mean, their rise here to you reminds me a little bit of Melee Creeps and how they started from the bottom and eventually reached the very top.
It's been really fun to watch these squads evolve, and always more fun to watch which stars are going to try and jump on board the winning squads. Dmov is trying out some new teams, but Hoot has landed with Lowkey W. And on the other side, I don't think we're going to see a new home for ZXC Bobby anytime soon. We've got more money coming in as another $50 has been added. Chris Annex, thank you so much for the contribution. And a reminder, this week's episode is sponsored by Shopify. Jake, we have a record-setting $2,500 as our starting budget. We continue to accept the donations on top.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes, driving the players to do crazy things, but it's up to Lowkey W now to defend against the villains here. And I think Abraham has probably solidified the reputation as such here with the community, going for this bug abuse strat to win game 1. We'll have to see. I mean, I do think Lowkey W, you'd give them a real good shot here, as you were talking about, ZP, like bringing in Hoot. This team looks as good as they ever have. I think they look very well coached, very well practiced. And Hoot has been an absolute hard carry when he was on other teams in the past. So I really want to see what this roster looks like if they can find success. And honestly, I'd give them every shot to, right? They looked great last week against Leviathan.
Thoughts? Zeeps?
Oh, as I'm looking at it, sorry, I'm still getting DM'd from players over the recent situation, but overall for Lowkey W, I mean, look, there's a lot of raw talent on this team. One day we'll switch up Listic's character, where we haven't asked Listic to update a signature hero from Calco, even though I don't think Listic has played Calco in like 4 months, but it's kind of interesting how it's evolved too, where Empty Dreams used to be more of a playmaking player, on heroes like Pocket, and instead has just become the M1 for Lowkey W, and it was a change that overall has actually worked out quite well. Like Empty Dreams settled into the role, and it all just kind of worked out.
Empty Dreams, Obakim, Listic, Cosmetical, Vrake, and Hoot. Jake, walk me through the roles. Who's playing what? Who's my damage carry? Who's the late game hero? And who's going to support him along the way?
Yeah, I mean, I expect to see, this team is pretty interesting because I think there's a lot of players who can really take the farm and run with it. I'd probably be looking at, for the most part, to Empty Dreams, Cosmetical, and Hoot to play probably, a bit more of the carry roles. But the interesting thing about all 3 of these players is I see them as players who can handle some of these like Spirit Nuker styles as well as the gun carry. So for me, I don't know that it's like really easy to predict this team, and I think that's going to give them an edge in the drafting. Like I'm thinking about teams like Melee Creeps, where it's really hard to pin down who's going to play what. You see 4 of the heroes in the draft, and you might not still know like who's going to pull what and where the farm is going to end up on the team. So I do think this gives them a lot of flexibility and lets them play a very modern style at Deadlock.
Mazza G out, Hoot is in, and this is your new Lowkey W lineup. The question is, what is Hoot going to be playing today? And we have the draft in just a few moments. ZP, do we want to take a moment before we jump into this game? Do you need a second? I see you are multitasking like crazy. You are a wizard in front of the camera, behind the scenes, doing 7 people's jobs at once.
No, overall, I think we're good. I mean, I was just kind of explaining to people also that the problem with Deadlock in its current alpha state is that there's a lot of bugs that are generally accepted as
released,
like
chat.
good.
Relax.
There's a lot of bugs that are like, you know, not big enough to be like, oh, the players want them banned. This one is clearly over the line where we had a lot of feedback saying, hey, get rid of this immediately. We didn't have a rule against it, though, at the first part of the game. So, you know, the way we're going about it here is that, you know, Abraham's continues, but also we will not allow this in the future, effectively.
Yeah,
Jake,
ultimately,
you don't
it's
have
on
children
us.
yet, but there was a question. If your child acts out, but you don't have a rule against it, do you still punish them?
I mean, it's a fair point. Like, but I think ultimately it's kind of on us for like not being more careful with like having a rule set that finds the right wording to ban this. But it's sort of the challenge, guys, of like running an esport in a game that isn't an alpha, and there are like new bugs every single patch that we like don't. Obviously, if we knew this existed, we would have banned it preemptively. But it's, I don't know. It's like we, you know, to say what is fair and what is not. Ultimately, we have to look to our own rules, and like that means abiding by the rules you set, even when you messed up and you should have set a rule and we didn't. Like in the end, that's the unfortunate reality. We both expect players to follow our rules, but when we fail to set a rule, you know, it's an unfortunate situation, but it's on us. It's not on the player. So
and what is
we're
the
able to move
definition of
forward.
bug abuse? Because that is the hardest thing that I see chat arguing is like, what's a bug? What's not a bug? Well, clearly just say bug abuse. And it's like, well, I'll let you guys sort that out because we have teams ready to play. I apologize for the distraction. I just see the chat being all chatty about it and thought we should address it one more time.
It's a fair point from the community, like genuinely, but also to your point, like what is bug abuse? That is, if only that were easy, right? If only we could like set some clear definition that makes that obvious. Problem is, I think, you know, you never really can, right? We're always going to be reactive. We're always going to be one step behind trying to police what things are going on. And in a game changing as much as Deadlock, it's going to be a real challenge. So I know it's not going to be what people want. It's not going to be like the ideal solution that people are going to clamor for. And I just can apologize for that. But ultimately, we got to follow the rules that we set for ourselves. We don't want to be like going in retroactively and making decisions that, you know, leads down a dark road, I think, from an integrity perspective.
Reminder, this is a weekly show. We want to showcase the best talent and the latest updates. I think we all learned something, whether or not we like it or not. Let's take a look, though, at the new draft as we get into this grand final matchup. These are going to be 12 great players putting on a show for you and teaching you how to play in your own ranked games, especially if you're a Hoot fan. I've been watching the man stream. He's been talking about how he prefers playing with an English-speaking lineup. ZP, Hoot, is he the best entertainer or just the best player in EU right now? Where do you have him on the ZP Deadlock power rankings?
I think, especially with recent events and the fact that he's been split from DMOV and the current results, I think you actually could make the argument that Hoot is the best player in EU. He's a player that not only is able to make like really clutch plays, situations that other players would simply die on, a player that picks up new heroes really quickly, has some of the best movement in the region, and also is a pretty good interviewer on top of that. I mean, Hoot right now has been the total package and, you know, is one of the leading players in EU and is one of the biggest pickups that Lowkey W ever could have gotten for their team.
I got to pick up my daughter from daycare, Solomon. So let's get into this draft. As soon as the players are ready to rock, we're going to be taking a look at both rosters. We got Abrahams, we got Lowkey W. And Jake, you're smiling, but people forget we are entrepreneurs here, supported by Shopify. We built this business literally out of our basements. And when problems like your wife decides to go on a last-minute trip to New York City and you have to work the show and also pick up your child and then provide a babysitter right after it, it gets a little confusing, but I can use AI to help me out. And Shopee always has my back. So if you want some merch and you have a business like the night shift, I think we could like look into this whole Shopify thing and maybe put our partnership together to provide an Abrams ZP t-shirt or hoodie as our first official piece in thanks to the commissioner's work tonight.
Yeah, we definitely
trying to buy us time. It's not ready.
We definitely have some, you know, we have some need, you know, some love for Shopee. And honestly, I think it's a good idea. Like we've been talking about this behind the scenes, like, hey, should we put up, you know, some kind of a merch store, some kind of like put up products? We have so many great fan artists in the community we could work with. And I think we've been busy. We've been cooking a lot behind the scenes. It's starting a business, to your point, is not easy, man. It takes a lot of effort, and that's what we've been putting in. And I think for anything we want to do, whether it's like merchandising, we definitely going to need to use Shopify to be able to execute that stuff. I mean, having the Sidekick AI stuff be able to help us manage, like, there's a lot of things you need to learn, running a business. And now it's like easier than ever before, right? Like other people, whether you have those skills or not, right? Shoppy's here, he's feeling good vibes and believing in frankly the possibilities ahead.
ZP, how do you feel about being the face of the Night Shift as our official logo that goes on every tag?
It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm just waiting for Shopee to say their first words at some point. They're just a little shy, Puckett, is what
Very
I'm
emotive, though.
Yeah.
Very handsy. A little shy, a little bit. Oh,
he's a little nervous. He's a little, guys, we're focusing so much on Shopee. He just does his thing in the background. He keeps things moving and shaking.
Do we have a question for Shopee, Jake? I was told that Shopee also knows the future.
I want to know if Shopee is rooting for Lowkey W. That's what I'm curious about. Does Shopee believe in the champions to go again and win back to back? Shopee? He's thinking. He's not sure.
No,
he doesn't know. Okay, Shopee.
Oh, I know who he's cheering for.
Okay. Gets it done no matter what, man. Whatever it takes.
Tanya Sniper, never gonna lose his faith. ZP, we got Shopee cheering for the Abrams.
He's willing to be convinced. He's giving us a little. Or wait, is this the 6-7 meme? Wait, I just realized. Is he just memeing us? He's just doing his own thing, man. I think. Yeah. Okay. He's down.
Was that an uppercut or like a yes?
I think he's vibing. I think he's just giving us everything here. I think it's ultimately going to come down to the draft, though, and I think now for Abrahams, if you want to win this today, you want to take home any actual prize money, you're going to need to win without this bug. Okay. Shoppee's all in my business now.
All right, Shopee, thank you for joining the show. We are still just chatting with the players on the back end, and they have decided game on. So Z Pizzle, Abrahams, Lowkey W, we're getting into the picks and bans, and we just saw Silver get removed first. Mirage was removed second, and that allowed Celeste to get into the Abrahams control. What do you expect this time around?
Same thing. I don't think they changed the draft. Well, okay. First ban Rem. That is definitely unexpected, actually, in this instance where, okay, for Lowkey W, it guarantees Abrahams gets either Silver or Mirage. Or if you're Lowkey W, I think you don't ban either Silver or Mirage because you want to get one of those two heroes.
I think you leave all three in. Well, okay, they take out Celeste. I guess you're right, but I think Abrahams are more likely to take the Mirage here, if they have the option. That's been the one hero maybe that has been slightly prioritized over the rest. We've seen it go other directions, though. Maybe they think the Silver is just too valuable in terms of what you give them. They go Venator instead. So, okay, that's a real departure from what we've seen historically. This sets up Lowkey W to grab Mirage and Silver.
Do it. I don't think you expect these two to get through. ZP, have you practiced with both Mirage and Silver recently? Do you think you're putting in that effort if you're Lowkey W? Or are you trying something new?
For Lowkey W, I think you draft your general game plan. I don't think you change things up too much here. But what's it called? I need 1 second, so I leave it to you two for just a moment.
Infernus is in as the second pick. ZP is out as he is going to be taking care of some business. Abraham's response with the Silver, obviously.
Yeah, man, I'm really surprised to see Infernus going this early. That is truly crazy. Wait, hold on. I'm still here, guys.
Keep Jake in the middle. Keep Jake.
And Abrahams gets their hands on the Silver. I think they are going to be very happy with that, though. Like, to get it.
Venator, Silver.
Trialing the Infernus over Silver? Really?
And what are you layering on top here? You get a third.
Maybe a Kelvin, honestly, for Abrahams. I don't see why not. Yeah, the Kelvin support. Silver. That's been a really high prio combo because Silver, like, her only weakness essentially is being kited to go into the melee form when you get that Lycan Curse taking over. And when you're locked into the Kelvin Dome with somebody, you're not too worried about that, right? There's not really an issue of people, kiting out and escaping you. So for Lowkey W, surprising choice to prio the Infernus over the Silver, or even maybe the Kelvin in that top two.
Abrams, Infernus, Mirage. What do I need? A support? Rem's gone. Do I need Paige? Is she worthwhile?
Maybe I would think Ivy with how the last game looked. I like that they get rid of the Shiv though. I mean, Shiv has such unbelievable spirit damage right now. It's not something you want to deal with, especially for people like Mirage who want a nice long extended team fight where, okay, now you're not worried about bleeding out to Shiv. Honestly, even Mirage, I wonder, can he actually just kite around enough inside the Kelvin Dome to be annoying? And Abraham's banning Dynamo. That is really surprising. I mean, Dynamo does let people get out of the Kelvin Dome, which is the only way in the game to do that. Maybe that's something they're particularly aware of. Actually, there's a heads up ban from Abraham.
You know something about Dynamo I did not. Did not know you could get out of the Kelvin Dome. Apollo is locked in. Lowkey W making sure it's on their side of the field. And it'll be Abraham's turn to bring out some damage. Let's go. Lock it.
I like Apollo. I mean, just the nuking potential, right? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, is a Mo coming out for Saint endgame here?
Interesting. I almost like the Mo on Lowkey W, although I think they're gonna. I mean, they could take Ivy and Mo if they wanted. I do like the we saw like the Ivy Abrams combo last game though. I think that looks really good. Yamato though, really good frontliner at dealing with some of these heavy stun comps. I do not mind the Infernus into Yamato though. I mean, being able to reduce her spirit damage by burning her even after she ults, you just burn her again, and she's going to be doing, I think it's 35% less spirit damage with a couple points into that afterburn. So, you know, I think there's a lot of spirit damage so far in the draft for Abrahams that they could struggle against the Infernus. For Lowkey W, what are they going to close out this draft with?
I just caught up with chat. They're all worried about ZP. ZP's fine, guys. Don't worry, he'll deal with it. He's our commish. He's the big boss, man. Yamato, final answer, locked in. By the way, everyone's excited for Vrake on the Infernus.
Oh, that's true. It's probably going to be Vrake on the Infernus and see what he can do, right? That's for sure a comfort here from them. They go for the Geist too. So actually, I wonder if this isn't going to be sort of the style of Infernus that I think it was League who debuted on NA last week, of zero gun investment, just absolutely all in on the life and the spirit, and playing Infernus more as like a brawler than as a carry. With Mirage and Geist in the draft, I feel like that's the direction we're going to see. And I do think that was a very, very exciting build to me. I think that made Infernus look as good as he's ever looked, has great scaling. And in the end, even though your gun doesn't do that much damage, just keeping people afterbird ignited forever is a huge deal, right? Like that does enough damage to essentially, you know, carry the team fight, do all you need, and lets you put more points into your dash, into your ultimate, and to be, you know, a more powerful team fighter, right? Even if you're giving up a little bit of like late game potential.
Second pick, though, that's kind of crazy to me. That's high investment. We're just waiting on the last two to come in here as we will be rounding out the draft. Big shout out to everyone who's supporting the channel. We are now over 10,600 people watching on twitch.tv. The YouTube audience keeps growing, and we appreciate you all checking out all of the watch parties. Reminder, we are live every Wednesday at 4 p.m. bringing you the best Deadlock. I know Courage, JD, a huge YouTube creator, has recently been active in the game. We're going to see a massive influx of new players coming over from Fortnite, so stop allowing Silver in your game. She's pretty good with the shotgun. Final player locked in is, we got a Bebop. Thoughts on this, Jake?
Bebop's a little surprising. We haven't seen much, but I do think teams are really digging in the well for pick heroes right now. They're trying to find things that like can work in the current meta. You can easily, some people just avoid the pick hero entirely. I still would have rather seen the Ivy, frankly. I think it gives like more versatility, and you know, they've shown that there's real possibility in it. That being said, guys, we're talking. I know ZP, we've sent our commissioner off behind the scenes to talk about you know, some of our decisions here. We you know, we're really reviewing it. We see you guys in the chat. People are really unhappy with this, you know, bug abuse from Abraham. So we're gonna take a break, guys. When we come back, we're gonna have more. We're gonna review behind the scenes. We're talking with players and community stakeholders and kind of deciding what the right move is. So I appreciate everyone making their voice heard in the chat. In the end, we're a community show, and if we do something wrong, we're gonna take into that account and listen. So thanks, guys, and we'll be back really shortly with our final decision.
And I'm gonna go pick up my kid, and then we're gonna watch some Disney movies, and then we'll be back on the show. I'll see you guys in a moment.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
All right, what's up, everybody? They really threw a spanner in the works here this week of all weeks, but we've talked a lot. We spent the break. We're talking with people behind the scenes, players, coaches, and just getting like a sentiment from people, because this is like we're talking about the challenge, right, of moderating and running an esport in a game as new as Deadlock. That being said, the behind the scenes, the players, the competitors, as well as, the community has been really clear in terms of like what they think about this decision. And ultimately we decided in the end, this is just unsportsmanlike bug abuse, and we're going to just DQ Abrahams for this week. We're not going to impose additional punishments on them. I think it's, it's one of those things where that would be over the line from my perspective for the long term. But in the end, we just had to set the precedent that, okay, finding out a way to abuse a bug, saving it for the match day, trying to get a cheesy win. We're not going to like ruin your career for it, but we are not going to let you like get away with that and get ahead in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the line overall when it comes to, because Deadlock is a game that does have a lot of bugs in a gray zone. This one, though, went over the line a lot more than it appeared at first. At first, it just seemed like a rotation bug thing, which we wouldn't really be able to make a rule against. But it turns out, like, as we were getting more info, that the steps to do what was being done was very, very specific and isn't just a do by accident type of thing, especially the way it went down. And it hadn't been brought up in scrims and everything. And it kind of passes the threshold to where it just, we're not going to go forward with it. And, it's a tough decision, but it is what it is here. And, again, there's no extra penalty. Abrahams, of course, is welcome to come back next week. And that's where it is. It just one of the unique situations that I guess can happen within Deadlock. And, it's where we are.
Yeah, so that does mean we're going to be giving Leviathan the walkover here to come back in to the money match and have their chance at this nice bounty cash prize. So it'll be Leviathan. We're going to be doing a new draft. It's going to be Leviathan, in fact, taking on Lowkey W here to try to reclaim their spot in the championship. And many might think their rightful place here at the top of EU Deadlock.
All right. This is where I was expecting Puckett, but of course, Puckett is gone for a little bit. But talking about Leviathan, overall, definitely, obviously the last game was, had everything in the last game about it. But, it's good to see Sai back in the lineup. And look, I mean, Leviathan Lowkey W was close last week and would expect the same this week.
Also, I got to say, we are sorry, but we cannot refund the channel points. Apparently, there's no way to do that. It's that's how the cookie crumbles, guys. You're gonna have to be okay without your channel points. I'm sorry, but we literally cannot. To my knowledge, there isn't a way to do that.
No, unfortunately, that's
you gotta win them back. Never stop gambling channel points on DLNS games. You gotta win them back.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, Twitch doesn't have the capability to refund, which is another problem in and of itself. But, I apologize. I guess there's something said about the chaos of the channel points. But either way, we're going to move along here, talk about the Lowkey W roster. Well, we already talked about it. The reality is we're just filling time for a new draft is where we're at right now.
Yeah,
the joys of broadcast.
They're getting prepped into this one. I'm curious to see how both the Geist and the Venator studded with the Ram would play out in a normal game, actually, for Leviathan. I've seen strats like that in the past, and I think they actually can be super effective if you can stall deep enough into the late game. And honestly, maybe with a more normal, even early game, we could have seen a very different result there. So I guess that makes that one especially salty, where you're like, it would have been such a different game, right? I guess it always would be with a bug abuse like that.
Yep. But now we'll have the draft underway shortly, and we'll get an idea of what to expect. I mean, overall meta-wise, I don't really expect too big of a difference in the first few picks of the draft. I think it's pretty clear in this version of the game what is highly valued, and it's a mix of Celeste, Silver, Mirage that kind of take the top spot. It's just a matter of, do you want to use a first ban of one of those characters, or do you do something like we saw in the last draft where you ban a Rem, and then as a result, you guarantee both Silver and Mirage being played within the game?
Yeah, I do think the Kelvin Silver is something that teams are going to really try to pry out if they can get it. So I think when your opponent has a double response counter pick, that's where you have to be really careful, right? In giving away these really unique, powerful duos, especially when there's no ban between, right? There's no counter pick between that. That second pick spot can actually, I think, be pretty sick in the draft phase right now, considering there's some, top tier heroes here in the top three.
First ban coming in is going to be Celeste for Lowkey W. Not a surprise there. I mean, we saw that in the last draft for the game that wasn't to be. Leviathan, of course, the question is, do you ban Silver, Mirage, or do you wait and ban something else and then grab 1 to 2? In this case, they ban Mirage, so it leads to a pretty quick Silver pick in all likelihood here from Lowkey W.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty straightforward, right? To get some of these top tier characters out of the way. For Leviathan, though, I think they have to be expecting it. Question is, what's going to be their top 2 response? Do they go with some kind of Kelvin? Wait, this changes everything. Venator once again picked top. I mean, I agree, Venator is really good, but he has not been in he's been what, first pick all day today.
Yeah, I mean, Ven has gone up in prio. I mean, it makes perfect sense, especially with Mirage off the table. And I just think you're never sad about Ven in your lineup. The problem here is that you've given up the Silver, and also if you're Leviathan, you think about some of the combos that have been doing well. I don't think it's entirely at the level of the old Shiv Kelvin combo, but Silver Kelvin still feels pretty good. Like, there's part of me, if I'm Leviathan, I'm eyeing Kelvin either right now or certainly before mid-stage bans.
Yeah, I think if you don't take it now, you might not get it. That being said, they go Rem, which means they probably won't go Kelvin, right? I don't think you would have both of those characters in the draft. A little too much emphasis on the healing. But I'm a little surprised to see they prio it over the Kelvin for that combo. Now it's Lowkey's W's turn to respond with 2 of their own. Do they want to get a Kelvin combo? I wouldn't be shocked, right? I think like a Kelvin, I mean, Shiv Kelvin, I think is still pretty good. It's not the same combo it once was. I think given that Shiv works quite a bit differently now, you know, I just don't think it has that same, you don't have that same need, frankly, for the Kelvin to lock people down for you when you're just trying to get as many knives in them as possible. They go to the Infernus, which could be nice, little fire and ice, you know, keep you burned up inside the dome. Could be a little awkward, and I actually think it's a good matchup against Silver. When you're kiting in the Silver as Infernus is very, very easy. She generally, especially in the Lycan form, doesn't really have any tools to deal with your Flame Dash.
Let's have fun.
Geist is going to be the counter response, which honestly I'm a little bit surprised Geist wasn't picked in first 2 by Lowkey W. I think just because of Geist, like not only being a later game carry option, but also the fact that it's still one of the better frontliners in the game, where a lot of frontliners have fallen off in priority. They end up giving up to Leviathan, so having to deal with both Silver Geist is a little horrifying in and of itself, and Leviathan goes the next step and says, yeah, we're going to take away Yamato, and it leaves the question for Lowkey W, what are they going to do to flush out their front line here? I mean, you're probably looking more towards things like Shiv Abrams, which, as we saw, like is still reasonably effective. But Lowkey W, they banned the Abrams here, which is really interesting because, Jake, I'm not sure Leviathan was going to pick Abrams in this instance.
Yeah, I think since Silver has come into the game, I wouldn't say she's a replacement for Abrams, but they do have a lot of overlap, right? You know, offering a little bit of control and lockdown, really, really strong frontliner that like does aggressive damage. But Billy, that's one of the OG, swaps for Abrahams. And I think I do like the Billy here. I think this is a little bit of a tougher matchup for somebody like Infernus or Venator who, yeah, they want to like run away, but with the Billy chain on, you could find yourself in real trouble, maybe getting bursted down even before that chain ends.
Taking a look at things. Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny for Billy. It was kind of slipping my mind, but Billy's still really good. Billy didn't end up getting picked in the last game. Billy is a completely fine option for Leviathan, even if it's gone a little bit lower in EU priority. We'll see what they pair with it. Paradox still available, by the way, if they think Lowkey W is going to pick it, and I think Paradox is still a perfectly fine pick in this situation.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing, things like Ivies, things like some initiators here on the draft. That's, I think that's like the mobility is what you're really missing on Lowkey W. Infernus has his own mobility, but he doesn't really have catch, right? The ultimate is not really something you want to really rely on for that. So I think they kind of need something to start these fights, to lock down players, especially, Rem or Silver. Like, you need very hard stuns to control these characters. Thinking about, like, what are the ulti stuns that could be nice dealing with someone like Rem, right? To ulti stun him off of people on the tag along.
Also, for those wondering what's going on with the screen here, normally we have the draft pre-done and then we go into it at a specific tempo. In this case, the draft is still ongoing, so we're getting the real draft experience. But
talk about ulti stuns. Dynamo. Okay, I kind of dig it, actually. I was thinking about Dynamo, but I was like, surely not. But Melee Creeps, I think, has brought it back to popularity, and now EU, they're starting to notice as well. I think Dynamo is pretty insane against Rem because the tag along just essentially doesn't work when people are caught in the black hole, the singularity. It also gives you some really nice tools to dodge big nukes coming in, getting on top of somebody like Geist with the black hole if she's trying to play on low HP. I see the vision for Lowkey W. I think their team fight becomes a lot scarier with this Dynamo.
Dynamo also creates some lane matchups and is somewhat of a deterrent to playing some heroes. Like if Leviathan was considering adding a Lash to their lineup here, you probably don't want to go Lash against Dynamo, for example, or even things like Bebop, right? Like Dynamo, especially with the buff to Quantum, creates like really ugly situations for a decent part of the roster here. Not necessarily, what Leviathan has picked beyond the, the threat of Singularity, but Quantum in and of itself is one of those abilities that is like sneakily effective at some of the more common picks that Leviathan might have used for the back end of their draft. Personally, as I look at though, I still would guess that Paradox is probably going to be one of the last 2 picks here, but maybe not the Lash if they were looking towards it.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I think it can be awkward to play these like big ulti stunner team fight combos, because once Dynamo goes unstop, he's just gonna full send it into your team. And like even if you grab a couple players with something like a Lash ult, even if you're not in the Singularity yourself, it's just such an overwhelming, devastating team fight ult. I think you kind of want to play high tempo heroes. Like I'm wondering what about like a Mina for Leviathan here? Heroes that almost play on a faster tempo where, you might eventually catch them with a Singularity, but in between those fights, they're going to keep pressing you. They're going to be finding kills. And for Dynamo, I think that's kind of the weakness, right? The extremely long cooldown on Singularity. There's a big window for the opponent to punish you. We've seen builds where people have gone more investment into Singularity. We've seen, more of like a dynamic fighting Dynamo. So, played around that stomp. I think it's up to Lowkey W, I guess, how they kind of want to position him in terms of the build. But in this game, I think against the Rem and a Sinclair as a finisher is a really nice one for Leviathan, right? It gives them a way very much back into that ultimate game with a stolen Dynamo ultimate, right? Make it a liability.
Yeah, also there's a lot of really sneaky ways Sinclair can set up Dynamo ult better than Dynamo himself when you consider what you do as Spectral Assistant. Like, if you've ever played against it is not a fun time where you're like, oh, I'm totally fine. Oh, what's that? Sinclair swapped in from a mile away and just stole Dynamo ult? Oh, yeah, I guess I'm in Singularity. Like, it is legitimately one of the better counter picks for Sinclair. Also, oddly enough, though, unlikely to be seen in comp anytime soon, one of the more annoying things if you're ever Sinclair versus Victor, and it's like, oh, this Sinclair's just stealing Victor ult and this
just running it down on me with the Victor ult. Yeah. I one thing I'm really curious about is they go with the Shiv as the final pick. A lot of spear damage, a lot of chase down, and a great hero to just like run at Sinclair and like get him out of the game, which I actually think is perfect. Like Shiv and Apollo can just perma into Sinclair. Yes, Sinclair could steal one of their ults and maybe get away, but if you're forced out of the fight completely or you're bleeding out to tick damage, this is not a tanky hero. He does not do well at getting swarmed like that by these aggressive spirit nukers. So those should kind of keep Sinclair off of Dynamo's back. But obviously that's, theory, easier said than done. We'll have to see how it actually plays out in the match. But I think both teams have given themselves a really interesting draft and really thrown each other quite a few wrenches in the works.
Waiting for the teams to get ready. But yeah, I mean, I'm starting to evaluate this now based on early to late game. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I don't feel like there's a huge advantage or disadvantage on either side. Like you look at Leviathan and, the reality is late game, you still have options like Billy, Geist, Silver. Actually, I'm taking that back. I'm looking at the late game for Lowkey W. They got Ven, they got Kelvin, they got Dynamo, where
Dynamo's legit
Dynamo's still a huge
monster.
Yeah, he's a late game massive threat. I actually do think there's a little bit more pressure on Leviathan to end this a little bit earlier. I mean, obviously it kind of depends on where Silver is. Silver can hit power spikes where Silver is just an absolute monster and you're like, oh, our late game's fine. But I actually do think Lowkey W likes the late game a little bit more than Leviathan of the two. Also, the fact that you can make the argument Sinclair falls off a bit late, although I don't know if that's entirely the same case when you have a Dynamo ult that's stealable. Like, Sinclair's late game value actually goes through the roof in this game.
I do think, though, for Sinclair, you do fall off, right? Even though you can steal those powerful ultimates, in the end, if that's all you're really contributing to the game is like just the ultimate, your kit isn't going to do as much. Like Dynamo, the rest of Dynamo's kit also like things like you mentioned the buff to what is it, Cosmic Entanglement? Is that what it is? The second skill,
Quantum
the dodge,
Entanglement.
Quantum Entanglement. That's what it is. So that I think makes him a much more effective, like consistent team fighter, right? Things like Vindicta Tether or Billy ult, you could just save your allies from those. That is going to be really hard to deal with. I also would think, I mean, I haven't seen this matchup much because it's not really played, is how does Dynamo do against Silver? You would think that stomp is going to kind of hurt on Silver, CCing her, slowing her down when she's trying to stick on targets in the Lycan form.
So again, waiting on the teams to get into lobby in case someone is like casters start game. No, waiting on teams to
we would love
start
to.
game.
We would love to. So much. I think though with the Vindicta, it's going to be a tempo game for Leviathan, right? It's going to be a game, and maybe every game is when you're up against this kind of a team play lineup. Question for you, ZP, and I bet this one you don't know the answer to because I'm like, how would anyone? If you riposte on Apollo, does it stun the singularity? Like if Sinclair steals a singularity, but Apollo riposte as it's casted, would it still stun him, or would it like override the riposte counter stun?
I feel like the answer is yes, because I'm pretty sure he has iframes in the middle of riposte and like throws out the stun. I don't know if I've seen that specific
That's the thing. I don't think I've
interaction
ever seen
one-to-one,
it.
but like I don't think I've ever seen Apollo take damage or otherwise be interacted with while in the middle of riposte. Like
that was my thought.
So I think like after he gets hit, he has the iframes and throws it out, and therefore can hit the Dynamo out of, or in this case, the Sinclair out of singularity in that very specific instance.
Yeah, we'll have to see some for sure some science experiments going on. I feel like there always are when you have a Dynamo in the game. It makes things really chaotic. We haven't even talked about Kelvin Dome, right? Which is typically when we talk about like the mother of all team fight ultimates, it really is Kelvin. Maybe for Sinclair, now that I think about it, stealing the Dome might even not that stealing Singularity is not going to be great, but stealing Dome can also be a game changer, right? Like Dynamo could put people out, but you catch people in a tough spot, have Billy and Geist overwhelming them, make them so they're part of the thing on Sinclair is when you dome people, it's like the freest rabbit hexes in the world, right? Like big enough AoE and it's basically going to be the entire floor is going to be covered with the rabbit hex.
It's gonna be interesting. I think the one thing that's been really cool is that even without a lot in the way of active patches in the last week, we still see a lot of the meta evolving between both regions. I mean, also take notes, NA, Ivy not picked at all in this instance, let alone first picked.
Look, I agree with you on no first pick Ivy. I think that's way too much, but I don't know how I feel about the no Ivy. She does look really good, right? When she's able to have these big moments, dropping like a key aggressive initiator hero into the enemy backline, like having all these nice like mid-game sustain buffs, doing a lot of gun damage on early towers. Like I think there's a lot of reasons to pick the Ivy, and not that you need to pick her every game or that you should pick her first, but I wonder if they haven't undervalued her. Like maybe like for me this game, I almost would rather have the Ivy than like the Vindicta, for example. I think for me I guess it's competitive. Maybe they felt they need to really push the tempo, and Vin can be faster tempo, but I would have liked Ivy in that spot, right? To help you be more sustained and push down towers quicker.
I'm just thinking about how the lanes are going to work out here. And Jake, finally, the speculation is over. Shoppy's dancing, and we are getting into game. Finally, a little bit of deadlock.
All right, Lowkey W versus Leviathan. Thank you, Shoppy, for getting us into game. Bringing the good vibes. And we're fighting now for the EU Championship for one of our biggest prize pools ever here on DLNS. $1,250 base prize pool before even the crowdfunded donations add in on the top. The most to play for that, frankly, I think we've ever had here on a weekly show here with the night shift. Shout out to Shopify, of course, for making that all possible.
All right, getting on into it. Also, we highlighted a little bit, Rem, a little bit of spiffy clothing there as we open up the game with another pause, but this time around, people in a normal lane formation.
And as we look at the lanes now, obviously it's going to be OCs on the side lane here. I think going to be a crucial player for Leviathan, right? You're going to be the standard bearer on Geist. Geist having anything less than a very solid game is going to be a really rough spot to be. This isn't going to be one of those games where you can wait until 40 minutes and then really hit your spike on Geist. You're going to need to get active, I think, a little bit earlier than that because of what we talked about with some of the team fighting potential of these ultimates in the late game. Lowkey W, I don't think they need to be rushed in this one. I think they have a lot of patience. Question is, I guess, how they fare in the early game. I would say Dynamo's weakness is doesn't really have any mobility to get active in the early game and help out if some of the side lanes are in trouble.
Also, we got Listic back on the Dynamo. Listic went through the Dynamo grinding phase a few weeks back and, put it back into his hero pool. I was going to bring it up and I was like, is this the Listic Dynamo? And the answer is yes.
And he's nuking him on Kelvin. That first point into the snowball, so nice when he's able to hit multiple players, getting both heals and damage on it at the same time. And OC's critical already in the lane. Cannot get burned here by Infernus. That would be backbreaking here.
And for OC's, not the best start. As far as Geist to land in a super big health deficit at the beginning, it actually takes a little bit longer to get back in the form just because of Geist also hitting her own HP. And also, one thing of note, Infernus is a bit of a lane monster at the moment. Like, the way the changes have worked out, like, there's some lanes with Infernus that are actually scary to go against. And if you get low in HP, like, the amount of pressure that Kelvin Infernus is going to be able to put down on this lane is a little bit scary. You're seeing a little bit of that right now as OC's is just burning.
Oh, they might take out from this, dude. Slivers of HP, and there's going to be an absolutely full HP wave and a full HP Infernus ready to crash down on you. Guys in a very conservative position here on the high ground, but man, those bombs hurt. That's like half your HP.
Yeah, the Essence Bomb here, I mean, okay, look, you're getting the health creep thereafter, but this is a bit scary as apparently Discord is breaking for Leviathan. Subi Jubi, though, coming in with the 20 subs, super appreciated as OC's is ready again.
Oh my goodness. That's like a solo hype train right there in the chat. Shout out to Subi Jubi. Much love. It's been a wild day here on the night shift, but I'm excited to just settle in to a good, clean match of Deadlock, CP.
Good clean match of Deadlock with a little bit of pause lock and a bit of burning as Vrake continues to keep up the pressure and what has been a very high pressure Infernus Kelvin lane. And I mean, this is going to be a super quick Guardian at this rate. As OCs, you have 2 HP just showing up at all. You're at risk of getting dove here. And wait, did he just get parried?
With Vrake, what happened?
Wait, we need turn? Who got parried?
Oh, is Geist or Kelvin? I can't even tell. It looks like Geist got parried.
Also, is Vrake pausing this time, not OC's?
Also, we were on Vrake's cam. Like, what happened, man? His game spazzed out. It looked like he teleported or something. I think this is.
I think OC's
I actually can't even tell. It's kind of wait. Is that the parry on OC's? Did who get parried? I genuinely can't tell. It's like too early in the animation.
I did hear the parry noise, though. I thought, like,
yeah, somebody got parried here, right?
Well, it also may have been the minion. The minion might have meleeed OCs.
Oh, that might be true. That might be true.
Yeah. So the meleeed OCs that triggered the parry. The parry is still available though. So if Hoot opens up here with a melee, the parry is still off cooldown.
There's no way. There's no way Hoot is baited into what he's like
probably
watching.
not, especially not when it's thrown in your face like this.
Yeah, like with the pause. I feel like OCs is in real trouble here, right? Because Vindicta is at the base, and no speed zips 3 minutes into the game. Ray could take this game over if you can find a couple more kills in this lane. We already talked about how it's OCs who needs to have the big game this game. These deaths are like worst case scenario.
Also, what was the reason that Vrake is DC'd and coming back? It was a mouse issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, I remember we were on his cam and he like tweaked up to the side. It looked like his game like fully froze for a second and he was moving his mouse and then all the input came at once. That's what it looked like to me. So I would restart too, man. I don't know. Whatever was on his screen.
Wait. Can we get the other? What is going on with Infernus's legs right now? Are legs supposed to move that way?
Never pause a video game animation.
No. We are going to do this as we fill for time waiting for Vrake to get back. Like, I don't know if bones move that way. Like, okay, turn.
Oh my God. Look at that hip mobility. That is next gen hip mobility. Bro is hitting yoga on the daily for that one.
Yeah, I mean that is possible looking at it. Like it is one leg over the other.
Extraordinary flexibility.
He didn't quite turn into. There's no crab walking going on right now. You go into your old TF2 lobbies and just a bunch of spy crabs walking around. It would be a day, Jake, of even more pause lock, because this is a longer period of time for Vrake.
Yeah, I mean, something weird was going on. I get, but it's an odd. It feels like a restart would have been done by now. Oh, As I say that, magic words, Frake is back. Be getting into game momentarily. And OC's is not long for this world, something tells me. Is the heal trooper low? Is he going to get it?
New mouse. Well, how is the mouse just obliterating your computer like this? Like, what is going on?
What? Oh, come on, Obakin.
Why is Obakin pausing now?
List again. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? We're getting our issues out of the way early.
Game crashed for list. Oh my god.
Dude, Yoshi hates us, man. Wait, I think Geist can live. The heal creep is low, ZP. The heal creep is low. This is not a drill.
What time for you guys? 1 Yeah.
We're sorry, EU.
Well, Cosmetical's not having faith in the 2-0 right now, saying 5 a.m. when we're done.
That's true. That's low confidence. He needs to have higher confidence here on game 1.
Okay, Listic is back. Can we play the video game? The answer is yes.
Goodbye.
And OCs gets meleeed in the back, regardless, even with Perry being up.
Yeah, they had all the time in the world to plan their attack on that one. Yeah, anyways, been playing Deadlock. Oh my god, you're kidding me. He's crashed again.
No! Who's crashed this time?
You can't write this. Dude, it's the mouse.
Well, at least we've changed the game state a little bit. We get to see Kelvin in his sliding animation. You know what? Actually, can we turn things around a little bit? Like, let's look at Silver, Venator. We need more material. Like,
he looks so short. He's like squished. Am I crazy? He's like hunched. His posture went from god flexibility to gamer posture.
The gamer hunch.
All right, everybody chat. Everyone, let's get
okay.
Stretch the neck.
It has been officially 20 seconds without a pause. Actually, not even.
Don't say that, ZB. Do not say that. Do not tempt fate. Nice quantum there. Pulls in the way of the bola from Silver. Trades continue on this lane. Billy Silver, you'd think when the Billy ultimate's up, this lane is going to get pretty scary. But then again, you use the Dynamo you're talking about, right? Maybe you can just pull them out of trouble every time. And Empty Dream is going to be able to be pretty aggressive with the poke with a support like this behind him.
So, this lane a little bit more standard. OC's back to full HP after coming back in the lane. And it's kind of interesting how scary Silver lanes actually can end up being. You at times can be like, oh, it's not that bad, and then, oh, there's actually a lot of burst damage behind Silver, and how quickly things can get out of hand. Instead right now, though, Lowkey W going for Freemock in on the rotation, flawless advance, and I think Freemock's going to be able to get out of that, but reasonable attempt at a catch.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the first of something that I expect to see a lot of in this game, which is Cosmetical Shiv, Obakim on the Apollo, running people over. Like, that's going to be genuinely scary. Catch attempted here, but said there's going to have to trade HP, satisfied with the heal, but I almost want this Dynamo heal, it might be like more, right, than even the Rem. Like, it's kind of surprising how powerful that Dynamo heal is on the lane, especially with somebody as tanky as Empty Dreams here.
Definitely substantial, and not a jump pad you necessarily want to use here. Buffs coming on up. Gonna be
that's a
casting
great buff
to Cosmetical, and yeah, if you're a Shiv in the early game, you just hit the... Well, actually, I'd say Jackpot. I think it's pretty even between casting and survival of the two. Like, you can make the argument for survival, even though it's early game got nerfed a while back, but nap time. Can we hear? I don't know if there's gonna be too much of a fall through, though. Just a quick little rest for Listic.
Oh, they're able to, while he's asleep, though, they're able to take down Venator, and now they go double down. He's not that threatening when he's all on his lonesome. Doesn't have the ultimate online quite yet, so Leviathan, great job pressing the advantage. Getting some value out of the Billy ult. Is a key lane to shut down early.
Nice try, buddy.
About to be 6 minutes in, and on the right hand, Leviathan about to get right side Guardian off those two picks. Might hold back though for now with a full HP Listic coming in. Still a window of opportunity before Singularity comes online. It's like about 100 souls away.
Time is of the essence.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, this is a dream start, though, I think, for Lowkey W, right? That to have a strong late game draft and the Kelvin Dome in on the Silver, she's kind of has some geometry to play with here. Fremont needs to get the ult pop if he wants to play his way out of this one.
Silver still running away. Fremont at the lowest amount of HP. One little shot from Kelvin to do it, but Kelvin doesn't have the angle. And now, under assault from Vin, deciding to take a little bit of pot shots at Vin on the other side, but Fremont able to get away by the slimmest of margins.
And this fight in mid has opened up tons of space. Both of the side lanes crashing here on the Leviathan base. So really good pressure being put on by Lowkey W. I mean, this Infernus gonna have to keep track of him because Vrake, 6.4k, he's got a gun buff. He's gonna like head off into the jungle and just farm up for a while now, but he's gonna come out a monster. Stolen Apollo ult. Wait, it's the fencing duel. Oh, but he has just enough HP to get his ult off, but should be dead just right after. Unless
Sinclair on a whim and a prayer, just barely staying alive. Once more, Hoot in on the chase down, gets the last grenade on the Psy. And it is getting all sorts of chaotic here in the middle. Leviathan rotating in. Lowkey W with 3 members in middle, and Leviathan about to stack if they stay.
yeah, huge start now for Lowkey W into the game. 5,000 soul lead. Leviathan just fully on the back foot. Every time Shiv shows up, man, you gotta run away. He doesn't have any daggers, though. The execute's gonna be enough. Overseas doesn't have the HP, and Listic even pulls the Shiv out to make sure there's no counter damage coming in. Another winning trade. I mean, this is a extraordinarily dominant early game. This is more dominant than last game, without the bug abuse.
Yeah, Lowkey W is looking very, very good so far. 8 minutes about to hit, along with Sinner Sacrifices. And, okay, look at where Lowkey W is. Are they actually invading double Sinners on spawn? Is that what's going on right now? They are doing exactly that. Getting hit with the nap time and a Billy Kane gang. Leviathan looking to defend their territory in on the double Sinner spawn. Gonna force a quick retreat out of Lowkey W. I don't think they got either of the 2 Sinners, but they're still under chase down here. Can Leviathan at least get 1 punish off the attempt?
What a parry from Listic. I think that saves his life. Fremont now could be in trouble. The back of that parry took a lot of damage. Rem, though, on the assist, the support should just be able to get Silver out of dodge. Shiv looking desperately for that last connection, but doesn't have any more knives. Looks like he's going for the dash build first here, so maybe prioritizing the ability to just go full aggro here with that silence wave.
So, Lowkey W nursing a small lead, 1 minute away between first urn and buffs. And I think if you're Lowkey W, you're probably positioning for quick urn pickup in this situation. Like, I think you're at enough advantage right now. And also, Jake, it's right on the threshold. In a way, Lowkey W, they don't want to get any further ahead than not give up first advantage urn.
Yeah, it's like you want to be careful. Don't farm too much, guys. Like, play things a little slow. Managing that percent is actually really key, I think, at this level of Deadlock, right? You know, you use the Leviathan, you're like, hey, maybe we feed a killer somewhere and just secure ourselves an advantage earn. It's going to be worth more in the net.
It's really interesting, too, because first earn at advantage earn is really difficult to deal with, and oftentimes will erase like any early advantage you have. So there's something to be said where if you're just at the threshold, I kind of agree with you that like feeding a kill arguably could be the play. Cosmetical takes down Hirazumi, and I mean Lowkey W, they're about to push Leviathan into that state. I think it might be there right now. It's very close.
Still, his earn drops though. With this
it is.
Yeah, player's dead on the map. I think you're going to at least pick it up here for Lowkey W and try to deny. Geist goes all in here. It's going to just probably sack her life for this tower kill, but coming around corners is a little scary to chase Geist, especially with Silver here kind of assisting on it, but Listic does have the singularity. They're looking for catches here.
Ooh, they were just able to lock in the neutral urn. It was right on the threshold. Lowkey W waited to stop getting souls for a moment and locked it in at neutral. That's actually really, really important, Jake, for where the game state was at.
Yeah, that Cosmetical with the max dash, he's going to be looking to get into every single fight he gets the chance to. Listic even going to hold down the side lane for now. And it feels like there's not going to be a contest here. It just seems impossible, given the state of the game, the disadvantage. And Leviathan agree. They're just going to try and get what they can elsewhere. Not even going to be able to deny anything. Look at all those buffs going straight to Apollo. It's a nice... I mean, I think Apollo is a pretty strong buff user. Like, I don't even mind having a little bit of extra damage, especially for the early game on your primary weapon.
So Lowkey W enjoying a pretty large advantage at this point. And again, remember we were saying about the game in terms of early game versus late game. I don't think Leviathan can really handle being this far behind on their comp. If anything, they were the comp that wanted to be a little bit further ahead at this point. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Leviathan to make something happen in the next few minutes to equalize. And if not, I mean, this game could just end up being a grind that ends up getting away from them pretty darn quickly.
Yeah, especially Infernus going toxic early, and like, he's just stealing away some jungle camps. Like, this is an aggressive posture, but he's got the team behind him to go for it. And a vitality buff on top of that, so good luck trying to deal with him. Now a gank comes in on this left side lane. You're very deep though. Sai and OC's definitely looking kind of desperate with this position. Infernus fighting over the rune as well.
I pop the Lycan Curse, and it's a quick retreat for Fremont, so you get that cooldown out. And now take a look, Sai, deep in the enemy territory, but you're also Sinclair. Got options
Stolen.
to escape.
The stolen Italia Losan is actually, we didn't even talk about that much, kind of underrated in this. Insanely low cooldown on that ult, and just such powerful nuking. Great at shutting down Apollo himself.
There's just a lot of good Sinclair steal options in general in this lane, as Walker gonna follow Leviathan, able to get the right side Walker.
That's a big find.
And
Billy
it
gets
gets
out.
him right
That's
back in
crazy.
the game here, Jake, really. On top of getting the Guardian too. I mean, now just 5k behind. They lose overseas, as a consequence of diving a little bit deep on the Walker, but that's a trade you take any day of the week.
Leviathan trying to keep up the pressure now. Silver looking for Kelvin, but Hoot still pretty comfortable. Sitting on, of course, that frozen shelter. Going to be a really unlikely dive under the Walker. Express shot can be a nice find for Silver, helping her get a little bit more damage to be able to potentially proc that Lycan Curse more consistently. And look, even points in bloodletting. So this is a shiv from Cosmetical that's very all in on the dash. We've seen a lot of knife builds. I don't think I've seen this like deprioritization of the
I can tell you why. I mean, I know why Cosmetical is all in on the dash, is that Lightbringer is one of the biggest advocates of slice and dice shred build just being really strong. Like the ability to stack multiple shreds in a team fight. He thinks people have been sleeping on it, and that has to be the reasoning for why you're seeing Shiv on that.
You have a lot of follow-up spirit damage, right? When you think about it, you know, with between Infernus, Apollo. Catch though is a wasted singularity, brutal from Listic. And now this one could be going kind of awkward, but Shiv is here trying to get some value out of the build. Obikim assisting in the fight as well. Rayek on just a sliver of HP on Vindicta. Shiv hunting for that next kill. And looks to be Obikim who gets it done on Desai.
It's not quite full Exploder Man, but also you land a few stacks of Shred and use Silence Wave. It becomes a very significant nuke for the build that Cosmetical is doing at the moment.
Oh, nice chain and Infernus.
From overseas, and pulls Infernus back into the bash down, into the snipe. Vrake, super low. Wait, does Vrake actually get out?
Yes, Slave Dash gets him out.
Yeah, I think Vrake gets full out there despite the situation. Cosmetical got himself a rake in the back as this mid-walker finally falls to all the pressure.
Yeah, a lot of value being found here. Sidewave pressure now coming in, but finding the mid-wave walker first, I think, is always ideal because as it gets those health buffs as the other walkers fall, I feel like the mid-wave becomes a real problem. It's such a key power position on the map to hold. Finding it first, although it economically, theoretically doesn't give an advantage, the position on the map is so valuable. I think this is an ideal way for the game to progress here for Lowkey W.
I'll be ready if they get too close.
So, about to hit 15 minutes. Buffs up. Both going to be claimed by Lowkey W. Survival for Hoot. And once again, casting for Cosmetical, who has been winning the buff lottery this game here thus far.
Oh, stolen black hole. More impact on this one. Dynamo down. Great catch from Sai, but he's caught in an awkward spot, surrounded in Furnace, running him down. Maybe the TP out will be enough, but no, not quite. Doesn't even have the skill up, it seems. OCs finds Obikim. Gets an earn pickup as well, but Shiv, thinking about fighting more into this, has Boundless Spirit. You got to be careful. Those slice and dices, you get caught and stacked up, and he's getting those no cooldown dashes. You could be in real trouble.
Again, I mean, it's a lot of Spirit Shred, and I think it's a build that's probably been underrated on Shiv. Like, when you hear Lightbringer talk about the explanation for why that build is a thing, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially from the team fighting end. That being said,
try and make a play.
They're in control of the urn and its advantage urn. I don't think you have to rush this here either. I mean, you can wait a moment to get more people over. Lowkey W, they are fully invested on the defense here so far. They do not want to let in an easy dunk. And you take a look at the setup here. I mean, again, if you're Leviathan, you can wait a little bit, but they're going to ideally wait for a Rayek to make the rotation or push something else on the map. The problem is they already got Right Walker, Jake, so the map state isn't really good for them to harass something else while not turning an urn.
Sai having like the bugged Italian animation forever is pretty great. Pretty great. I wonder if that's actually what he sees on his screen. Looking like Darth Vader, man. Seeing red. It's not really the vibe for Sinclair.
Chain Gang here making a little bit of space for urn turn in. Overseas looking to chase out Listic, who's super low, actually gets punished. Now, room for the dunk. Irizumi able to walk forward, get the turn in. But the denies, a lot of that actually getting denied by Hoot, who is there. Drops Frozen Shelter. Lowkey W looking to maybe grab a few kills on the back end of this. OC's falls. And Empty Dreams pulls out the Erdemini. Might have a few shots left in the container here so far. Frozen Shelter fades, and Empty Dreams already with 2, Cosmetical with 1 on the finish.
Yeah, he's eating, man. This early Boundless really brings this build alive now. And straight to the mid boss, man. 20 seconds, players on the deck. You're absolutely going to go for this. Look, everyone is so healthy on Lowkey W's side. The dome from Hoot there, it's not just that you win the fight, but you win the fight and everyone still feels confident to go take another fight in the mid boss. Like, Leviathan will be up for this, but will they be able to make it there in time? And more importantly, will you be able to stop it? We got a Listic Singularity here that could just lock in a triple rejuve, and Leviathan, they can't even go for it.
Lowkey W maintaining their advantage even after giving up the urn dunk. Scrappy enough to get a few kills, turn those kills into mid boss. And Leviathan, again, not fully out of it here by any means, but wait, Lycan Curse, this could be a nice rejuve take away from Lowkey W. Remock on the punish, but needs to get away. If all of you guys are rejuve and you lose your silver in turn, it's something Lowkey W might be okay for, but Rescue Beam going to provide the last little bit of survivability of the free mock that's needed.
Lowkey W now. So this is state of the game. Still comfortable. 2 rejuves, a nice comfortable soul lead, and they have the Singularity to play around. No investment in it for now from Listic. I think he's focused on that kind of like brawling build, which I quite like. I mean, even with no investment, right? Singularity is still going to be a high impact skill in the team fights. And you don't want to be, you know, essentially a potato when you're waiting on that skill to come back up online.
Two rejuves still left for Lowkey W, and when you have rejuve at this point, you're not under a ton of pressure. You still got almost 3 minutes left on the rejuve. For Lowkey W, you just take a bit of farm on the map, wait for urn, then turn in the next urn without a whole lot of pressure, and then, in this case, probably push down Right Walker. Like Lowkey W, the plan at this point in this timing when you have rejuve is pretty straightforward.
That being said, 1 minute to buff urn, there's no reason to do anything right now, right? Chill, jungle it up, wait for that next objective on the map. I think I've seen in some teams, they don't even push the last walker. They just start sieging the base, which I kind of like because you avoid dealing with this like tanky walker that buffs up everyone around it. It can turn into an awkward fight. Like you get Billy chained under the walker stomp. Things can go wrong, you know, or I almost prefer sieging the base guardians. I feel like they're less of a threat. Nice silence though, catches Sai, but will you actually be able to finish him off? There's a lot of tick damage on him. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but that's like closer than you would say. I guess he does have Dispel Magic. He's just holding it.
Yeah, I was going to say, decides, no, I'm going to hold the Dispel Magic in this instance. Where you take a look at what if you're against Infernus Shiv, as we mentioned in the previous game, Dispel Magic probably should come standard
everyone is
on just about everyone.
Like, yeah, literally their whole team has to buy it. I mean, oh, good catch. Ozi's into this fight too, but you're fighting against double rejuve. A decent Singularity on 2 for Listic. The sleep comes in, it delays things for now. Fremont does get the Lycan Curse pop. Another parry onto Billy. Overseas struggling in this one. 1 rejuve, only a last one available here. Empty Dream still putting out damage and hasn't even dropped yet. Rest of Lowkey W on their way towards this side of the map, but they were quite extended away, and Geist in a weird spot.
Also, I think Leviathan can contest this urn now. You don't have to worry about Singularity. You got another rejuve off the table. This is a lot more fighable, but not if Overseas dies. Overseas needs to get to safety. Actually gets the heals from Irizumi. Irizumi puts his life on the line, ends up dying for it, but gets Overseas out. Saving
Crazy
Overseas.
rescue beam.
There's no chain gang, and they're still going to get the dunk.
Yeah, I think the dunk is more than worth it here. You still have that
Walker,
last
though.
rejuve. Yeah, it looks like Sai should get a walker. This Sinclair kind of has terrible building damage. I guess it's just enough with the assistant, baiting some stomps, getting some heavies in. Like, this is like the longest walker siege of all time, but I don't even think, like, this is just a worthy trade for Lowkey W as they're thinking about just pushing down mid.
Lowkey W adding on to the lead here so far. Also, you take a look at allocation. Empty Dreams at 29K. Also, Jake, we got to do a check-in with some of our track lock stats and see what the golden statues are at right now. This is a reasonable moment, I think, downtime-wise. Take a look at where all that's at. I'm actually curious
because this has been a game where Lowkey W have a lot more space in the map. Wow, that's way more than I thought. They are getting way more sinners on the map. Right, like that's like almost like a 3-to-1 difference or something, maybe more across the whole team. So there's a lot more of these like subtle buffs. I mean, the 20K soul lead does not tell the full story. It's actually
no, not at all.
I genuinely wouldn't have been able to predict that. I would have thought it was more like, you know, maybe 2-to-1 at most.
Vindicta just not gambling at all by comparison, but overseas
Infernus
drops a chain gang. Can you get Infernus? It's a quick pick on the Infernus, but what's the cost in turn? Is there one? Lowkey W a little bit late to rotate into the fight, and now maybe Hoot in a bit of danger here. Has Frozen Shelter in reserve, slow playing it.
His crippling, this Kelvin is for real.
Yeah, it's already dropped and now goes over, and enough HP goes into the closet. Hoot feeling absolutely fine here in this situation. Drops another grenade. Irizumi gonna fall, and Hoot just absolutely unstoppable with the Frozen Shelter in the hallway.
I need this build. What just happened, Jake? Explain that to my brain.
This is absolute battle kill. We've seen like hard carry Kelvin in the past getting farmed. This is not really that, but he's almost built the same way. He's not really emphasizing too crazy on like the spirit or healing, just some moderate investments, but crippling headshot on top of the spirit rend, that is a ton of reductions on the opponent's spirit armor. So all that damage from Shiv, like they are shred maxing right now. Think about it. Like you get hit by the Kelvin headshots, you get hit by Cosmetical with some dashes, you're going to be negative spirit resistance very, very quick into the fight. And Infernus, Apollo, they're just going to clean you up.
I think shred maxing is the right term for it because this all has really positive synergy with how Cosmetical has been building, where you just have all these sources of spirit shred from Lowkey W. Assassinate. He only takes down Listic though at death's door. Last Assassinate not going to connect. Listic still running for his life. Rake unable to find the last shot. And that might be Listic getting out just barely. 33K difference between both teams. One more final shot for the road. Rake unable to land much towards the end.
That would have been a movie if he hit that though. You got to go for those. You got to gamble those. And now the investment comes in. He went a little bit of that early damage for the brawling, the headhunter, some survivability there. Now he's going to go pretty defensive on the build. What can Silver do in this game, man? It's kind of a tough Silver game. Like we talk about Silver as like, yeah, she's always going to get a super high prio pick in the game. You really want to have her in your drafts. This game, it's been a struggle for Fremont, and I don't think he's been playing bad. It's like, who do you even go on as, Unstoppable bought up by Dynamo? That is a nightmare scenario, right? Like, that is a problem. You know, you were not going to be buying Unstoppable on Sinclair, at least not for another quite some time.
I think part of the problem for Fremont is that having to deal with both the Dynamo and the Kelvin, you just have multiple layers of things that are obnoxious for Silver to deal with. You don't want to get hit with the raw singularity. Even just getting knocked up by Stomp can hurt a lot of your momentum in Lycan Curse. And then Frozen Shelter is either going to save people or, you know, trap you in a very tough situation. I think Fremont has a lot of natural obstacles in this game that actually limit some of the damage that you would otherwise see from a Silver in this situation, which, by the way, I think back to the draft, Leviathan prioritized Rem over Kelvin when they could have grabbed the Kelvin with Silver, and I think that was probably a mistake.
I think so, too. I think that was a combo that would have really changed this game. I mean, Hoot's getting so much done on Kelvin. By the way, has a gun buff, and he's 34k souls. He is like basically right up with the Venator in terms of the farm. So this is a carry Kelvin. I just didn't realize it.
Makes a lot of sense, honestly. I mean, Kelvin has things that are more effective than you would expect right now. As anyone that's dealt with, say, a Beam Kelvin in recent times knows. But okay, cloned Singularity being used here by Side. Grabs two. Surprise! Listic died with ult there. A clean 2 picks from Leviathan.
Uh-oh.
And this could really shift the entire course of the game here, Jake, as Leviathan now out for blood. They get Frank on the back end of the fight. They're going to be able to get Earn and mid-boss off this, Jake, in all likelihood. We got ourselves a game.
Sai brings it back, and with mid-boss up, the fight ending just around it, you've got to go for this Leviathan. Surely This is a game in which it's just necessary to take that kind of a risk. Tough call now for Lowkey W. You've just thrown away your advantage. Do you double down? Do you gamble yet more to contest these rejuves? 3 on 6, not a friendly scenario, but Cosmetical feels he's forced to fight.
Gotta try and do something here. You don't want to give up the full 3 rejuves, but you're down 3 members. Leviathan, size a little bit low, doesn't quite matter. Cosmetical ends up getting caught in the crossfire, and the entirety of the Lowkey W lead, Jake, it's about to go bye-bye.
These Venator kiting into traps is pretty powerful. Overseas taking a lot of damage on this Apollo, trying to get a repulsed in here. But triple rejuve claimed by Leviathan, and they have not dropped a single one yet. Lowkey W, as you said, the game has completely turned on his head against them. Still have a bit of a soul lead. I mean, they had such a big start before this, but the kills just keep coming. Leviathan fighting for everything here, and it's all Psy to bring them back into this one.
That's one of the dangers of playing Dynamo, is that you give Sinclair one of the best options ever, and we didn't see the setup to that, but you have to imagine that it was probably clone in the Spectral Assistant Singularity, grab 2, and that's all it took. Now 3 rejuves for Leviathan that are going to be able to clean the map of farm, and what was once a 30k difference is down to 15, and likely to be fully equalized, Jake, before this rejuve is said and done.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they're able to navigate this period being down rejuves. They have enough of a soul advantage where this is a place where it would be easy for Leviathan to be overconfident. I think the worst thing they could do is overforce this and get caught in a really bad team fight, because in the end, yes, you have rejuves, but you get caught in a massive black hole or a massive frozen shelter, and those will be gone very, very quickly. So they're trying to siege in the mid walker, but it feels a little bit desperate right here, ZP.
Yeah, the entire narrative of this game has shifted. Still very winnable, though, for Lowkey W. I think the thing that they have to, respect more than anything else here is the fact that so much as they have Singularity as a threat, so does Psy on the other end. And in a way, Jake, I almost feel like as your Listic, you have to be a little bit hidden at the start of some of these fights. You don't want to be the obvious target for Psy to leap in on, instantly steal your ult, and use that for initiation.
Tag coming in. Calvin tries to just get this solo kill, wants to take 1 rejuve away. But the delay is good from Irizumi. If he just lives long enough, yeah, the tag along gets him out of trouble, and Hoot ends up just throwing away the shelter for nothing. So could proc Leviathan to maybe get a little bit aggressive and look for more. I feel like they need to focus on just getting the farm on the map, though, and just recovering the soul status of the game.
I mean, Lowkey W has been doing a reasonable job of, they got early control urn. Obviously, you're not trying to turn it in. They're just trying to stall out the urn for as long as possible. The problem is that you basically have to sacrifice one person. Listic is sitting here not getting any farm, not really being able to participate in map rotations until just about now. But Leviathan working on a big advantage on this mid-walker. 3 rejuve still there, and Cosmetical getting burned just from poke alone here. Might be going down. Lycan Curse in. But Fremont actually loses the Lycan Curse, gets bursted down mid-ult. So that's off the table for Leviathan. 2 rejuves down, and so kind of the pain of sieging this mid-walker here, Jake. It's easier said than done, even with the rejuves.
I feel Leviathan kind of forcing this one. Like, they got one good fight, but sieging the walker is a different story, right? You got caught a couple players, out of the map in mid, and of course I see the strength fighting there, but sieging the walker is not easy. Lowkey W are very ready for that. Now Urn being contested over here. Fremont trying to tangle with Listic onto this one.
Off to the right, Lowkey W looking for a fight, not really too afraid of the last remaining rejuve. Leviathan, though, able to grab the urn away. The question is, what is the price to be extracted here? Fremont again in danger. Remember, he has no rejuve. He already died with it earlier. Being helped out here by Irizumi. Irizumi might have given his life for it. Super low is the rem. Last rejuve gone. However, lets Fremont perhaps get out. Lycan Curse is there. Takes a knife to the back. No Dispel Magic here either here, Jake. And down goes Fremont. Irizumi and Fremont both dying. The escape not successful. But Leviathan does get the... Well, do they get the urn? Listic's going for the interception.
Oh, this could be a risky contest, but OCs gets pushed back. Doesn't feel like he can make the dunk in. A nice win for Lowkey W. But with both side waves crashing on them, I don't know that they're going to be able to stick around here for long. They're going to need to deal with the base, and sooner rather than later. For now, they're just going to steal some camps on the enemy side of the map, right? Take a little bit of that farm away. But I think the lane position is going to make it a little awkward to continue denying this urn this close to the Leviathan base.
overall, I think Lowkey W has played the last 5 minutes pretty well, Jake. Given the situation they were in, I think the foresight to get ahead of the urn, deny it from Leviathan where it would have evened up the game, and they end up putting Leviathan in this weird spot where they feel like they want a Siege Midwalker to get something out of the rejuve. And not only do they not get the Midwalker, they end up losing most of their rejuves in the process. I mean, Lowkey W just about made every right decision that you can make after losing mid-boss, and as a result, they've been able to keep their lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great recovery from a team, you know, where that's the worst spot to be as a team, where you have a big lead, you feel like you're going to end the game, you're snowballing, you're out of control, and then you just kind of throw it all away in one big moment. But they kind of gathered themselves after that, right? They found their way back in, they simplified things, solidified things, like the E-shift buy on Venator here. A really interesting choice for Empty Dreams, not something we normally see bought on the hero, but with some of the overwhelming team fight that Leviathan can bring to bear, you might need that on Empty Dreams to be able to bait yourself and kind of, you know, get those engagements to come in on you, E-shift, play your way out of it.
Now may be the time for the urn turn-in. Still being held, draining Billy's HP. Is it going to be an easy dunk? And it is for now. Lowkey W decide they don't want to full invest onto the engage. Leviathan's able to get it and nearly even up the game. But Jake, we have some other stats courtesy of Tracklock that we can look at here. Like live damage done. Can we see the overall
I'm actually
damage
super
done?
curious.
Yeah.
I feel like our prediction, I think Vrake and Cosmetical are so far kind of carrying the game. I wonder how much Empty Dreams, I feel like Empty Dreams is mostly, okay, wait, hold on.
No, hello,
I thought it
Venator.
was mostly far.
Venator.
My bad. Venator, I didn't respect your game. All right. So a pretty strong carry performance from Venator. Shiv, though, 31K, and that's not even counting, right, all the shred, the stuff that he's sort of adding to his teammates. Silver, though, top damage for Leviathan. Geist has really yet to come into this game as a serious force.
However, at 39K, OC's about to hit peak performance.
How is Rem 20K? Wait, Rem is doing God's work, actually.
What do you load in those pillows? Is
Those
the
pillows.
Chat would say something about boxes here.
Lila,
No.
Silver, what have you got on your
But for Irizumi, the damage out of the pillows, more than expected.
That is nice, honestly. I'm surprised by that. Empty Dreams, I did not respect your game, but I guess 48K Venator, you don't get there just farming creeps. And I guess they're just, I mean, maybe Lowkey W have the same reasons as us. Like, they're content to play to the ultra late game. An unstop on Shiv. He's like, steal the Black Hole. See if I care. I like these defensive investments, though, from Lowkey W. I think this is what they need because they want to hard run it down. It's just that that's when you're most vulnerable to something like a stolen singularity. If Shiv can just find kills in that moment, in that duration, it's unstop on Kelvin, too. They're really investing. They're kind of playing around like, what is their loss condition and just preventing it.
I mean, realistically, Sai is the scariest player for Leviathan from Lowkey W's perspective. You simply do not want to get thrown into the clone singularity, and Lowkey W is playing about as defensive around it as you can. 34-minute game here so far, Jake, and still potentially a lot to go. Pretty good poke damage on the OCs. In from Hoot, who has become a mobile attack platform on the Kelvin.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one plays out. Still, the soul lead has gotten very minimal, right? Like, Leviathan have kind of clawed their way back into this game from an economy perspective. Silver, she's top damage so far on the team, as we saw in that mid-game stat check. See if she can find more into this one. A catch on the Hoot would be ideal. He's forced to unstop and dome himself, but is not strong enough to fight this out.
Chain Gang towards the latter end of the fight, in the middle of the frozen shelter. So it's still advantageous here. The Kelvin still getting hit by bash down, and might go against. Enough damage there, but the other side of the fight, the singularity from Ballistic, it's massive. Pulls in 3. And as a result, Lowkey W walk away with Hoot, the only casualty, took the brunt of a beating within the frozen shelter. But wait, Hyperline onto Empty Dreams. It's Empty Dreams in trouble now. A little bit more fighting here in Av Cosmetical, chasing down OCs, who has no soul exchange left remaining.
These dashes, like a couple more of these, and you're just going to be dead to rights. Chasing Shiv, running away rather from Shiv is a broad proposition. Going to leave his teammates to get that finish. Go for the life buff instead. So great awareness. And not only is that a ridiculous catch of the singularity from Ballistic, but Empty Dreams is like right on top of the singularity, spamming heavy melees onto 3 players. That is like the nightmare scenario for Leviathan. You are just caught in the grab, absolutely beamed down.
ZP, chat noticed that Shiv does not use Decay right now. What is he prioritizing over Decay?
Well, what we're talking about for his build is that he's gone for basically a Shred Max build, where he went for Slice and Dice. And also, I don't think Lowkey W, I don't think Lightbringer has the highest opinion on Decay anyways, because I think the general opinion is that people are going to hit it with Counterspell, people are going to hit Dispel Magic. You already have a game where people are super incentivized to go Dispel Magic, so if people are going to instantly use Dispel Magic on your Decay, in a way, like, you're getting nothing out of Decay and you're giving them a move speed buff and a mini heal on top of it. So there's reasons not to go Decay for Shiv here.
And in this game in particular, right, like it for me, it makes a ton of sense because you already had the Infernus, right? So you already pretty much, even on Furnace alone, you were going to need to build debuff removers or Dispel Magics rather on Leviathan. And so now I don't think Shiv really cares much. Yeah, you can dispel the silence, but he's not really that committed to the impact of that, right? He's really playing around dashing you. And honestly, the Transcendent cooldown is a huge grab. By the way, this is an even Urn. Leviathan were trying to camp this in their base, but with the Urn lockout, they have to let it go. And I think coming out on the map to defend is unlikely here. You got Rem minions pushing down that right side wave, but they are going to look for a catch. Unstop, probably going to prevent it for now.
Unstop comes out into Singularity. Listic going for it one more time. Fall through going to be there. Irizumi down immediately. Empty Dreams cleaning up the opportunity that Listic just opened. 3 dead for Leviathan. And Jake, we may be heading towards the end of the game. Hoot, actually, was that a side Frozen Shelter? No, I think it was Hoot Frozen Shelter. Enough to lock down Billy. 4 dead for Leviathan as we end up in what could be the final push of the game.
Yeah, he's got to be so stacked up on Glass Cannon at this point. I mean, he has been finding so many kills on Empty Dreams. Nice little Quantum Entanglement there. The tether is going to slow them down just a little bit, but you have so much time to work with. Spawn timers, you got 30 seconds. This game is done and dusted. You're going to have 2 players trying to hold on against the full might of Lowkey W, trucking towards a finish on this game. Everybody healthy.
All right. Last little bit here onto the stage 2 patron. Not going to be any gas left in the tank for Leviathan. Lowkey W defend on map 1. But man, oh man, Jake, it was a close one.
Yeah, I mean, a couple moments really battling back there from Leviathan, but I think Lowkey W came into this one with a really nice strat, right? Other than some big punishes by Psy, stealing those, either whether they're Frozen Shelters or the Singularity, something like that Shiv build looked insane. The value placed on Infernus, I was questioning it, frankly, in the draft. I was like, why would you not just, take some of these top tier meta heroes over Infernus? But they proved me wrong. Like, the Venator looked amazing. So great reads from Lowkey W. To be a top team here in the night shift, it needs to be more than just execution from the players. You need to have a very solid strategy, and the team definitely looks very well coached right now. The influence of Lightbringer clearly being felt.
So, ZP, should we talk about it now, or do you want to hold the lady guys topic? 1 and 7.
Oh God! Where is this coming from? Like, this is just the Puckett versus Lady Geist like angle.
She rolled me once in a game, and I've held it against her ever since, just constantly stealing my life. No, Lady Geist though is being prioritized so early in all these drafts, and as someone who's trying to learn about the game, I'm taking notice of what characters are picked first. It seems like Shiv is now officially the 4th best character. After you ban out the big 3, I feel like he's being prioritized. Whoever Shiv goes to ends up getting a W.
He got picked late in the draft, but also Shiv is just the thing that doesn't die in competitive Deadlock. Like, Shiv continues to be the hero. Like, you can change him one of many different ways, and somehow Shiv is just like, yeah, he's a good pick, and then he creeps back up, and yeah. But I think the difference here really was the build that Cosmical went for, where it wasn't Knife Max, it was Slice and Dice Max, and the entire team actually had a big focus itemization-wise on, we're just going to prioritize Shred. We're going to get Spirit Rend, we're going to get Crippling Headshot, and we're going to combine all this together, and whoa, is that negative 40% Spirit Resistance? You bet it is.
The Hoot Crippling Headshots caught people off guard. Can you explain that a little bit for us noobs out here, Jake? If I'm a Kelvin, should I try and do this in my own game, or is this for pros only?
I think it's kind of sick. It's like, you can go really, really supporty and defensive on Kelvin, but if that's not needed in the current game, like if you're having a strong game overall as a team, I like the idea of building some powerful debuffs like Crippling Headshot. Like, it's not that hard to land the headshots on Kelvin. You're not going to be too busy in the team fight to do so. And it's one of the best debuffs in the game. There's a reason it's an expensive item. So maybe a little bit for the pros, but honestly, I feel like players can learn from this, right? You don't want to be all in. Like, it's easy to see a hero like Kelvin and think, I have to be a hard support. But Hoot shows us that's not the case. Deadlock, there's a lot of room for creativity still in these builds.
ZP, as we take a look at some of the Shiv highlights, you'll notice one thing that's been consistent since about the 10-minute mark. Empty Dreams was on fire on that Venator. Is that officially the 4th best character? Where do you have Venator in your power rankings? Because he definitely is getting first picked.
I mean, I think you could make the argument that Ven is the overall, like, okay, yes, Mirage exists, yes, Silver exists, but in terms of heroes that you can get in every draft, Ven is arguably the first pick right now after you ban 2 of the other big heroes in the game. I just think, again, I don't know if there's any draft ever where you're like, oh man, we lost that game because we picked a Venator too early. He is incredibly reliable, incredibly consistent, like one of the best heroes to stack farm onto, and also, unlike other characters that you might put into that role, is very heavy on making plays, can make massive plays with gut shot, can, when you're ahead of the game, Ira Domini can just straight up 2-shot some characters. I mean, he's just a multifaceted threat of a character that also just pumps out really good damage with his base auto attack.
No, go ahead. Sorry, finish on Ven.
No, it's just he's solid mechanically. Like he's in the weird spot too, where like even when you talk to pro players, people are rarely like, "Oh, Ven is OP," because people just kind of understand where Ven's power points are. It's like, well, if you kill me there, maybe I deserved it.
So this is what I wanted to ask you, Jake. What's more impressive, the player damage, the overall souls that you saw Empty Dreams running? How do you stand out as the hard carry? We mentioned that is going to be his position throughout the night.
I would give a ton of credit to Cosmetical in this game, honestly. I think this Shiv build absolutely paid off in a huge way. I mean, we kind of saw it in one of those last highlights. He dashed like 8 or 9 times over and just back to back to back on some of the same players. Like that much shred, you could come into the fight with like 60% spirit resist and you're going to be at 0 or negative by the time Cosmetical's done with you. So everyone else on your team is dealing more damage. And like he's doing so without a crazy soul total. Like, yeah, pretty okay for his team, but nothing like completely crazy in terms of the farm. So I think this Shiv is like, people might have to take another look. We're talking about it, like the knife build is so good. Now the dash build, I don't know. It's like you have so many good options. All of them can be strong, which
Were
is
his
kind of
teammates
crazy.
feeding him troopers, or how do you equate for everyone
No,
else?
look at his
getting so
enemy
many more
kills.
neutrals?
He does not do the jungle, man. Neutrals were like his last. So yeah, he's clearing Labes, but he's got his second most on the souls is from enemy kills. So he's just getting kills.
My man is finishing enemy kills, his second most. That is the only player to do so. You saw Vindicta and Ray getting 3rd in his category. Impressive stuff so far from our reigning champions. ZP, can I change things up in the draft? Is there anything I can focus on during this break? Because everyone in chat is saying this is a 2-0 for Lowkey W because they don't cheat.
Yeah, look, there's a super easy thing you can do. Don't pick Rem, pick Kelvin. If you pick Kelvin with your silver at the beginning of that game, I think it's a completely different game. That was the #1 mistake that was made by Leviathan.
And once again, if you didn't hear the news, Hoot is the best player, most entertaining player to watch. The Kelvin guy that everyone said is super boring to play looks fun to play again. Thank you, Hoot. We're going to break. When we come back, it's game 2 of your EU finals. Thanks to Shopify, we got some extra money on the line. We'll tell you about it on the other side.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
I see the
You're watching the best players on the planet play Deadlock because it's the night shift and we're working and you guys are watching, and that's how we like it here. Thank you to all the donations. We are almost up to $3,000 for our teams to split. And of course, Jake, as our CFO, we've got some happy news. Thanks to our friends at Shopify and TrackLock, we are going to be able to bring lots more shows to the people at home. Can you tell me a little bit about what you've been working on behind the scenes?
Yeah, so I mean, because of these partnerships, right, we're going to be able to do our biggest prize pools ever and hopefully keep them up week in, week out for some time to come. So we're really excited to be able to offer more money. I mean, our players have been competing for a long time, and they put a ton of time into Deadlock to get this good, to show off their skill. So a lot of love to our sponsors on the show. I mean, really, it took a huge community effort to get us to this point, to like keep us going this long. And now it's great to see some investment coming in from the community. And for the TrackLock app, it's pretty cool. It's an endemic product, right? Like, it's for Deadlock players. It's an app that runs while you play Deadlock and gives you more information, you know, better tools to learn and improve about the game. And I think that's something that a lot of players are going to be really interested in. I know myself trying out the app, it's like the fact that you can track the souls is something, or not souls, rather, the golden statue buffs is something that I've genuinely like wanted for a long time in the game. It feels like something that ought to be in the game, and it really is nice to help you kind of optimize how you're farming, and especially as a carry, think more than just the soul count.
ZP, what is the most useful part of TrackLock for you? Because you were the first person to tell me about this even before they sponsored the show.
I stole ZP's statue buff tracker, which for
yeah,
sure
you already stole like the number one thing I wanted to talk about. But even beyond that, I mean, it's good just to look at your own progress and see how you're faring overall. Where obviously you get some in-game data, but that gives you a little bit of out-of-game data on, you know, your opposition, your trends. There's a lot of really cool data on the TrackLock website. If you go to your profile of, you know, what you're doing well, what you weren't doing well, you know, some extra analytics. So that's always cool when you're dealing with a competitive game and you're trying to improve or just get some insight one way or another, both on yourself and your opponents, that you would only do for the most honorable of reasons.
Just finding which items you should run and their success rate is one of the big things I looked into. We're going to be jumping into this next game. We've got a fresh draft coming our way, and we expect to see some familiar faces. Is there any new characters you want to see? Because I felt like the Dynamo had quite the impact towards the end of that one, the Singularity coming into play. ZP, any other less picked characters that you want to see showcased here in our EU finals? They can play it all.
Overall, I mean, for me, I just want to see Leviathan change up their draft strategy a bit, although it's already going to be a different game because it's Leviathan going second pick this time around, Lowkey W going first pick. They're banning the Celeste straight out. We'll see what Leviathan bans in turn. And again, I think you don't ban either Mirage or Silver here. I think you leave them both open, so you guarantee at least one of them for yourself, because Lowkey W can't pick both.
Get rid of Shift.
Venator
even better.
Out. So they'd rather play against the Mirage than the Venator, which, to your point, ZP, is a big statement. I think Mirage has been like the boogeyman for a long time, but I mean, that last game, maybe they just felt, look, like we could deal with the global teleport shenanigans. We just cannot deal with like the raw frontline power of a Venator.
Silver Kelvin, please.
I agree.
You go the
Easy
Silver
pick.
again, but this time pick the Kelvin. It is the same draft order, by the way. The difference here is they banned Ven instead of banning something like Mirage. So just get the Silver, but get the Kelvin. The Kelvin did terrible things to you last time.
Keep it out of Hoot. Yeah, I told you. Shiv's the new wave, baby.
Fucking called the meta. Fucking has been grinding the game for like 2 weeks, and he straight calls the meta? No way. Fucking
dude, boy, Cosmetical did. He not only shredded their spirit resistance, he shredded their mental in the last game.
What if they're right, though?
Wait. You just gave up Silver Kelvin.
Silver Kelvin and Mirage.
It's all right. They can only pick two, guys. One of them comes back to you.
Yeah, but Silver Kelvin is...
You don't want Rem and Kelvin on the same squad? Bad idea?
Well, because Lowkey W can get both of them in this pick phase. And then they... this seems like so straightforward to me, because that's been a combo we've been talking about for weeks now. I mean, I kind of see the vision. I do think, watching Cosmetical play, that build kind of blew me away. I was looking at the late game team fights. I'm like, he has like a maxed out vitality investment. It's a 6K Shiv. Dynamo Oh my
What?
God. Dude,
Europe is
I'm
Europing, and
Okay,
I'm loving it,
okay.
fam.
Okay, Leviathan picks silver here probably, or do they pick Sinclair? Like,
it
I
good
actually
against
think if you don't pick Sinclair, Sinclair's getting banned. Like, that's the hilarious part.
They throw at me.
Sinclair's not getting banned.
I
Don't worry, guys. I know the meta. There is a Moen Krill coming in the 6th spot for Leviathan.
Oh, we need a Moen Krill in this game. It would just be a disappointment if we didn't. ZP is physically hurt.
Right?
I don't
His
know what this
internal
draft
organs are
is.
twisting inside his body. Infernus is gone. All right, so they're saying we're the only ones causing the burn.
I mean, for Lowkey W
stop
though, I mean, I almost like this. Like it's almost crazy because there's been so long where Dynamo was unpicked hero. You consider just like couldn't be viable, just like didn't matter at the top level. But the
Sinclair's
team
banned.
fighting from Dome plus Black Hole is insane. And now you don't have. I agree with you, ZP.
The threat.
Missing the Sinclair was probably
Yeah.
the biggest mistake in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, was Lowkey W going to ban Abrams? Were they going to pick Abrams? Is Leviathan's not even picking silver? I don't know. I mean, this
Don't
draft.
you worry. Moen Krill is coming in the 6th spot. It's still up on
Okay.
the table.
I
there a
actually
Europol
think
thing?
Leviathan should draft Mokrill here. I think it's good.
Yeah,
I think Leviathan.
I think they're going to get at the 6th spot.
They need a gun hero and they need Mo Krill and they need to just play a crazy like tempo you out game where we just don't get to the point where there's like an unstopped Dynamo and you're like taking objectives in between, you know, Singularity and Frozen Shelter cooldowns. Like, I don't think you can beat this Lowkey W squad late game. They have Mirage and 3 of the best team fighters in the game in terms of like powerful ultimates. Mina as well. If anything,
We're
though,
going burst
Lowkey W,
damage like crazy on Lowkey W.
Who does
They're like-
OCs play, by the way? With Mina getting stolen away by Lowkey W, they like Venator got banned. Mina's picked. Mirage is picked. I'm
Guys.
like, is OCs going Warden or something here? Like, well,
No,
what
you don't
God's
go,
name is
guys.
OCs
No,
playing?
no one goes, guys. She's 1-7,
I
Jake.
think you might need to go guys to
Yeah, no, there's no guys
Actually,
thing.
Geist is still available.
I hate to do this to you, but I think you really might
No,
need to
guys.
Geist
It's a
this
Moen
game.
Krill, guys. Just relax. Bring out the hands.
I'm sort of game for it. Oh, they
That's
go
a Wraith.
Wraith. Ooh,
Not
Wait a
interested.
minute. I am a fan. Look,
Why?
Look, I think
'Cause you
Lowkey W
want-
has a better draft. I think Lowkey W has a better draft. Don't get me wrong. But for Leviathan, if you're going to go on this game plan of like end the game at 25 minutes, I think Wraith is actually the right hero for the job, weirdly, in this draft, because I think the new Wraith can get active before these ultra late spikes. That being said, the quality premium, the team fighting on Lowkey W, it's like if you make any mistakes, I think this game is just done for Leviathan. I think they have to be nigh on perfect. We need to see crazy levels of like snowball tempo. If you get to the point in the game when like, you know, the ults get maxed out for Lowkey W, I really don't see how you're ever winning this one.
Gentlemen,
CP, can I put $1,000 down on Lowkey W here? I can only put channel points online.
bet
Channel,
with somebody else,
channel
not me, bro.
points. We deal in channel points here, but yeah, I think channel points for Lowkey W feel safe. They just got silver
It
as
feels
the
safe. It
12th
feels safe.
overall pick.
Yeah, I was going to say
OCs is
top
playing-
banned the last 3 weeks.
OCs is probably playing Wraith, which has not really been a competitively viable hero. This Leviathan draft, I don't know.
Okay, so I've seen all these characters. The chat and I have not seen Wraith in a minute. So can you tell
Yeah.
me about her cards, Jake? What is her kit? Why do you go with a Wraith over other options?
Yeah, so Wraith, I mean, funnily enough, Wraith is like one of the cards is one of the most complicated skills in the game, just because there's like 5 things that the cards can be, and they all do different stuff.
Jokers.
But like, it's one of them's a slow, one of them's an armor shred, one of them's a heal, one of them just does extra damage, and then one of them, the Joker, does all of them at once, which is like a high roll, low percent thing. So she's a gambler, you know, she's got a little RNG in the kit, but typically she's just a carry who does incredible amounts of spirit damage. And wants to build a ton of fire rate, like gun damage and spirit damage. You have a nice mixed blend actually in the late game, and a lot of fire rate. You also have great mobility with Project Mine, which is like a very long range teleport skill. So you can like kind of slip out of sticky situations,
Okay.
or just get in super deep and aggressive into the enemy backline. That being
But
said,
her job isn't just to roll up and hit Q like a 7 or a Haze or anything, yeah?
no, she honestly, her ult is like not that important for me on the kit. I mean, it could be nice as like the interrupt it has. It could be good at like disrupting someone like a Dynamo, right? When he's trying to get his ult off, right? You can sort of disrupt him in that moment. So maybe that's why they pick it. I do think though, like they're just all in on winning the game before the major late game team fights are able to be brought at full strength from Lowkey W. And Lowkey W, I think, are going to be very happy with that. It's clear to me that all they need to do is keep the game like close, and they're just going to be on easy street after 30 minutes in. I don't know how you can test a mid boss in the late game. Maybe with Abrams with like maxed unstoppable, like kind of a deal. Maybe you buy enough unstops, but like the pocket ulti is going to be brutal this game for like Abrams and Shiv, who rely a lot on healing. Pocket ulti max disables all your healing. The silver is going to be tying people up with the bola. Like this is like Lowkey W have a disgusting draft from a hero quality perspective. Everything they could have wanted, and they look to have just the road paved ahead of them to end this one 2-0.
If you put some money on the game, you're screwed. It's scripted. We're going to a game 3. Lowkey W, Leviathan. Ding, ding. Just kidding. It's not scripted. Best of luck to both competitors. ZP on the mic to open this one. Can the Lizard people force a game 3 with what we call the weaker draft?
Jake, as I look at this here, I kind of feel like for Leviathan, you're also hoping for, members of Lowkey W to suddenly have internet connection issues, maybe get a little bit too distracted by Shoppy's incredible dancing. You need help from a higher power.
Oh, he's walking.
When I look at this draft.
We need Shoppy. That's the only way for Leviathan to win. Shoppy needs to work his magic to bring us to a game 3. It's what the people want, and he's going to fade out and get to that work here on the Deadlock server.
We all will.
As I look at it, I mean, don't forget too, times where I've seen Silver and Kelvin on the same team, I'm not sure a team has actually won against that combo in recent memory. Like that combo is usually just absurdly deadly because it means you're not having to deal with the Kelvin as a Silver on the other team, which was a big problem, the free mock, and instead you're locking people in for you in a situation where you can't die and they can't run away from Silver. And in terms of late game options, you still have the tactical nuke that's a late game Mirage.
Yeah, I think we got to take this day by day, though. For Leviathan, you can't be thinking about all these like issues to come. You just have to be playing the early game because in the end, even if you want to be an aggressive draft, right, you're not going to do anything too crazy in like the first few minutes. You just need to have a solid start so that you're ready for the roams coming in. If there's an advantage for Leviathan, I think it is around the 5 to 10 minute mark. I think they're going to be a better team at it's coming into lanes, supporting one another, kind of making some of those early tempo plays. That's where their strengths lie, and they need to hit that moment of power really hard, develop the kind of advantage that it's challenging for Lowkey W to come back from.
Well, in terms of tempo, I think the players you're looking at the most are probably Overseas and Psy. Like, you want it to be one of those games where Abrams just starts out strong and continues to be able to rotate around and make plays, which is, part of why, putting Abrams in middle makes, I think, sense for what you're looking for out of this game. And also, Vindicta, another hero that you're getting more of a power spike early in the mid game, and, it has to be pretty big early in the mid game. For Leviathan, if this goes late and it's otherwise even, I think they just objectively straight up lose.
Okay, Mirage Silver is not an okay lane. Like, as Abrams, how do you tank this?
You don't.
Yeah, like the Scarab hits so hard, and they're gonna try and even snatch some of these creeps away. Like, an extended fight here is just death if you get like a big stack from Mirage on you. And even Abrams with the extra regen, he's struggling to stay healthy in this lane. Like, the waves keep crashing on the tower. Not too much damage felt yet, but rotations are going to be key, and it's actually going to be Hoot who goes for the first roam. And this is one of the best attributes you have on Silver, right? Is you're not just a frontliner. You can be very active on the early levels.
Yeah, Silver has a lot of ways for the game to go well for. We've even seen games in recent memory where, thinking to NA, where a Silver had a absolutely abysmal early to mid game, and then just one good team fight, and suddenly you're back in it. It's easier said than done to keep Silver down. But also, in terms of rotations, we got lane swap here, where Abrams is going off to the right.
Let's take out Abrams.
Yeah, see if Abrams gets contested. It looks like a little bit of a challenge there from Hoot. Izumi is around the mid lane, but is he just in the sewers? That's the question. Oh, a nice pin onto Hoot. And Hoot even accidentally, I think, dashes under the tower for a moment there. Has to just slide back off that one.
Dealing with Mirage, really at any state of the game is difficult, but Mirage's early game nowadays is just It's oppressive, to put it in a single word. And the problem is, counters to it of maybe diving on the Mirage. Well, you don't really want to dive on the Mirage when there's a Silver waiting there with Slamfire Bola. It's actually pretty difficult to deal with, even with Apollo, who's one of the best laners in the game.
Yeah, and he's just hitting every one of these Scarabs. So, like, you come in for the trade, and he more or less just heals up from the damage that you've done. An attempt being thought of onto Silver, but Mirage baits some skills, Tornado's out of there, and he's going to even think about doing more, like getting as many stacks numbers as possible. I don't think it's enough for the kill, but still meaningful harass at this phase of the game.
Yeah, it was 3 stacks, but he's not even level 2 on Jin's Mark so far. So Jin's Mark isn't that fearsome until it has a little bit of investment into it. I mean, still effective poke in lane, but it's later on where you get to the point of, oh, I have 3 stacks, I guess I'm dead. And in this case, the build is more focused on Scarabs, getting hit on both players. The damage being put by Mirage right now is unreal.
Oh, Abrams can't afford any more procs here. Tornado does lift the pin away. Might be able to get Abrams out of trouble, but the Guardian's going to take a lot of punishment if you're not able to kind of hold this defense and slow it down. Rake's going to do what he can to keep these waves pushed out, but it is expensive.
Question from Chat ZP. If Shoppy was in Deadlock, what would his 3 abilities be?
What would the 3 abilities be? I feel like it'd be a creator. It'd help you create things. Maybe a turret character, truthfully. It kind of goes with the meme and wait. Cosmetical, maybe overstaying his welcome here, in on the buff, getting chased down. However, you're still Mirage. And the scary thing about Mirage is that not only do you have ridiculous survivability in Scarab build, you also still have Dust Devil to get out of otherwise tough situations. Not an easy kill.
Still double buff for Leviathan, so they're showing their prowess in these little contests between the waves. Some nice damage onto the Silver as well, who doesn't have the ultimate online just yet, so there's actually going to be a moment where, for all the punishment Leviathan have endured in this lane, they have kept things remarkably even. They have just sustained through, tolerated all that damage coming in. And they're actually at a fine spot in this game. It's far from dominant. Maybe a bit of a Punisher coming in. If one more connection, just quite out of range. But Abrams, oh my god, he's diving the Walker for this one. An all-in chase here. Doesn't even go for the risky melee there. Gets the kill to Hoot with the first skill. So great value there.
That's unreal. I thought for sure that one's gone, and Overseas simply disagrees. Goes in on the dive, had the HP to make it happen. Pretty big turnaround given that how ugly this lane has been. I mean, to play against this lane, it requires a lot of patience, but Nox Nostra off on the left being invested. 2 people down super low. Rake not quite going to connect the way he was looking for, but still is Mina. You're plenty good HP, and you can just rotate back in once the wave is to your favor.
Yeah, the reactive in this lane is key. Kills come in, though. Fremont and Vrake trading their lives away from one another. Seem to be an ult exchange there on the right side lane, leaving Irizumi and Listic to just kind of chill and farm up.
Can we get a view on Fremont, by the way? I'm curious if he is going knife build or slice and dice. Like, I don't know if he would have been full slice and dice build.
I mean, I hope so. If they're going to go for the first pick, that was the build that really was impressive. Then again, I guess it's still going to be a Dispel Magic game. I mean, it's against Vindicta after all. You are going to likely want that item.
My guess would be, unless it was a really snap read and said, yeah, what Cosmetical did was super strong, Fremont usually has gone knife build on Shiv.
Oh, look at that. He's rushing Hunter's Aura on Hoot. I kind of like that build. Deep dive by Vrake. Oh, but nice riposte. Actually, riposte the Tornado to get up to the roof and out of dodge. Should be able to get out of that one, but Listic also escapes with his life.
30 seconds till Sinners spawn here in a moment. Last game we saw, it was a little bit more one-sided at the beginning, and Lowkey W decided to go for the 3-man invade on double Sinners. I don't think we're going to see that this time around. What we are seeing is some good standard pressure on the left from Lowkey W. Courtesy of Obikim on the kill. We didn't even talk about that. It's Obikim on the kill this time around, not Hoot. But the rotation in, pretty successful here. Wraith going to finish off Obikim. And now you get a little bit extra here. You might have to just sell for the Guardian.
Yeah, this game, it looks to be more of a true support Kelvin. Vrake, another kill on a Fremont without the use of Affliction, so rotation from Irizumi actually gets punished. Shiv dies, and so does his tower, but looks like the same's going to happen on the opposite side of the map. Empty Dreams, no intention to defend this on the Mina. It's going to be a little bit of a slower game for him on the Mina. He's taking a bit of punishment here in the side lane.
Is the Wraith growing on us, Jake?
Wraith is a very powerful late game hero, and I think can play a decent tempo game with a draft that makes this much space for her. Like, you know, there's a build for what's it called, for
By the way,
Wraith, where you just go all damage early, but
Lowkey W just got both sets of double centers, and they left the creep in the Leviathan double center area, so it's going to delay the respawn. In fact, wait till after this fight. A little bit of flawless advance. Charge out, courtesy of Abrams. Should be able to get out cleanly.
And who is tanky on those trades?
I want to get a golden statue check after that, just to have pure curiosity, because I think Lowkey W may have robbed Leviathan blind.
Yeah, it's a big win to be able to find. Whoa, Kelvin, 17? Okay, Obakam, he's been doing some centers. How does Rem have 0? Irizumi couldn't get any centers on that first exchange. That's rough. I will say, stacking all your buffs onto Shiv and Wraith. Wraith probably one of the best statue buff users in the entire game, right? Has mixed spirit and gun damage, can use all those stats really efficiently, and on top of that, loves to have some extra HP to be just that bit tankier.
Lycan Curse can be popped from Hoot. Off near the buffs. Deep dive here onto Sai, and Sai just gets her face ripped right off. Hoot, though, still may be a little bit hungry. Gonna force the nap time out of Irizumi. Gang telekinesis, though, nice telekinesis. Maybe a bit deep. The Lycan Curse is over.
He domes him away.
Fall throughs here. Obakam comes in with the frozen shelter, buys a decent amount of room here, but okay, Overseas off the top finds Hoot. Irizumi dies in turn, and this turned into a much bigger fight, Jake.
That's turned into a brawl. Pockets here with Affliction, though. Opportunity for Break to have a big impact on this fight. Has the movement buff as well. Absolute chaos here up on Kelvin's bridge. And now a bit of an exchange coming on. Both teams want to get their hands on the urn. Getting that control, crucial here in a very even game. Ballistic Singularity, maybe just too threatening. Abrams getting in for the trade, but Overseas is incredibly low. Nice silence on the Wraith. She's not going to be able to blink out of this one and just gets burned down.
Tanya Wasan being dropped a little bit later in the fight by Ray, directly on the Mina. Empty Dream still in a reasonable spot HP-wise, but Hoot back into the fray. Lycan Curse, good to go. And Lowkey W able to get away with the urn once it's all settled. Still only 3k difference between both teams. Leviathan, they have right lane completely pushed up, so this dunk is not necessarily free, Jake. Something that's contestable for Leviathan. We'll see if they go for the contest or a push elsewhere. Right now, only Freemock and Overseas rotating to the right, but the teleporter gets taken. It's going to be joined by Vin and Rem. So it won't be a free dunk, but off in the middle, Lycan Curse takes over, chasing down Rank with a huge bite of damage. They just need a little bit more, and Apollo can't worm his way out of that one.
It's such a big kill to get because now there's a middle wave crashing while this urn is being threatened. Lockout is there, and the kill comes in onto Vindicta. I think Pocket is going to die for this. Probably not a good trade for Lowkey W unless they can find yet more out of it, and it seems that they can actually. Looks like Wraith kills off Hoot in the mid lane, and Lowkey W with their tails between their legs have to just run back and get the reset. Shiv chasing, would love to be able to snatch that urn out of the hands of the Dynamo, and I think he's going to get it.
Urn dropped. Deep right now is Freemock looking for the pickup under all sorts of pressure. Drops a slice and dice. However, Overseas walks over, gets the urn pickup. Leviathan defending tooth and nail. Listic with no HP goes in for the Singularity, but he was just too low, Jake, and Overseas is able to take him down with a little bit of collateral damage. It's a 3k for Overseas at the end.
Oh, this is big for Wraith, right? This is the kind of fight you want. Look at this. 0 investment in Vitality. All in on the damage. They know they need to tempo this game, and that's the kind of fight that you need to set it up. But Overseas, oh, if he dies here, this is really rough on the Wraith.
He's going to be dead for a long time.
From a pocket. Ooh, okay, the heal. That's a crucial save from Irizumi to get him out of here. Is he out, though? Maybe not.
To go. It has to be done with just raw movement here, and Cosmetical had the bead Dust Devil in perfect angle. And a 30-second respawn timer at 13 minutes is actually pretty long. That's the penalty for being most farmed on your team.
Definitely a strong game from Wraith, but that's the kind of death that is, like we talked about, the need to play perfect with this draft. I think that's exactly the kind of death that, like, in a differently drafted game wouldn't be that big of a deal. You know, it's unfortunate, sure, but it's not the end of the world. This is a game where being even is not a comfortable state of the game. Leviathan, they want to be able to capitalize on that lead and expand it. And the next 5 to 10 minutes are really the time for them to do that. You know, we get too deep into this game. We're going to see Unstop start to come out on Dynamo, and the game is only going to get harder.
ZP, is Empty Dream still your hard carry late game?
Yeah, Mina, definitely. Although Cosmetical taking a little bit more of the spotlight here, just because you're Mirage. You are arguably the best hard carry in the game, but Mina's still pretty good. Nap time, though, up over the buff area. Hoots Lycan Curse about to fade, as Lowkey W still looking to poke and prod for something. A little bit of damage on the overseas, but the engagement coming to an end. All evened up, though. Nap time. Over here on the left, Cosmetical in danger. OC's coming to clean up what Rem is set up. And it's an easy kill there, Jake.
Yeah, it's a great start to the fight. And no one better to find those kills than OC's getting some of that extra farm. Listic is showing up there, and there's Obikin behind him. OC's got to be careful. I mean, you want to find these Walker Sieges and get all the farm that is to be had in them, but you don't want to take too many risks, right? Given this level of farm, this state of the game, I still don't think Wraith is really at her true power spike just yet.
Oh my god, this Ixion will die.
I think Wraith, though, also gets a little bit more vulnerable to counter itemization as you get later into the game, and also just getting hard focused. But for now, Rayek on the chase for Empty Dreams doesn't have much in the way of support, and it's more of a get off my Sinner Sacrifice. It's my time to gamble.
Whoa, no finish in the game. I guess
-4.
he wants to be there for the buzz. I don't know.
He
Is
had
that
time.
worth? Maybe, I guess you want to be here first so you can do this. You can do the zip knocks and harass people on their way up, but Booth there early enough, Listic there on top of it as well, but with Abraham's battling over, it's going to be a contest for the parries. Overseas snatches the buff.
Yeah, Overseas able to go in and steal the survival buff despite the early setup. We'll see if it ends up being a little bit more Cosmetical. Low to start. Cosmetical getting chased down by OC's like across the map, one-on-one. OC's hungry for the shutdown onto the Mirage. And Jake, this is going to turn into a free walker. It's simply melting underneath the pressure from OC's.
Solo walker is a huge boon to the souls, right? This is a massive amount of net worth. That's pretty massive for getting him further ahead into the game. Needs to get back, though, and actually put this net worth out on the map. But we've been finding these solo kills on the side waves, the mid wave in this case. OC's doing everything he needs to make this Wraith work.
Frozen Shelter getting it dropped here on the Walker defense from Lowkey W. Enough to take down Rayek, but this is starting to get a little bit out of hand for Lowkey W. And in no small part due to the fact that OC's has just been making play after play at 19K. The Wraith is now a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, we did see a glimpse of the threat of the team fight, right? Inside the dome, you just have no business taking this fight. The silence actually saving Hoop, but not quite enough. Still, the bleed out comes. Fremont finds the kill anyway, and now maybe even Mina could be vulnerable. This Walker is not particularly healthy. Leviathan would love to be able to knock it down and continue this run of dominance. It's going to be an earned dunk to punish, but giving up a Walker for it is honestly not the worst treat in the world, especially for a Leviathan team that wants to tempo down these buildings.
So Leviathan able to get a pretty reasonable tempo advantage at the beginning. Although, you know, as you take a look at Jake, I feel like Leviathan still needs more. Like, yes, the upside here is that OC's is a walking weapon of disaster, but the actual team fight situation, I think, is a little bit less good. Telekinesis dropped into a pause.
Says situation, consider your options. Listic somewhere here. He's got the singularity, needs to catch Wraith, honestly. I was going to say would love to catch Wraith, needs to catch Wraith. It really is that simple. I think you would drop a solo singularity on OC's if you had the chance to. So OC's got to be careful into this one. It's also, of course, a pocket affliction to worry about. These are some of the big team fight ults we talked about with Leviathan. Eventually, they're gonna have to find the way to answer some of those tools and not just yield a team fight when the ults are up. Maybe this is gonna be it. Maybe it's a house of cards that comes crashing down. I think this team fight really has huge implications for the future of the game.
Listic, singularity at the ready, and turns into being a bit of a nothing burger, not a full team fight. Also, one thing that's worth noting here, Jake, Cosmetical has been a victim in a lot of these pickoffs from Leviathan. As a result, your Mirage that you'd want to be the most farmed person on your team, not quite. I mean, Cosmetical is just barely hanging in there at the team average. More farm over the Empty Dreams, and as I say that, Cosmetical's victim again!
I see Dynamo.
He's just run down and has a ton of damage to that escalating exposure, but not much tankiness, right? Not much survivability. Going for a very heavy damage build. But he's trying to farm out where there's no more Walker. That's the price, right, of losing your Walkers early, is being out on the map in a spot that typically would be a pretty comfortable spot to farm as a Mirage, in this case is deadly.
So that's kind of interesting too. You know, I thought it would have been fine coming in, but we don't typically see Cosmetical play hard M1 carry that much. Like Cosmetical is more so, you know, historically was who you'd expect to see on heroes like Pocket over people like Vrake. I'm not saying I wouldn't expect Cosmetical not to be able to put on a good Mirage performance, but I feel like Cosmetical has been the target of choice for Leviathan in most of these fights so far.
Yeah, definitely some fear on the map now for Lowkey W, right? Given the lack of walkers, it's a lot harder for them to kind of come out and get the farm in these camps. And Leviathan, the lead is small, but you are up against a full stack of ultimates for Lowkey W. So on the one hand, it's like you're doing pretty well. The game is going pretty nice, but we know how quickly it can all be thrown away. Trying to dive onto Fremont Shiv here, but he is tanky, man. He does not take too much damage from that go.
No, not at all. And Psy caught in the crossfire on the left, but OC is full HP and laying down the damage. A card to finish off Hoot, and I mean exchanges like that you're actually okay with on Leviathan. You'll trade outside the feed OC's even more farm.
Yeah, it's like kind of Wraith versus the world in this game. Looks like a potential Walker trade on the cards. Shiv's still in here. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't go for the Afflict there. I think that maybe could have been enough to take down Fremont. Fremont may have a counter spell or something where he doesn't want to take that kind of a gamble. But it's the last Walker down. I mean, that's the first Walker is much easier to take. Getting the third off the field is like, now the entire map is a little bit scary. And with OCs walking around on 25K, you got to be careful for Lowkey W to come out on the map. They need that big team fight, but it hasn't been granted. Leviathan, I think they're aware of the threat of like a grouped engagement into all these ultimates, and they're just playing a pickoff game, keeping the map split, building up the advantage. Still, it's minuscule from a farm perspective, right? Lowkey W still in a comfortable spot, still getting to their eco.
Leviathan needs more. I think it's easy to look at this and go, oh, Leviathan's starting to run away with it, but all it takes is OC's getting caught in something like a singularity, and things can easily turn. Or just, I mean, if Lowkey W gets a pickoff, you can force mid with the comp that they have, Jake, particularly with the Dynamo and the Kelvin. Like, you can make mid boss a priority in a way that other comps generally can't.
Great little melee from the Mina to snatch the urn away. Abrams trying to stick around longer and get after it, but he's got it caught into that fight we talked about. Now caught inside of the frozen shelter. Healing a ton in this, though. Able to stay alive quite a bit longer. There was an affliction, and now, oh, the singularity on the 2 is going to be good enough. Huge bag even claimed as well. 2 for 1 in the fight so far, ZP.
OC's, though, still good HP on the outskirts. You have to be wary of the Wraith as the fight breaks down. You don't have Singularity as an option anymore. You already lost Empty Dreams. Your carry potential in the fight is minimal, and OC's is a monster. We'll see what the option is going to be dealing with it here as Pocket a little bit of poke, but it doesn't do anything as OC's just takes down Hoot from afar.
OC's might look for more, right? You talked about they baited out some of these key ultimates. He is moving fast as well on this Wraith. Running it down now, wants to continue to force this fight. Wants to look to catch off some more players. Maybe a mid-boss. We talked about the prize for winning this one. Fremont with the cleanup. And
I think you go mid-boss. Right? If you're Leviathan, you have to be considered going for it while Dynamo is off the field. You're not going to get a better opportunity. We'll see if they feel like they can disengage cleanly, though. It's not super ideal lane-wise, and OC is still getting chased down. Empty Dreams back to life. Getting Wraith here would be huge, but there's just too many people in the way, Jake.
Could be an earn dunk, but Mirage is here to contest it. The support's coming in to assist as well. The split numbers on this side of the map. And Abrams just caught, hit from all sides. Still a lot of health left, though. Very tanky front line. In the end, though, very few heroes are going to be able to tolerate continued punishment from a Silver.
Who trying to clear things out. Itani looks on, being thrown into the fray. Leviathan on the contestant. OC's has showed up once more, and no one is looking at OC's here, Jake, as OC's gets them lay in damage from the back. Fremont cleans up those who are low, and the urn retrieved by Leviathan, putting them further ahead.
He's going to blink forward here. Aggressive move from OC's is a big risk, actually, with this kind of net worth, but he's feeling strong. He's feeling like there's no way for the opponents to fight them any longer. He might be right. Mina could get caught. Looks like the Wraith ult does just get dodged by Sanguine. But straight into mid-boss, and maybe this is the moment to go for a flip. Break needs to find an affliction onto this if they have any hope of winning a contest.
You need the biggest affliction in the world. You need this to be a little bit delayed to give Hoot time to get over, but Hoot isn't even bothering. Hoot is clearing up on left lane. And Leviathan also, they go for the fake. They're expecting the contest. They don't hard commit. But now, Empty Dreams deep on the dive, looking for OCs, but it's just getting pummeled in turn. OCs takes the smoke and then some, and Empty Dreams, I think, is about to fall for the dive. OCs, though, also
Dome
pretty
keeps
low.
up.
Empty Dreams gets healed up. Ilmakim, I think, was able to get there with the dome. The angle's a little bit tough, but I'm pretty sure that's what just happened, Jake. And now OCs still in danger. Empty Dreams healed back up. Lowkey W, they're making this contest work. Overseas is going to fall, and now they still have the affliction in reserve.
Fighting in the mid-boss pit. A disastrous mistake here for Leviathan. Lowkey W. Empty Dreams went in with almost died there with slivers of HP, but Obikim was behind him, was able to get there with the Kelvin Dome, heal him back up, and then clutch the team fight from there. And fighting in these small congested rooms into this comp from Lowkey W looks impossible. Leviathan, their crazy draft really gets punished there, and a clean triple rejuve sets up Lowkey W for a real chance to siege and push this game to a potential conclusion.
Obikim, just immense supportive play there, where you took a look at how that went in. I mean, I don't know what you were thinking, Jake. I saw Empty Dreams on the dive for OCs and thought, he's not going to win this fight. And that would have been the case, except Obikim was right there, healed up Empty Dreams in the nick of time, and was able to stall things out long enough for Hoot, or rather, for Lowkey W in general, to reassemble on the play, and it worked. And Leviathan, again, I don't know if they function while down here as good as OCs has been in this game so far.
I think rejuves are a massive issue because we've seen like the split pickoff game be really good for Leviathan. How much does that matter when that player is just going to respawn in 5 seconds and get back into the fight? That's what I'm worried about now. It's like, it's honestly like the worst kind of a team comp to have. Like big team fight ults, the rejuves, I don't know how much they matter, but into solo pickoffs, it's a massive deal.
So for Leviathan, next few team fights going to be precarious because the game is even now, but once you have 3 rejuves, obviously you get a huge advantage on farm, you get the huge advantage on the next urn, and if Leviathan takes a bad fight, it can easily just turn into a team wipe where suddenly you're down 20k or more. Wait, Gunbuff given the Listic there over all the options.
I mean, it's kind of a weird game. Like even Empty Dreams and Cosmetical are more spirit focused ultimately in the way they deal the damage. And on top of that, Cosmetical was just across the map, right? So he's never going to get that gun buff.
I guess in theory, if you weren't focused on speedrunning the urn, you could have given it to Hoot, but
yeah, I wouldn't have minded on Silver. I guess you don't really benefit from the magazine size on Silver. Gun buff kind of an odd one, right? Because it just gives magazine size and fire rate, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually give raw gun damage.
Well, Lowkey W looking to push the advantage here on the left walker. You get Urn, you start the siege. And we'll see if Leviathan is actually all that interested in defending here. I think based on the comp Lowkey W has, which is so team fight heavy, I don't think it's to their favor to heavy contest here. You have people lurking on the outskirts, but it's really dangerous. Stomp goes over, gets a little bit of shred in, sets up the Nostalgia. Listic dives in, gets the singularity into the frozen shelter. How many people are caught here for Leviathan? Rake first to fall. Freemok taking all sorts of damage. However, might be able to get out. No, the save is not good enough. Irizumi tries to keep him alive, but in the end, Freemok caught at the last moment. 2 dead here for Leviathan. No rejuves yet expended. And Lowkey W, they got to be thinking shrines.
Yeah, the Stomp is just obliterating players. Big damage now coming in from this Dynamo. He's not just an ult bot. Does soak a lot of damage on this Tether and try to get this rejuve out of him. Great parries, but waited out by Abrams. Surely going to be falling there after the Quantum Entangle. But maybe the damage is done. Like you don't mind expending the rejuves at this point in the game for Lowkey W. And all waves crashing here on the Leviathan base.
Lowkey W, they were behind for so much of this game, Jake. Leviathan was playing their comp to perfection. They were getting good pickoffs. They were creating space for OCs. But all it took was one bad mid-boss call, and suddenly Lowkey W rips control of the game away. And now Leviathan, it's going to be hard to find a way back in. That entire advantage you had for OCs, it's completely gone now.
I will say, I don't think you're getting this patron drop, and I think anyone who sticks around is gonna die. Like, who is that? Ubukim's dead, so it's actually gonna turn into a pretty nice cleanup fight for Leviathan. That being said, the double shrine is the biggest thing to take in the base. Right now, all 3 minion waves are gonna be permanently pressuring you. Oh my, the Winions might get it done here. It's gonna be a little bit close. Probably not with all the heroes of Leviathan responding, but it's just like you really can't leave your base for extended periods of time now. You always have to have somebody clearing the waves. And in the late game, when you're looking for these 6-on-6 team fights, it's just another tax on the potential of Leviathan to actually fight this one out. Lowkey W can be fully comfortable right now, wait for their ultimates, and play for their power peaks. It should be an open and shut game for them. They should be able to finish this series and claim the biggest prize pool of our history here on Deadlock Night Shift. Leviathan gonna have to think about their mistakes because there's not much more for them to do in this game.
Yeah, and I think the way that they were getting good fights, it's no longer a thing. I mean, they were really banking on the fact that they had a stat advantage. OCs was able to play in the outskirts, didn't really have many threats, and also had a big enough edge that OCs was able to burst people down super quickly. No one is really that vulnerable for Lowkey W anymore, so realistically, I think if you're Leviathan, you're hoping for a mistake. Like, someone on Lowkey W needs to be in the wrong place, a little bit overextended. You need a miracle pickoff, and then you have to work from there.
They're posturing up Mirage. Yeah, man. The Diviner's Kevlar. Permanent uptime on the ultimate. Really scary item to have in the late game on Mirage.
Let's take out Abrams.
Call is made. Could be the final team fight of the game. Coming up here, both teams poking and prodding, and
I mean, Lowkey
Leviathan,
W
they don't like to engage
this.
Yeah.
Lowkey W are super patient, right? They're just gonna sit around and trade with you without committing for 30 seconds, or even like 5 or 10, and then when the fight starts and there's a singularity up in a few seconds, Cosmetical even gonna TP aggro, send a really strong wave crashing on the base, and Leviathan, look at them on the mini map, they have to respond. They will lose the first stage patron to creeps, and from there, man, I don't know, the game is like pretty much over, right? You really need to get some kind of a overextension into a patron defense. But Lowkey W, this is an experienced team. They're not going to give you that. They're going to play slow, play on the map. Leviathan has to find a pick getting active, or they can pray for a mistake, but they don't have much agency if that's the way they go.
Buffs being picked up by Lowkey W. A little bit of survival onto Hoot. And for Leviathan, I think you give up burn, look for pick. It's the only play you have here, and that's exactly what they're going for. Nap time. Gonna drop on down. Can they finish off this pick? Seismic Slam. Long range actually connects on the Cosmetical, but can you get more? The parry comes out from Cosmetical into the Affliction. That looked like a big one, Jake. I'm not sure how many Vrake hit, but it may have been 3 or 4 in on the moment.
So sad. He's struggling into this fight. 3 ticking from Affliction. That's massive, especially 2 of the key frontliners here for Leviathan. OC's blinks out, but running down is Pocket. Assist comes in. It's Listic who grabs the final kill. And a refreshed second Affliction. Overseas never healed in his life. Now Leviathan, just 4 players remaining. And Lowkey W cleaning house. This game is done.
They had to go for the pick, Jake, but it does not pan out. 4 dead for Leviathan, and a victory lap coming up from Lowkey W. The biggest prize pool we have had on Deadlock Night Shift about to be theirs as the reigning EU champions defending their throne.
You might go for another solo black hole on the free mock. That would be another level of punishment. And after the celebratory one after he dies, Leviathan, this game is over, and they know it too. Lowkey W, textbook victory, a dream draft for their squad. And they are going to be laughing all the way to the bank, DP. What a title defense from Lowkey W. This team looks incredibly revamped, stronger than we've ever seen them before. Making Shopee proud.
Just clapping. Little guy. Puckett, are you with us?
You might still be picking up the kids.
That's true. That's true. He's back from up, but look, we're
a family show here, ZP. We make room for parental leave. We are a high integrity family show.
That's true. But yeah, I mean, we still got a lot to talk about here. Where, frankly, the story to me is that off the draft, it felt like a Lowkey W slam dunk, and while they weren't able to win the game, Leviathan made a show of it for a long time. And admittedly, when you look at the aftermath, you kind of see why Wraith isn't a higher priority pick, but OCs was a lot more effective with the Wraith in the mid game than I ever would have expected from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree.
Lowkey W looking clean tonight, Jake. Who was the standout player, or was it teamwork in the second fight?
Ultimately, for Lowkey W, I think their comp was really built around the team synergy more than any one player. Like, it'd be really hard for me to pin down on somebody who carried on Lowkey W. Maybe Vrake with some of those big afflictions at the end was nice, but in the end, they built a draft that was about the late game team fights, and they got to that point in the game. OC's had a great game on the Wraith, right? Did big things, found a lot of those solo kills. It was just like too much to try to end the game and close it out before these devastating late game team fights hit. And like something like that, I mean, inside the frozen shelter, inside a singularity, like I don't know what you're supposed to do about that Leviathan. Ultimately, I think it's a draft gap.
Empty Dreams, Obacam, Ballistic, Cosmetical, Vrake, and Hoot all shining at different points of this game. One of the big standouts, Hoot flexing over to the silver, which he got with the 12th pick in the draft. Was that a mistake, ZP, from Leviathan?
Yeah, I think when you look at the Leviathan draft, I really don't think you can argue that. I think Shiv got overvalued here, especially because I don't think Fremont was doing the slice and dice shred build, so far as I can tell. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was just normal knife build. And I mean, where you picked Abrams in the draft, I don't think Abrams was going to get picked at all from Lowkey W here. So I think some of the draft valuations from Leviathan were frankly weird. I think they way overthought things. And I mean, look, credit the Cosmetical back in game one to get Shiv that much in their heads, because when you look at the draft going off the rails, it kind of starts there for me.
Yeah, just a reminder, you gave up Mirage, you gave up Kelvin, you gave up a Silver, a Mina, and then Dynamo and Pocket. Seem to be working out pretty darn well as a combo here, Jake. You got the Affliction, you bring everyone together, and everyone dies.
Shimmy, I think Dynamo might be meta, right? So you basically have Dispel Magic AoE on your allies with Quantum Entanglement. That is crazy, right? Like in this kind of a game where you can dispel those knife debuffs off your teammates while pulling them out of trouble, like it's probably the best teammate save in the entire game. And on top of that, you know, Stomp is massive damage even in the late game. Singularity is one of the scariest ults to play against. You have good sustain with the healing Aurora as well. And so honestly, this Dynamo looks insane right now. Like
I have 0 minutes on this character. It did not look interesting. It was never picked by the pros. ZP, listen, kind of makes me want to play him. Does he have a unique build though? Because chat was mentioning something about him prioritizing Stomp. Is that not normal?
I mean, it's normal right now where I think the idea is prioritize shred. Like that was the key theme across Lowkey W, is they really value it as a stat. And that's one of the biggest buffs that Dynamo got, is that his Stomp offers a lot of shred relative to what it did in the past. Also, I think especially when, you might be trying to climb the ladder, Dynamo is probably one of the best heroes in the game to climb with at the moment, because his lane phase, it's not until like really high ranks where people get a little bit better about dealing with Stomp. And Singularity is a threat no matter what. You could be in a game where you're down 30k souls and someone screws up and Singularity has clutched you back into the game. It is just, Dynamo is that guy sometimes.
We're going to be picking our Shopify sidekick. Jake, do you have an early MVP? Who shined in this match for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of thinking about Listic or Obakim for me as like interesting contenders, because they both had big saves on allies. Think about that team fight where like Mina dives in incredibly deep. Me and ZP are both thinking she just overextended onto the Wraith, and yet she lives so long because Obakim flies in out of nowhere like a superhero, drops the dome, heals her back up, and then turns the team fight around. Also, Listic all game long was saving people with the Quantum Entanglement. I mean, really crucial defensive tools, which again, we talk about what makes the best players the best. They're not locked into one hero or one role. They can go beyond that. Listic was a frontliner player for a really long time, and Dynamo is not exactly a frontliner. He's just sort of doing a different job, and Listic still looks like an old hand on him.
As we take a look at some of the numbers, let's see who shined in different categories. When it comes to assist, Vrake leads with 17. When it comes to most souls, that is Empty Dreams back-to-back games. ZP, OC's had a hell of a game. He leads the lobby in player damage and kills, but you can't have just one player hard carrying that hard.
No, and I mean, again, I think the problem is that Wraith has to be this far ahead to be an equivalent pick to other things that, you know, they could have gone earlier in the draft and did not go for. And the problem is that once they fell behind, the ability of OCs to just play on the outskirts of team fights and get kill after kill was immediately just removed from them. So it was a style of play that effectively needed Leviathan to stay ahead, and they were doing a good job of it for a while, but that one mid fight just went so terribly wrong that past that, you didn't really see OCs do much at all.
Shut down towards the end, 25k soul difference, and of course, this game finishing at a record 31 minutes, 34 seconds. One of the fastest, most brutal beatdowns we have seen in a grand final in this current meta, thanks to Lowkey W. They did it without stacking mid lane, and by the way, that has already been hot fixed. Major shout out to the Deadlock devs. They are clearly watching the show, they're supporting these players, and they're optimizing the games for you all at home. ZP, final thoughts on EU. Who's going to catch up to Lowkey W?
I mean, look, I think Leviathan has the opportunity to do it every single week. I think for Leviathan, truthfully, thinking about the last few weeks, I think they have to really look at their drafting. I think their drafting has been a bit poor. Particularly, I'm just going to go back to game one and bring it up again, where they opened with Silver and then followed up with the Rem. I get it. Irizumi is a great Rem. It made sense from player comfort. It made no sense based on the meta and what is actually good with each other right now. I think you go back to game one and they just swap out Kelvin for that Rem. I think we're looking at a game 3 right now as opposed to this ending on game 2. So for Leviathan, it's not on execution. Their execution is above reproach. It is their drafting that really needs some work.
They're saying Rem is the Lady Geist of support characters these days. Let's take a look, though, at our Shopify sidekick. The one and only Obakim returning to his Kelvin Hoot. Move on over, baby. I'm taking back my main. 3 kills, 3 deaths, but 15 assists in some of the biggest saves. Let's take a look at the young man's best plays and talk to me about his build, Jake. Anything I should learn from this one? I noticed a lack of headshots required.
This is the conventional Kelvin build, I would say. This is the classic. Obakim has been winning on Kelvin with this style of build for a long time now. I'd note the early investment in monster rounds. I think that's one to call out that could be easy to skip, but it's really important for ensuring you can still push out those waves. You can still clear camps when you have the opportunity to do so. But in the end, you're going to be focused on healing, on survivability, supporting your allies. He goes for the curse. He goes even for the rebuttal. So he just wants to be as durable as possible, as capable as possible at pumping those heals into teammates. And so that was really the build that Obakim was able to save his allies with here. We're able to see some of these moments where just comes flying in here, domes players off, and like the team fight is already over. Essentially, once he's got this dome down, you're just locked out of the fight. Leviathan, they're all completely retreating from this moment. So show some of the power here of support ultimates, and the team fight ultimates in Deadlock are crucial. Like there is a reason Lowkey W just won the championship drafting tons and tons of team fight ults. They are massive. They allow you to win these big moments that have the biggest prize. Yes, you get a ton of pickoffs on Wraith, but at the end of the day, you lose a whole team fight. It kind of, all that value goes away.
You can still be the star, but you need support to achieve your greatest. And of course, Shopify can help you get that done. If you don't already, go check out Shopify with the link we just dropped in chat. Why ZP? Because it's part of our KPIs. We can bring in more money for the show if we can show that we can drive our viewership to different channels. Help yourselves out. Click on that link, help out the show, and we'll continue to up the prize money. That's been the goal since the beginning. Grow Deadlock Esports and get the best players paid. In the meantime, we are going to be paying out the EU boys, but there's a whole lot of North America still to go, and we might be talking with the player. Jake, I know you're signing off for the second half of the show. Anything you want to say before we go?
Just great first half of the show. I'm super excited to see what happens in North America. I think it's a very spicy day in NA. I'm really looking forward to seeing FPS Lounge. Like, what can they really do? I think this is a vaunted team. They came in with so much pressure on them though in the first week they had their appearance, and so I want to see more from this squad. I want to see a really competitive day here in North America.
And ZP, you're saying you just haven't had enough drama on the day. Do you think NA brings it?
No, please, no more drama on the day. I think we've had our quota for at least the next 4 weeks. But as far as NA goes, I mean, look, NA has been a good time. It has been super competitive. The melee creep streak got broken, but they got back on the throne. FPS Lounge, they're coming back in. They had to go against melee creeps in their debut, which was a rough game. But this time around, they get the Floormen. But they don't get the same Floormen that we've seen in past days. They get the Floormen plus D-Mov. Now, realistically, I think Goober is a really, really good player. You can make the arguments for how D-Mov may mesh better with the team, but there's also arguments against. It's not clear Floormen necessarily get stronger from this, but the Floormen versus FPS Lounge matchup really should promise to be a good one. I'm excited to see what happens. I think that one is up in the air, and the result of that into melee creeps, I think we're in for a really good day of NA games.
It's gonna get spicy. Stay tuned for some unseen drama. It kicks off every week here. It's the night shift. They're off. I'm still working. We're bringing in some new talent. We'll see you on the other side.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
That was fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the night shift, and the faces just shifted themselves. We got Jason Kaplan, DDK, and Chris Puckett here at the helm. We're going into NA, where everyone knows how to play and play fairly. DDK, we're excited, though, because we just saw a Wraith for the first time, but more importantly, Dynamo has been in the mix and finding success. Is there any character you want to see more of tonight?
I don't know, man. Who's not received much love lately? I mean, that was Dynamo for a long time. I don't know.
Yeah.
What about you, Jason?
Talk with
Where
you
are
in the
you?
break pocket. I think Victor is something I want to say get a little bit more love. You know, Victor.
True.
He was extremely overpowered at one point, then he kind of fell off the rails and never really came back, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's something about someone slowly dying that is just appealing to us. Let's take a look here at our bracket and what we've got in store for you all, because in North America, we have seen some roster swap-ups, but everyone's wondering, where's FPS Lounge last week? Well, Dan, we got them this week. And for their opponent, they've got a new face on the Floormen filling in tonight. This should be a spicy opening best of one.
Yeah, especially I played the Content Creator Cup over the weekend. Loads of fun, but I actually had the team that was assigned Peer Content, who's FPS Lounge's coach. And so I was actually checking out some of the scrims they were playing as Floormen in the last couple of days. And it's actually so funny because I was like, hang on, like, why is D-Mob, on the Floormen side when they're scrimming? But the bottom line from those scrims is that, Floormen were looking really, really nice with D-Mob, and he didn't seem to have any issues performing his best. So I think it's going to be a banger of an opener.
Kaplan, as an American who's left for greener pastures over in Europe, are you surprised to see that a European is coming for greener pastures in North American esports for D-Mob to join the door, man? I think that caught everyone off guard.
I think it's not really much of a surprise, honestly, because there's really no room for D-Mob to go in EU anywhere. Like Lowkey W, they're at the top of the table in EU, so why would they take D-Mob onto the team unless they were starting to lose matches? We've already had Tanner do the likes over in NA, playing from the UK. So with D-Mob filling in, I believe it was like 1 week he filled in for scrims for Goober 1 day because he wasn't feeling too well, and I feel like things from there just felt really clean, really easy with him. I think the only trouble they have is, D-Mob, if I'm not mistaken, is playing from Bulgaria, and he's going to have some pretty damn high ping. So hopefully he can continue to dominate like he did in scrims.
Let's see what he can do. We know he has a great Viscous. That was Goober's main, and Goober recently struggled trying to switch over to a Holiday in last week's matches. We'll see what the new drafts bring us. Over on the FPS Lounge, though, we've got to highlight this squad, and there's a lot of excitement for some big names returning to the night shift screen. We've got Hydration, one of my favorite players from the Overwatch days, still dishing it out, this time at Deadlock. I don't expect him to be on the Rem. We've seen him on Abrams in the past. He has been happy to support, but I want to see him just on a Mouse 1 character. Can they let him play it tonight, Kaplan?
It won't happen. I'm sorry to like burst your bubble here, Pocket, and to shatter your dreams. Looking at their scrims over the last week, they were all streaming. Pure Content was watching as well. Hydration's been on the rat, man. He's been on the rat quite a bit as well, going for some pillow maxing, hopefully not putting us to sleep here. Not to mention, I've even believed some Dynamo on top of this. But if we talk about Hydration a lot, but honestly, for me, Dan, look at this lineup. Snakes has been kind of one of the most impressive players, to be honest. He's been playing this really good kind of frontline player for the team. He's been playing like a lot of Billy, for instance. As you can see here, choosing Calico as one of his go-to heroes as well. Definitely filling what the team needs to allow Lefa and Rokane to be super successful.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, pretty scary too, where, you know, Lowmain's been, you know, playing a lot of Shiv and looking really, really insane on it. I do think this team does have every tool that it needs, and it's a lot of fine tuning that they're still doing. And I know that their debut match as FPS Lounge was disappointing for them because, you know, they're definitely, you know, looking for the win, but the team's definitely been scrimming very hard, as have Floormen. I mean, the level of the NA teams right now is actually really, really spicy.
I don't know how to feel because Dimov is one of my favorite players, but Goober was officially my favorite NA player. Hoot is now officially my favorite EU player. Congratulations, Hoot. You've worn that crown. Snakes, though, I'm excited to see your gameplay. And you said, Kaplan, you've seen him on a few different heroes. Will we see the Calico that was listed as his favorite?
Honestly, I don't really expect it too much. I think we get more play in NA with Calico than we see in EU for such a long time. I think that's due to very specific reasons of what Calico can do and kind of what Calico can make up for lacking within your team composition. I think if we will see it, it'll be out of AVG, or it's going to be out of Ido later on when they play with melee creeps. But look at this game in particular for FPS Lounge. They've been grinding really hard because back in Shift 31, they lost to melee creeps in the Challenger match, and they knew they wouldn't be playing the next week in Night Shift. So for them, this is like a redemption arc for them to show that they're the best team in North America. But they got some tough teams to prove it.
Hydra Nation used to be the kings in NA. Things have shifted, rosters have swapped, but we have some familiar faces ready to go toe-to-toe, this time on opposite sides of the field. We've got the match ready in just a moment. We're going to be doing our 1v1 Mo and Krill battle first, though. And DDK, we're starting to understand the importance of the draft. Did you watch the EU action and anything you expect NA to learn from it? Is Shiv that good? Do we prioritize them?
Shiv is definitely good. Shiv is definitely good. And I think especially, again, like I said, you know, Lowmain has a really, really strong Shiv. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see it, depending on how the draft goes. But I do agree. The way that these teams draft NA compared to EU, I don't know. They don't often value things in the same way. And the one last thing I'll say is that I obviously had the benefit of getting to do all these drafts with peer content because he was coaching our team. But sadly, I didn't really learn anything about how to draft at the top level because he is a really good coach and he was reading how is this level of play, and he optimized for the level of play I was at. So
where did he put you on?
Well, I was mostly playing like maybe some of the stuff that Snakes would be playing, like, you know, Billy, for example, Shiv, Silver, you know, these types of frontliners that can have like really big impact in some of the team fights. So that's what I was
So you're
doing.
one of the better players on the team, is what you're telling us, DDK. Go watch DDK's performance in the Challengers Cup, the Creators Cup. Where was that at, by the way, DDK?
That was on the Deathslam. It's like the Deathslam events Twitch page. I don't know if they must have a YouTube as well. But basically Deathy's initiative. Yeah, 100%.
We love Deathy here on the show, one of the constant raiders, one of the always watch partiers, rocking out with us as we do EU and NA every Wednesday. We're jumping into this match. We're just waiting for the Mo 1v1, and that gives us a moment to shout out our sponsors for the show. We've got Shopify on board. Kaplan, I know you've been in a lot of business meetings. You've been dressing like a business person and shaving the mustache really elitely. Walk me through. What does this deal look like, and why are they jumping on board with the night shift?
I think Shopify pairs really well with Night Shift because us as a company, we kind of came together and we had this dream, this idea of making Deadlock great and trying to come together with the community to build something that everyone looks forward to every week, take an idea that we had and just execute it and manifest it into the world. And I feel like Shopify does that really well for all of you out there who are people who have who are creative, who have ideas and want to sell something and kind of invest into something, invest into yourself. Having an AI sidekick to help you facilitate that is super helpful for you because it allows you just to focus on what you want to do and getting your ideas out there and then let it do the rest. But, you know, we have the one-on-one going. It looks like they're actually even taking a break here to let me finish up the wrap up for Shopify.
They're very
here.
kind.
You guys can check it out. Just do !Shopify in the chat. Go ahead over to the link if you're interested and help us out here. But we do have the 1v1 and I'm trying to read. I don't have my glasses on and I am quite an old man here of who's on who.
Oh, blue, I believe, is the FPS Lounge. That's all I know. I'm cheering for hydration.
They're just wailing on each other. There's no finesse here at all. It's just like standing on one spot.
Is there a secret to turning your back to your opponent?
We got audience.
We got a crowd.
I don't know. We're selling seats, some front row seats for this fight.
Be like BK11322. Use your Amazon Prime. Put your monthly subscription that is free to use. Putting our observers to work. They're doing a great job trying to catch the final blow. He is one shot away from getting knocked out. Good luck,
Is he
my
coming
guy.
off the top rope? What's he going? There it is.
Swift left for the finish. Yellow wins again. They get to choose. Do they want to pick first or ban first? Reminder, if you are going to pick first, the opponent gets to go back to back at picks 2 and 3.
Yeah.
DDK, where do you prefer to be right now in the competitive space?
So again, this depends a little bit on some of the respects, but you looking at perhaps like a Celeste ban, like that's pretty typical, or Kelvin as well. Venator, you know, like taking away some of these like super high value heroes is definitely where you want to be. So Kelvin's out of the picture. I would expect to see, you know, one of those I just mentioned. Could be like a Celeste here. You don't want to give that away.
And you know what I don't want to see, though?
What do you see? Go ahead.
I don't want to see an Ivy first pick for Floormen getting over to Xeno, man. I'm not really digging it. I understand Xeno had a really good Ivy. He was very impactful before the nerfs to the damage that she could do within Stone Form since he builds towards Echo Shard. But please don't go for the Ivy. I kind of want to see them, you know, get a strong M1 carry. So you have Venator up right now to be taken, probably for FPS Lounge, I would assume. Actually, Sego and Celeste for low main. So pick up like a Venator and pick up something that you can maybe use in the jungle that's like a high priority, high mobility. Something like Billy, I think, could be very important for Floormen here to lock down Celeste, for instance.
Yeah, I could even see, you know, potentially the silver coming in as well. Yeah, I
He's
think
part of the
silver
big
is
three.
still
It
so
was
good.
Mirage, Celeste, and Silver. Whichever one doesn't go through, you grab first.
Totally.
So to me, so originally that would be like a Goober hero, but with the Goober no longer on the roster, I wonder, is it going to be AVG back on Silver, who's going to be building it differently than Goober would have, or will it actually be DMOF playing the Silver? I kind of want to say the DMOF Silver is going to be a little bit difficult on higher pings, so maybe not necessarily going to see that. Maybe like a Yamato later on. But a Dynamo is a second pick. Like, what year is it, man? Like, why are we seeing Dynamo top threes now? They must have been watching EU.
They were mentioning because it's a free cleanse, right?
Let's have
Yeah,
fun.
and I think NA kind of highly value that as well. I think it's something you can build into very early for the team, because having that free dispel magic saves up 3.2k souls that you can spend in other ways. But the fact that you can do it to everyone on your team, even potentially give them like 2 dispel magics, very good. And I know Jake was talking about one of like the best kind of like utilities abilities out of a support.
Lady Geist is going to get prioritized despite a win rate of less than 18%. DDK, thoughts on Geist by NA players?
Yeah, I mean, Geist is a really good M1. Like, I think people generally tend, unless it's like John, tend to play it more like an off carry, because it's a front line. You know, it can be a frontliner as well, quite tanky, and the life swap as well is really useful, I think, against a Silver who's like running at you. Can be like a really huge threat, creating a lot of space.
She goes Lycan form, yoink.
And Geist can kind of like, you know, neutralize that a little bit with the life swap. So I think that's very helpful. Also, of course, you know, Geist is also very, very good at just you know, holding with Geist bombs as well, and very strong in the lane. So I think it's generally just a solid pick.
Apollo and Venator, no surprise there. They've been in every game so far unless banned out. Venator going 6th though. Any surprises here, Kaplan?
I'm honestly kind of surprised to see Dynamo go before Venator, if I'm honest. But to see him still make top 3 makes sense. But the Yamato ban out of FPS Lounge, I think that's kind of expected to kind of punish DMOS Europe in particular going into this one. But then again, we've said so many times, DMOV is one of the most flexible players in the game. Now probably the most flexible player in North America. But I'm also loving this Infernus, Dan. We've been seeing more and more Infernus over time in North America. It kind of came out in North America originally again, and then we've seen it more and more in scrims. Very good to deal with like bruisery front lines, very slippery, offers a lot of control, especially if you compare it with the Singularity out of Dynamo. And also you're kind of indirectly taken away from Lefa. And I believe that will be League picking up, which we did see last week as well.
Vindicta also winless on our stream for as long as I can remember. Does she find success tonight, DDK? What does she pair well with? The Rem coming in late.
Yeah, you know, I don't think we'll see it. One thing I'm surprised is that we haven't seen Billy picked up yet. I think there is room for that, and I think honestly it could work quite well for both teams. I think it would be really scary for Floormen to pick it up, because I think that extra team fight, like Billy can pull people in, and obviously the Dynamo ult is like a crazy wombo combo. But similarly, I think it works really well for FPS Lounge. It's also a good lockdown for Celeste, because she's very hard to lock down.
I honestly thought like the chain gang into Singularity would have been ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah.
But the Abrams coming in, kind of a slight surprise. But we do get Shiv come in as a last pick from Floormen. If I'm not mistaken, we had this happen in the first game of the EU finals, right, Puckett?
Yeah, so the Infernus Shiv just caused so much chaos, but Shiv was able to move away from knives and really put his energy on his second ability. So I think that's where we saw the unique build from Cosmetical that got a lot of love. On the other side, a fat Warden coming out trying to hold people in place, or what's the thought here? Why do you bring Warden in as the sixth man?
It makes sense to me just as like another M1 carry, because they have like Lady Geist who could be more like an off carry, and like Warden I think kind of works really well more as like your damage carry. You can kind of tempo with him as well, but if you look at the rest of the roster, they don't otherwise have that. I think Vindicta's going to be more utility with the Rem, and then Celeste is Spirit Nuke and Apollo's Spirit Nuke. So I think they're just trying to fill up the M1.
I don't think Leffa plays Warden though. I think he plays Geist, and so I think it actually will be the Geist as like a main carry for the team to kind of go a different direction with this. But what I worry about though is you're playing a Warden and a Geist into a Infernus, which is very difficult to do because he's very good at eliminating spirit damage, very good at just kind of like locking you down, being very mobile. But what I'm expecting actually is a cage max out of Warden, because that silence you apply while the cage is active on you can shut down that Infernus, can offer them the ability to get down a silence wave as well to prevent him from getting away. But obviously Dispel Magic is something you have to keep in your mind as well. Yeah.
FPS Lounge need to buy a lot of Dispel Magics in this game. There's no question about that. It is a really interesting lineup, I got to say, for FPS Lounge, because it, like again, the double spirit kind of, I'm very spirit heavy in that respect with Apollo and Celeste. Definitely gonna have to have big games there, but I do think the Yamato ban was smart, because I got to say I saw Demov playing in some of the scrims. I was tuning into those, and he was playing Yamato and utterly was ravaging FPS Lounge. So it makes sense to me.
The match is ready. Let's go into it. Who won the draft? Kaplan, you go first.
I don't know. I think Floormen, honestly. I'm not a big fan of seeing Geist and Warden being picked up into a Dynamo. I think if success wants to be had for FPS Lounge, Hydration has to position really well and not get caught, because he has to counter the singularity with his own nap time. But yeah, I'm honestly leaning towards Floormen here.
I don't see how Floormen loses this game after seeing this draft. TDK, am I faded? Like, I know I've only been playing for 2 weeks, but come on now. This looks tough.
Yeah, I don't know. I do have faith in FPS Lounge, for a couple of reasons, right? I think they have a good read on Floormen, because these guys have been both scrimming each other a lot in the recent days against Demov in that lineup too. So they're going to have a feel for this is why they banned in a way, and they probably understood how a lot of these picks would go down. So I'm going to give a little bit of faith to maybe peer content in FPS Lounge that this will be a competitive roster. But I do think that there's a lot of problems on Floormen for them to deal with. We'll just have to see how the vision pans out.
Bro, if you were watching pure content yesterday, he was getting so angry at Hydration doing pillow build on Rem, and then like echo sharding pillow. Like, he's one of the few players that does it, and I don't think anyone fully understands why. Maybe even not Hydration himself.
Is it a damage build? Like you just focus on that one ability? Why do you want to build up the pillow, Jason, for us non-Rem players?
It gives you cooldown like reductions. So every time you hit a pillow, you reduce the cooldown of all your abilities by, I think it's like 5 or 6 seconds. So if you can echo shard it, that's 10 to 12 seconds taken away. It's a lot of burst if you get going with your build too. With Spirit Burn, you're gonna proc it almost instantly, gets displacement. But to be honest, with a team like this, with like the beefy front line of Geist and Warden and the mobility out of Apollo and Celeste, a tag along, the 2 ability where you can jump to a player, heal them up, and you can jump between all of your other players as well, has to be the go-to here if I think you want to see success.
All right, well, slip a cornhole joke in there for me. It didn't fly past the Europeans. They don't know what that game is. Americans, though, wake up. We have 10,200 viewers over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. And don't be like the EU fans who got hit with an automated ad during a team fight. If you don't have it already, use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to the channel. It's a free subscription you get every month. You can also just pay for it, avoid all the ads, get to see these beautiful faces all show long. Our players should be ready. We'll be jumping into the game any moment. But before we get into that, looks like we have a special guest here. Kaplan, who is this guy? Why is he so handsome?
I don't know, man. I wish I knew, and I wish I could replicate it myself. Even get a little clap. You know what? If you give compliments to Shoppy, Shoppy's gonna clap for you. But Shoppy's been here this whole time in the back end, fixing any problems we've had. Maybe shaming Abrahams earlier on for what happened in the first game of the Challenger match of EU. But I mean, Shoppy is amazing. He's been here all day. I don't know what to say, man. I'm jealous.
Go. Look at the moves, the coordination.
Can we tell
The
the
arms are
story
getting
of how
involved as
this
well.
video came to life?
Perfect.
Is that allowed, or is that contractually a secret, Kaplan?
I don't even know the story.
Okay, there's a guy on our show, not super tall, decided
Okay.
he could fit in this costume, and we should reserve some budget to go do a professional shoot in Los Angeles. You live in Italy. Dan, where do you live?
I'm not going to dox myself, Bucket. What are you
Not
talking
it-
for?
not
You just
Los
doxed
Angeles,
Jason.
maybe
Now they know
Los
he's in Italy.
Angeles.
They're going to be able to find him. They're already zooming in.
I think you
my
guys can
God.
guess who it might
Background.
be, chat, but he's got some good moves, and I'm told he gets to keep that costume because he performs so well as Shoppy. You'll get to see him in game. Shout out to Shopify. You're going to get to see them on multiple episodes here of The Night Shift as we are bringing you a record-setting starting prize pool. Your donations add on top of that, but we are guaranteeing $2,500 a show thanks to Shopify and our friends over at TrackLock. It's time to get into the games. We've got our subscribers in. Mahomes Glazer 2. Just use the Amazon Prime. Kaplan, our words are working.
Oh, he's back. He had me in the first half there walking away, and then he came right back in. But Shoppy's been keeping us entertained the entire time. But Shoppy, it's up to you. You can tell us, but you can't tell us. You can bring us into game when we're ready. But I think Shoppy
could.
needs more airtime.
You
I mean,
could.
Shopee truly is a baller in the know because the fact that Shopee's supporting us here, giving us a helping hand with Deadlock, is incredible, right?
Bro,
I think
it's
it's
awesome, man. Like
it's
the biggest
amazing.
prize pool, weekly prize pool to date. Having them like tagging along here, like the players. Obviously, we've had the prize pools of like $600 every week. Obviously, with donations from everyone at home has been super helpful. But you're giving teams more to play for every single week here, and Shopify is doing exactly that for them. A bigger investment for them to take home and continue to grow the professional career in Deadlock.
It is confirmed that is Metro that we have gotten to dress up and dance around for you. No, that's Jake, guys. That's Jake. He has all the best dance moves. You can go to his personal TikTok, where he's happy to do them all around the world, including mountaintops. In the meantime, let's talk about some bracket or other things, whatever you got for me, Solomon, because we've seen these players, we've seen these rosters. The question is, who is moving on to the championship matchup? Because waiting there is a melee creep. They're returning champs. Go ahead, Kaplan.
If I'm not mistaken, because there's so many good teams now in North America, we started to do qualifiers to get into Night Shift. I think it was no earnings supposed to play against, I want to say FPS Lounge, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong here. But I believe they ended up forfeiting that match, which is how we ended up getting these two teams. I think Floormen maintained their spot from last week because they were able to get into the finals. So it's really cool to see that like North America has grown quite heavily, having all these additional teams, and maybe, just maybe one day, Puckett, we're gonna get enough sponsorships to have an EU only day here at the Night Shift and an NA only day. But beyond sponsorships, that I think we need more EU teams for that to make that possible.
Yeah, the player base is growing rapidly. I'll tell you that. The stats are there, they're public, but also just if you hop on X, if you're on Instagram, the word of mouth is starting to spread. This game is dope. The last update has changed everything. People are coming back to it. They haven't played it in months. And like I said, I am personally hooked on the game. I've put more hours into it than I'd like to admit online. We're going to be jumping into this next matchup, though, and if anyone wants to get involved in the future, is there an easy way to sign up? How can I get my name in the mix, or do I have to get an invite from one of the other top teams?
You're talking about to play in the Night Shift.
Yeah.
I mean, it mostly comes down to like scrimbucks. I think ZP's keeping his ear to the ground, listening to the teams. If there's any new teams coming around and they're having some really good performances, everyone lets us know, hey, you should maybe invite this team, give them a chance. In EU, I think it's pretty limited to like the 3 teams. There's such a large gap between the top 3 and any other teams out there, but there's nothing stopping you from getting your teams together, getting things going, getting prepared, because honestly, this game is going nowhere else but up. And there's gonna be bigger prize pools down the line. There's gonna be bigger events. I can't say first LAN. The first international LAN, I think I can say, because I don't want to shade Death at all for saving the LAN that happened in North America, is just going to be insane. And I can't wait until we have this into an arena, screens everywhere, crowds cheering on, and more importantly, get to put some faces to some of these names, man. Like, there's so many players out there, we don't know what they look like.
Yeah, I want to meet Lord NM in person. He was the first one to identify Jake's small hands as the Shoppy right away. Shout out to that guy in the chat. DDK, is there anyone that you've met through this Creator Cup that you now want to play more with or against? Because that looked like a blast.
Yeah, everyone from my team, like, that was one of the cool parts about it, is that you don't. It's kind of hard to play a 6v6 game and get scrims together and stuff. I'm someone that generally, I just solo queue because I don't. It's like hard to like sync up with people, but this kind of gave a good reason to sync up with some other people as well, and all the teams were kind of balanced. Like Deathy and his team did a great job like balancing it so that everything was pretty even. So we had a scrim channel that was just for the creator teams, and everyone was like so pumped that like playing this game like as a team in scrims with coaches was like such a different experience. And I think it's something that, you know, all of us who participated just want to continue doing. It's awesome.
Big shout out to Deathy. Make sure you check out the Creator Cups in the future. Right now, though, we've got your NA Challenger match. It's the Floormen taking on the Angry Capybaras. Is that a face for a nose? You let me know, chat. We're jumping into it with the FPS Lounge and Hydration. Hydration? There we go. Just hydration. No nation.
All right. You know what, Jake? I'm going to be shilling for FPS Lounge. I have to.
My name's Jason, by the way, Dan. But
But Shoppy was on screen and he was talking to Shoppy, aka Jake.
Oh my god. So I apologize, Jason. I do respect you.
I mean, it's a compliment, so I'll take it. I mean, he's a handsome guy. Great hair.
Well, either way, I'm going to be shilling for peer contests. Yeah, I feel like I have to at this point, but I do think this will be an interesting game nonetheless. Just, you know, because we'll get to see exactly how these ideas play out. These teams already have a bunch of reps against each other, like I mentioned. And you know, one thing I'll ask you, like right off the bat, Jason, is, you know, I have seen Abrams, you know, find a lot more play again, but it seems like it's more of a economically demanding build, like spirit-based build that's kind of required.
Yeah.
Is that kind of how
like
it's
a Siphon Life
working?
kind of build? It gives you like a lot of extra sustain in fights. Also can give you some really easy shred, which is something we discussed earlier on when it came to the Lowkey W match, because the BRS shredder or even like some mystic vulnerability in there helps really allow DMOP to get even crazier when it comes to damage if he goes the slice and dice build. But one thing I do want to touch on is kind of like who's on who here, more importantly, because Rocker, he plays like a. So Floormen are very like organized when it comes to like how they play in their positions, and he's a position 2 player. He's like their mid lane player, you can call it. So you expect to see him to rotate into mid lane, but that also more importantly tells you that they're going to be feeding farm to him. Like he will get guaranteed farm as a second player or the second position on the team unless they swap some things. League is the second, Rocker's the third. So Rocker will get a silent eventually. I have to correct myself there, and get a lot of farm given over to him. It's more of AVG and DMOB you kind of need to keep an eye out on, where most of their economy is going to be coming in from these jungle invasions, from like the centers that they look to take those, and even mostly the skirmishes that will eventually break out. So I have no doubt that Rocker will get the farm he needs to make a spirit build come online.
Definitely going to be looking forward to that. Right, so starting to see some of the box running take place as well, and at this level as well, there can often be like contest, trying to, you know, just take people off the box running.
You know, what was crazy, Dan, is like looking at some of the EU games, an Ivy game in particular, I can't remember which match it was. I think it was our first match of the grand finals. And Ivy, who was like playing support, had the most golden statue buffs in the game, which is something really cool that we can now see here with the help of Tracklock, because we never really got to see that in earlier instances of the game. And you expect, oh my God, League with the parry coming in and gets a second kill with the help of Rocker. I'd have come so short there. I didn't expect a parry to come through, but Floormen off to a strong start here in this left-hand side.
Yeah, that's nasty too, because especially I think any deaths or anything that gets Celeste behind early kind of sucks, because I think Celeste is so good being one of your early roamers, ganking out the lanes and getting, you know, a lot of presence across the map. And so I think it really slows down that possibility for low main. We'll see how the recovery looks. It's not the end of the world, but at this level, Jason, like, you know, it really does count. Like every bit of solo advantage, the timings are pretty important early game.
Well, so what's even more important about those 2 kills as well for Floormen is that that's their weak lane. So winning that lane with those 2 kills early on just really kind of sets the pace for them and already gives them an inherent advantage in this match now. And I say it's their weak lane because they don't have a tier 1 camp to consistently farm. On the left-hand side, their strong lane on the Sapphire side is going to be on the right-hand side of the map, and the strong lane for FPS Lounge is going to be on the left-hand side of the map. So for them to win that already puts them in such a good position to have a very strong mid game.
I do like the draft from Floormen better. I gotta say, you know, this is be straight up honest here, but
Yeah.
you know,
I think it's a question of Xeno in particular, because they've been heavily pilled to give him Ivy in so many of their games. And we need to see him flex out to some other heroes that they don't have to give him Ivy for him to be as effective on her. So I'm really like curious to see, like we know Rocker plays well. We know AVG, we know that they all play well, but I want to see how does Xeno do in particular here.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And I would also, add that, oh wow, okay, the jail for silver for AVG's on the escape though, might be able to make it out of here. And in the pursuit, might be quite painful here for Rokane, getting slapped in the backside. And that's going to be enough for him. So, okay, that's a slight win there for Floormen being able to escape there. AVG will go down in the meantime. So some kills being traded across the map. I will say,
Go on.
Yeah, I was going to say that with Snakes on the Apollo, I've been really enjoying how, like from the perspective of playing Apollo, like the impact that he can have on lanes with the amount of spirit burst damage that you're able to do. It can be quite powerful. So I think it just kind of again sends a message to me that this early lane, it's not really gone quite as well as they would have wanted, because if your Apollo can be even or ahead early to mid, it's really potent on those ganks and roams as well.
Yeah, what's kind of interesting too is that we're normally used to seeing, I want to say, like Apollo played mid because of the high mobility of the hero in general. You can easily rotate around to these other lanes and have like massive impact. But him paired with low main, which, I mean, it's some of the scrims I watched, like low main can pop off with like 11, 12 kills in the first like 10 minutes into the match. Giving him like a strong lane, giving him the ability to roam around, which you see him now going towards the middle hand side to look for a kill, maybe on an AVG or the DMB in particular, would be exactly what they need to kind of bounce back from that earlier death on that left hand side, and they will close out the kill onto him.
Yeah, a lot of I mean, this lane looks really good here. Just like diving straight past the tower on the Abrams. A lot of good tower damage coming in here as well from Rocker and also League. I feel like they've been looking really nice indeed on this lane. Are going to be sent back now. Shout outs to the Stress Warriors for the $25. We appreciate.
Yeah, remember, every donation goes directly into the prize pool. I mean, we already have 2,500 put in, but we're even being pushed up to 2,600 at the moment. Some crazy stuff coming in from, of course, Shopify and the community here to really show your support of Deadlock and the game. But man, I'm also really digging, Dan. You can see on the Floormen side, they secured double buffs. In the very first spawn, you got movement over to Rocker. You can see now next to his ult icon, and DMob ended up getting casting. DMob is gonna be very happy on casting, and for everyone out there asking over in chat, we did check his ping. He's on 120 ping.
Gank
He's still over in Bulgaria, which is honestly not that bad.
Definitely not that bad at all. And I think it shows in some of the results. And I was looking for the stake gank here under the tower, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for FPS Lounge. They need, I feel like even though they're ahead here, it feels like they do need a bit of something.
Ooh, look at the left-hand side of the minimap here. We have AVG coming for a gank on the left lane. Not really going to expect this at all as the size of impact going to come through. Looking to lock down Snakes. Doesn't quite connect the stun, but the bowl is going to land, and that should be a dead Apollo. Not to mention DMob getting the Guardian in the middle-hand side with the kill onto Rokane too. Floormen have just bursted out of this game, taking a lot of control of this map.
Yeah, looking really nice in that fight. That's how it's going now. This Guardian is absolutely dead. I wonder if there'll be a trade on the other side of the map there. Quite a few players displaced for Floormen, so maybe opportunity, but looks like DMob will reinforce the right side, so I don't think there's going to be much of an answer for this, not just yet at least. Both mid Guardians are gone, of course, and the fight here, looking for something. There's FPS Lounge, but Rokane will get caught out, and at the same time, it looks like, yeah, we had Vindicta hanging around, but disengage. AVG getting chased as well. I mean, it's one of the things that Celeste does the best. And a couple kills coming back in the way of these Spirit Nukes, or these Spirit Nukers, of Lomain and Snakes. And so things are pretty even here as we get the doubles getting cleaned up, really prioritizing the soul economy there onto Celeste.
I think Hydration actually invaded the double centers on the right-hand side too. Maybe, we can actually get a check-in with golden statue buffs. I mean, I know we're only 9 minutes in, but we have the capability now, Dan. We have the power to be able to hit a button and see how many who has what. And we can see, yeah, Hydration already up to 8 here, as well as Snakes up to 8. More of an even spread across the board here for Floormen. I mean, I'm DMB on 1. Not a big deal because his whole job is to stick in a lane, soak us up soak up as many souls as possible here. But already, like a very strong start here for FPS Lounge, stealing away and confirming quite a few of these sinners.
Yeah, it's really nice from the track lock, and also to see that what I've been seeing in the matchmaking games, which is just basically Dynamo in every single one of my games, always on the other team for some reason, is also reflected in stat lock. You know, like, you can see what people are picking there. Like Dynamo is being picked. Is plus 11.64% in terms of picks very recently, and with the second highest win rate next to Hayes. So all the stats there.
Oh, it seems like ping's not really affecting D-Muff too much. Gets another kill into Erebus this time, looking for the chase on the Snakes. He's already been hit by one dagger, and another serrated blade able to come through. And I think I even heard a third at the last second. Snakes might actually go down from the bleed alone. You see his health ticking away. One more tick, and D-Mov gets the kill. 3 kill streak for D-Mov at 8.4k souls.
Yeah, really good play there from Floormen to get priority on the bridge buff that was on the urn side. They're going to steal away the urn right now as AVG is able to keep the pressure up on this side of the map here, as the urn is still making its way across. Although right side lane, the deposit spot is guarded as this fight goes on, and AVG looking to find some value. Down on half HP, unable to close down any additional kills. It's obviously very hard to stop a Celeste.
Oh, I think this is a Walker play cut up here for Floormen. Keeping the urn really safe on the right-hand side, back away from the enemy team. AVG sticking around the left-hand side, look for a kill with League onto low mate. If they get this kill, it's going to open up some damage onto the Walker and force some rotations to come out. But the upside is for FPS Lounge, they know there's not many people to defend this right-hand lane, and maybe they themselves can actually apply some pressure there. I think low main should fall here from the afterburn. There you go, another kill coming in, and it does force the rotation actually out of Rokane here to defend.
Yeah, this is great time wasting. Absolutely, from Floormen with that urn on the right side. They didn't have control of the drop-off spot, so they opt to go for this play, and it's going to work out because of this Walker action here on the left. AVG looking to do more damage there. Trying to like leap under the tower, but slowly but surely getting really weak and no stamina, no way to escape this. And really, maybe you could say that this wasn't actually sufficient. That urn hasn't been actually deposited.
No, it got turned in. D-Mob was able to actually lock that one in. So 1 death for 1 urn. Pretty decent trade, honestly. They even got a kill into Erebus. It's about Rocker now going for the escape here with the backup out of DMB, with a great trap coming through and a gut shot into the wall. And in the end, Floormen's still coming out in the lead. And Dan, it's like a 7k lead 12 minutes in, which is quite considerable.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, there's the Dynamo ult, the singularity of pulling everybody in. Are they going to get a convert? Yes, absolutely. Low main goes down. That's one way to catch Celeste. And yeah, the the 11k difference is suddenly feeling not so great at this stage in the game. Still though, another 2.5 minutes to the next urn. I think that's really going to be what could solidify the advantage or not. And that is why you like a Vindicta. The stake is still really good, especially when you get the Echo Shard for the double stakes. I'll be curious to see if we catch that build here in this game.
It would be kind of nice because you kind of telegraph with the quantum entanglement where you're going to hit up a follow stake, which would be really easy to land. Snake just trying to escape here, gets the help of hydration, actually survive as Zeno had gone down. But this game's been so skirmishy. Last time we actually checked in, it was 13-6 in kills in favor of Floormen. Maybe we can quickly take a look here at the player damage in this game so far to see really who's been invested in these fights, because I would imagine DMB and Leffa probably not too much involved. You can see Leffa at 2.7k. You can see on the other side here for DMB actually at 4k. He's done more player damage than actually D-Mob, funny enough. I mean, look at AVG. Like, him and D-Mob together, they're netting, what's 8k damage so far as a pair. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Silver has insane burst damage, and there we see it. And this Walker does seem quite vulnerable at this point in time. In comes some defense in the form of Erebus on the Vindicta. In the meantime, lots of damage being done around the side here, and that Walker will fall. And can there be a conversion here from FPS Lounge to at least make it hurt? Well, it looks like Floormen are going to be able to clean up instead, but more players coming from FPS Lounge really wanting to make this one good. The Guiding Light being sent out there, see if they can deal with League. League gets taken down, and that is something for FPS Lounge.
Yeah,
they were recovering, Jason, but it's all gone pear-shaped now.
2 kills, but they're still not really getting too many objectives. Like, obviously, the Walker is a big portion of what they're lacking right now, but they're still down, 10, 11k going into the next urn in just a minute's of time. I mean, with buffs coming up too, we've already seen Floormen snatch away double buffs at the first marker. I didn't quite catch when it came to the second. But this Urn fight is, I think, has a really good chance of determining how this game actually plays out for both these two teams. FPS Lounge desperately need it. I think we're basically at that threshold where it would be a turn on their side of the map. So we need to see everyone head over towards the right-hand side to actually go for the contest.
Yeah, and the 14-13 kind of mid-lane priority that you like to have before the Urn spawns is, I think, more effectively Floormen's. They got a bit more of the wave crashing against the other side, but in fact, it's actually a pressure on the Walker here. Whilst Urn is spawning, this is FPS Lounge saying, you guys can take the Urn. We don't care. We're going to try to equalize on the Walkers, and this would help their economy, absolutely. Are they able to do it, though? They are being sent back. There's a good defense that's been put up here by Floormen to deter this, and in the meantime, indeed, it's a comeback Urn there. So for Floormen, this actually is a little bit scary. They need to make sure this Walker does not go down, because they themselves can't really turn the Urn in. So they are going to assault the Walker on the Urn side of the map at the same time here, Jason.
Yeah, this is some rough times in this Walker. They will get the kill on towards Xeno, so it does open up a free Walker take, I believe, on the left-hand side. Actually, no, sorry, it's Lee going to be there. And the counter pressure comes in on the right-hand side. Again, as you mentioned, Urn not really a desirable target for them. They're trying to apply pressure to counter out this Walker being taken left side, and I'm loving this split screen action that we're having happen. Fights on both sides of the map as we're now tagged along with Snakes, looking for that Urn. Gets charged directly into a wall and almost immediately bursted down. Forcing out the repost to actually escape this one, and the Urn will be picked up by Rocker. He's locking it in to be... Actually, no, he locked it on a neutral turn-in with the Walker going down. The picking up the Urn at that exact moment forced it to be neutral and no longer an advantage turn-in for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, they got that Walker. That gave them a lot of economy. And now with a neutral and more of a chance here for Floormen. But honestly, with how behind FPS Lounge was, that actually, I think, works out in their favor, because it allowed them the opportunity to assault the Walker and create this macro scenario for them to take advantage of. So now, you talked about how key this next Urn is, and there's nothing to distract from this fight now. Both teams looking to turn up.
Comes down to ultimates, and I don't think you fight this with what Floormen have available, especially with the singularity there. Xeno's off to the side. Yeah, free turning coming on through. I think it's a smart decision, honestly, out of FPS Lounge. Realizing if you lose a fight there, you're going to be losing a lot more, especially with AVG looking to punish this push here out of Rokane. It's locked down by the Binding Word. I didn't quite catch actually what Rokane has skilled up. I was expecting maybe a Binding Word max to just get the silence, to get some control, force the dispel magics right off the bat.
And that was the counterplay, trying to push mid, hoping that everybody would turn up to the Urn fight so they could take the mid Walker and have a trade. But that was not really a trade that was helpful for FPS Lounge. It was maybe a bit gambly, but they didn't really, like you say, have options to safely fight the Urn turn-in. So they are content for now in this current scenario to be playing from behind, but at least they're not too far behind.
I think there is one outlier right now, and I think that's League at the moment, and maybe even D&B to some extent, because League's at 21k. I don't think anyone at FPS Lounge can really fight him anymore. Like Warden, played by Rokane, he hasn't really built up the items he needs to deal with it. I think he kind of needs to play from ahead, not play from behind when it comes to Warden in particular. I mean, Lowkey has a lot of mobility, yes, but I think with the way League's been building, slowly be able to just outlast her in these fights. And then Lefa, I mean, only at 19k. I just don't think you can win these fights when you're 3k behind League.
This is a good catch if they can get AVG. AVG is isolated there. Warform's going away, very low on HP. Trying to chase it down. You've got to be careful how far they go, and I don't know if they can continue going here. Venator's now turned up here for Floormen. And AVG's so weak. He's one, absolute one. That's so unfair. I think for FPS Lounge, they must be really sad about that one. That would have been such an important pick to get. And AVG's back to the fountain.
Yeah, so he gets away to safety. About a minute and a half until the next bit of contention, probably towards Urn once again. Feels like this game has just been non-stop action, even though there's only been 28 kills. To be fair, it's only been 18 minutes. Quickly checking in, though, we can see Rokane did go for max on his flash, so trying to take away that stamina. Not building into his Binding Word, though. You can see just at the regular tier 0 investment into it. Trying to look across the board at anything else that kind of stands out. I mean, again, Sounds Wave, something we pointed out quite a few times. We have 3 picked up for Floormen on heroes that get in deep. I think that's AVG, DMOV, and League who are going to be having one already off the bat. And it just shuts you down. I mean, Celeste, you have high movement, but if you can't use abilities, you're not going to survive long, as you see there. Oh, does the Quantum and take him and cancel out the Shining Wonder there because it has no targets to go to.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Learn something new every day. Makes sense. And every time it looks like FPS Lounge are kind of getting really close in terms of souls, they again, like, this becomes a 10k lead almost for Floormen. They're still looking in control of this, and it does seem very difficult for FPS Lounge to actually team fight against Floormen. This seems like a problem for them that's only going to get worse over time. So I'm starting to wonder, how can they best, create advantages in this game. And one thing I will note is that we asked about if is it going to be the pillow max for hydration. Instead, he actually went Little Helpers 3 first. So prioritizing the macro, pushing lanes, and setting sinners.
Well, we do have movement buff picked up for low main, survival picked up for DMB as the fight continues to break on this left-hand side. I think League just quickly might even head for the urn to actually pick it up and run it back towards the side of the map. But as you can see, FPS Lounge have completely swarmed all over this one, looking for their first urn of the game. Silence Wave, Dispel Magic, Pure Duration, and of course Rapid Recharge for those Flame Dashes. With Warp Stone, he's just going to be so annoying to deal with here, especially 26,000 souls, man. League has been on a tear in the last few minutes, building up a massive soul lead against the carries on the enemy side.
Yeah, this is a really precarious position to be in. With hydration down, I don't think that they really want to try to have a team fight here. And
okay,
I mean, they may be forced into it.
I mean, they're trying to use the fact that I think FPS Lounge are running the urn to go for a cheeky mid boss here, and you're going to be running into a singularity, and you don't really have anything to stop it either. So they might have to get this one for free. We see at least Left is going to be able to contest, but man, it's going to come down to Xeno here and League paired together. Can they time their abilities perfectly? It's not even a contest. They're just trying to harass.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, just like you say, how do you fight into this? Even if you have a Silence Wave, the Singularity will eventually be online. And now they're going to find AVG on the other side of this. If they're able to take him down, that's one rejuve dealt with. There's nobody here to help AVG, but there's no more lockdown to prevent AVG from escaping. So one rejuve will be dealt with. But, I mean, there's a lot of value that Floormen can get in the meantime. With that said, there's not an enormous amount of farm on the map for them to go and just, farm everything. So the question will be, what do Floormen want to do with the rejuve? They've got 2 walkers. That seems like the most obvious thing to use these rejuves for.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think, honestly, the game plan is to kind of set League up for success here because they know no one can 1v1 him really anymore. I mean, maybe Leffa can. I think if League has a misplay, the fact he's at 28k, you can allow him to push like maybe the right-hand side where you push as a 5-man squad in towards middle. Use the singularity that you have available for Xeno. Even though it doesn't have a warp stone, I mean, there's still definitely ways to easily get in there. You can have your team set you up with like a seismic impact or even a bola with a catch would be enough. But they're leaving League in the left-hand side, so they're just allowing him to go for the 1v1, denying farm more importantly, since that is the heavy jungle side for FPS Lounge on the Amber team. He's actually been able to catch Leffa here in a little bit of a skirmish too, get him down about half health.
I mean, if hydration can pick up a curse or something like that, that could be really useful to help deal with the Dynamo. But he hasn't. The Dynamo doesn't even have Mystic Expansion. Unstoppable is not online just yet. So, there's definitely still a window here where things are not too overwhelming yet for FPS Lounge to find a way to find parity. But playing quite carefully around these 2 rejuves that Floormen have, and Floormen pretty split across the map here as well, Jason. So.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the rejuve ended up just being about extending their lead further because it allows them to be safer taking jungle. You can see here they've been very far on the enemy side of the map for quite a long time, giving them that double bonus, right? Because not only are you getting farm, you're denying farm away. Just trying to build up a stronger lead coming into this next turn can be, I think, exactly what they're looking for now.
Kill on ABG here would be huge. Remember, he does not have the rejuve crystal, so this could be a straight up kill. Well, Tiny Sun is not going to be triggered here. In fact, maybe there's an opportunity. Okay, maybe not. There comes the reinforcements. And sadly for Snakes, FPS Lounge were just not there for him.
I think that was a gut shot, actually, to save AVG from the stun that he got from the repost. You see Lowkey going for a push onto the middle walker, but I think AVG's kind of cut the wave out from behind him, which does leave this right lane walker to be completely taken now for Floormen, especially with D-Mob getting that kill over onto Erebus. Yeah, I don't think you can defend this one anymore, and any deaths would be really bad for FPS Lounge.
And there it is, Walker dealt with. And Abrams in over the top with a huge seismic slam, catching 3 players. And this looks like a horrible fight to be in if you're FPS Lounge. They're going to have to try to fall back out of this, and it's like they'll be able to do so without losing anybody. So that is good. And they still have a walker up, and the rejuve. There's only 1 crystal left, and it's not too far from going. And once again, AVG is getting chased down here by Celeste. Lowkey has been chasing AVG all game, and will actually get the kill, and maybe the walker in mid as well. Huge possibility here for FPS Lounge. Indeed, they get it. And that's going to be some extra economy, a slot unlocked, and it's also going to distract Floormen. They've got to try to respond to this.
Yeah, very important here now for FPS Lounge. They could have turned that into a second kill. Getting 1 kill and walker is massive. It cuts that lead that Floormen was building up to by quite a bit, especially with buffs spawning in as well. You're going to force them to fight with a man down. We're going to see double buffs picked up now for FPS Lounge. I think that's going to be survival for Rokane and bullet for Snake, or gun for Snake. So honestly, I mean, that one death, like that one individual play by Lowkey has opened up quite a big world now for FPS Lounge, but they still have that problem. Fighting into a singularity is still very difficult to do, and they have to figure out how do they deal with Xeno. There's no curse. They have like one, I think they have maybe 2 silence waves now. I haven't been able to keep track of exactly how many they have, but to lock Xeno down, I think will have to be their #1 priority if they want to take a head-to-head fight.
Will these urns bring them back in the game? Because I feel like this is the 3rd one I've seen Snakes in the last 7 minutes.
I'd say for sure. I mean, it's so many souls. It's also like the golden statue buffs you get for yourself as well. And also kind of eliminates an objective on the map that teams use that are typically in the lead to force a fight against you. So it kind of gives you a big win on all fronts.
Yes, it's really interesting too because of the way that, you know, you can play around it, like the macro around it. And like you say, teams have to respect it to some extent, or they have to sack it and then do something else on the map. So it forces a bunch of decisions and movement. And right now, speaking of which, you know, Floormen are pretty spread across middle, so they can respond pretty quickly here to any kind of plays around this urn. They're trying to make it a fight before it's anywhere near the deposit spot. And it looks like FPS Lounge have a sense of this and are looking to still hold on to this position. Very tentative, very delicate stuff with this urn, and this play from Floormen to try to cut it off hasn't worked out so far. But in the meantime, you do have the big blue rocker pushing all the way down the left lane, so they've got control of the left lane right now, and that will make it harder to turn the urn in. So right now it's somewhat of a stalemate on the middle position, and we have a fight here that's super important where Lefa is going to take down DMB, and he's going to be on top of D-Mob as well on that Shiv. And I don't know if this is a good fight for a Shiv, but it actually looks like he has the better of it. D-Mob looking to escape here, trying to do everything with a shotgun movement. Shiv is very, very quick here. Very hard to chase down, and D-Mob will escape. But this is good control right now from FPS Lounge. They are doing what they need to do, Jason, to begin to turn this game.
Yeah, they got a massive 2v1 against DME in the right-hand side, which opened up a kill into him and the walker being taken, keeping things equal when it comes to objectives, keeping that lead only at 13k. D-Mob just a little bit slow to rotate on in, but you kind of see the power of the drain build out of Lefa 2. Because yeah, we saw Dispel Magic get rid of the initial drain out of Lefa, but then he just cast another one, and it gives you so much HP in these fights that D-Mob just can't hold a candle to him anymore. Not to mention, I mean, he is down by about 6k souls, and at the end of the day, Dan, it is Lefa. I mean, one of the most talented M1 players in North America. Doesn't miss too many shots, and when you have guys get to this point, a lot of damage coming your way. And also they get the urn on top of this too. This has been such a big turnaround for FPS Lounge. They've closed this lead down to 9k, which was I didn't think it would even happen.
Yeah, the incredible play that they've, if you think of the last urn fights where they couldn't even challenge themselves, it was just too disadvantageous. The tide has really turned through careful macro and disciplined play and some good punishes, like you said, from Lowkey and that mid walker steal. It's enabled them to do this, and now the mid boss is up. That is what could turn the entire game. And so the next team fight is critical, and the next team fight might be upon us right now here around the mid position again. But because they've managed to hold on to mid for, no, actually the mid walker is gone, my bad, from FPS Lounge, but still looking for a pick here. It's gonna be massive. If you can force some ults out, that's going to also be very important in terms of your prospects to taking the mid boss successfully.
Oh man, just all the teams are here. I'm just wondering, where are all of Floormen? You can see a couple players are on the high side. That's gonna be Xeno at least. and I think maybe even Rocker, but I think there are actually a lot of players are down towards the actual pit, trying to maybe catch out FPS Lounge in a bad position. A Phantom Strike comes through with a charge on an Erebus, gets him locked into the wall, but he does create some distance, but not enough as D-Mog's going to close that one on in. There's still, I mean, the fight's happening on all different fronts. Try to focus here on another target. And Snakes has gone down, trying to keep hydration out of this fight. No nap time for him anymore in this one, as it was just about to come off cooldown, and such a big turnaround win here. Rokane trying to change the world in the face of Floormen, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Dan.
No, just everybody getting caught off guard, and you can see that that Rocker really is the star of this fight. It's isolating everybody, and it just does not look good at all here for FPS Lounge. All that hard work coming down to this, just everyone one at a time getting punched in the face by Rocker. And there goes Lowkey, and with it, any chance of a mid boss absolutely gone. And it was just happening for FPS Lounge that I think, like you were kind of pointing to as well, Jason, that Lef is starting to get really, really strong. And that, I think, is one of the win conditions, is that he could really scale into this late game well. But this is going to put a big dampener on that. Because Lef is going to be trying to challenge this one. He's throwing down the Geist Bombs. There's the life drain. The Rejuve Crystals are coming down, but Lef is he's just going to get annihilated. There's not much he can do there.
Good use of the Silence Wave on top of Singularity too. Not allowing to go for the swap. Yeah, honestly, to win a team fight like that and not have to commit a Singularity, that's not a good sign. I think that shows some really good target focus. I think Rocker opened things up extremely well. Like with that catch on the Erebus, it just put him immediately on the back foot, that they're eventually able, like him and D-Mob together, just to completely overrun Erebus, immediately give him that man advantage. But I couldn't see what really happened in the rest of that fight. I mean, DMB didn't seem to be too punished at 39k. League, I don't really expect him to be locked down when he's at 42,000 souls. He's very tough to deal with. But interesting enough, I mean, look at Xeno. He's gone for the Quantum Entanglement max. He doesn't even have a Warp Stone, so he's not even actively looking for ultimates, to be honest. I think it's more about defensive ultimates instead of aggressive ultimates. And this Urn, yeah, where was he going? Was he thinking it was a turn on their side of the map?
I'm not sure. But yeah, I think, the key though, because the difference isn't insane just yet, and they've got to buy up items and so on, so it might still be a window here where FPS Lounge could have a fight, but Lefer's not up just yet. You don't really want to fight, I don't think, whilst Lefer's still unable to be in the fight, but AVG's in there, is forcing the action, creating space, getting in their face, and then now Rocker comes in again, indomitable Rocker, and Lefer spawns, but a couple of his teammates already dead. And yeah, I think you nailed it, Jason. The fact that Rocker was able to Phantom Strike the back line, just instantly kill Erebus in that previous fight, that just was the beginning of the chain reaction.
League's at 11,000 souls. Escalating Infuser, Superior Duration. His Afterburn starting to get maxed out as well here in the next 3 ability points. This is a deadly Infernus, man. He can go back and buy and come back even stronger, but they want to keep this pressure on with Lowkey and Snakes dead. They know that Lefa can't really do anything about this. There's really no way FPS Lounge can go for the defense. It's about them actually getting caught out and trying to survive. Maybe take away one of the rejuves if possible, but this should be the first stage of Patreon guaranteed gone. And probably Floormen backing away to buy up and spend the plethora of souls they're currently sitting on.
I come back from 42k and 3 extra lives real easily, don't you, Dan?
I'm not a Giga Chads. I die here. In fact, they're going to go back in, I think, here. They're trying to fake it out. But this might just be over.
Just go back and spawn. Just let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be forced there one way or the other.
Oh my gosh, Lefa just gets annihilated here. The big carry of the team for FPS Lounge is now down and out, and the pressure is continuing. I mean, it's just that patience stopping Floormen for getting their chance, the rematch up against Melee Creeps to maybe take the title back for themselves. Snakes has gone as well. And it seems like Floormen with D-Mob and added to the team is really giving them some extra vigor here coming back into the night shift.
Yeah, they definitely have been looking really strong. No question about it. I think, what we saw from FPS Lounge here was strong play as well. I think one of the sad things in the current format is that this is best of one, so you don't get to make the adjustments draft to draft. Maybe to take down one of these Rejuve Crystals. They'll try to do what they can.
You gotta be careful. You don't really want to be dying here, DMB. Your team is on the way, though, so he has bought a lot of time.
He's dead for 90 seconds.
That's a really big kill.
Yeah, can they do anything else here, Floormen? I mean, they're down 3 players themselves already. All the Rejuve Crystals are out. Rocker's getting really weak. He's dead. 90 seconds for Rocker on the bench as well. 4 players still up, though. AVG in Lycan form is a massive issue. With Shiv right behind
Dynamo
that. Everybody's
is
down.
meta. Is this a bigger issue, Kaplan?
I mean, Lefa's going to be up here.
I mean, yeah, Lefa 1v4 though. I mean, he's good, but I don't know if he's that good to be honest. I mean, the patient's already down to half HP here. It's going to continually burst it down. And it looks like Floormen will indeed get that rematch up against melee creeps. I think licking their wounds from last week in an utter stomp, I feel like it turned out to be.
Damn,
This
still,
people
still in the
We're
pit.
buying time. So say I didn't feel like I called it too early, and there we go. Probably Floormen do close it out, but the Dynamo, man, I think just the subtle changes to, I mean, they kind of like nerfed indirectly his stomp and making you have to max it out for the increased range, but the fact that you have that dispel magic with quantum entanglement max is just disgusting. And maybe we're finally pucketed in the era of Dynamo.
And maybe it's good to bring a Bulgarian onto every American team. Dimov doing damage in NA. I feel like he was on fire for the final 10 minutes. We are going to see the Floormen moving forward. FPS Lounge overextending early and now dispatched out of the tournament much earlier than they wanted. DDK, as we take a look at some of the highlights, was there a standout player? I know we still got to see the numbers to officially pick our MVP, our Shopify sidekick, but who caught your eye?
That's a really good question, actually. I'm leaning towards either Rocker or Xeno for the sidekick because I feel like, Rocker wasn't necessarily, he's not your character. He's not going to be DMB, League, AVG in terms of the damage output and the potential to just really ruin people, but had some incredible initiations, good setups in a lot of these fights on Abrams that were really critical to them ensuring that the game didn't get out of hand.
Some great chase down kills throughout the highlights as well. Where was this game out of hand? Because at this point, Floormen up by about 3K souls, but that's just the early laning phase. Kaplan, what did you see in the second half?
I mean, I don't think this game was out of hand until the very end. I think there was a chance that Floormen, with that first rejuve they picked up, that first mid-boss, they could have easily gained a lot more ground. But I think FPS Lounge had a really good fight. Soon after Lefa, like I think it was the push, like the 2v1 push they had against DMB on the right-hand side to kill the final walker of the game. They're able to force Dimov back. That really opened things up for them and kind of kept them in contention, followed up by like an urn turn in thereafter. I think honestly, Floormen, made some subtle mistakes, and FPS Lounge had some great plays to keep it extremely close. But when it came to the second rejuve, I mean, there was just no way they can test anymore. There was just too much damage out of Floormen.
It was impressive to see him bring it back within 9K souls after some nice urn running. This was the point in the game. This big fight did not go their way. Floormen mopping up, and then, of course, that leads to some rejuves. DDK, is there a character I need to ban out, though, going up against the Floormen next if I'm melee creeps in the grand final?
It's kind of interesting because I do wonder. I'm not entirely sure how much impact the Dynamo has. If it's over or like undervalued and it's actually just really outsized what it can do for you, and if that should be a targeted ban or not. I'm not really entirely sure because it felt like Floormen did have overall better team fight, like better tankiness. Like the front line seemed really, really powerful. And they were able to play defensively really effectively. And it does feel like Dynamo was somewhat at the root of that. But I don't know if I'm banning Dynamo still. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think he's ban worthy, but the fact that he can cancel out the stakes out of Erebus, especially the even though he has an Echo Shard or two, and he also cancels out the Binding Words, you eliminate like two big forms of CC that FPS Lounge used to get picks or used to get away, more importantly. And the fact that you can, I think, even if you're in the right position, get away from nap time out of hydration, it just kind of shuts down that CC chain that FPS Lounge needed to get these kills.
There is a vicious rumor going around the YouTube chat that Goober has been atomized for his previous crimes in game. Goober isn't gone. In fact, he's still with us over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. You can chat with the man. He's been with us since the drama kicked off in EU. What did Dimov bring that Goober was missing, though? Because it looked like the Shiv was very comfortable. Did that open things up for the rest of the squad? Why would you make a move? Or is it purely that Dimov is just one of those raw, mechanically talented players out there, DDK?
I think, hero pulls can often be, what it comes down to. Dimov has an incredible hero pool. He's been considered one of the best players and like across all of Deadlock for a while. So if it were the case, I'm not privy. So if to Floormen and sort of how those internal dynamics are kind of working the best. But that would be kind of what I would wager, is that Dimov is can be best in class or close to it in the server in pretty much any role that he's playing. So that kind of helps.
Yeah, we found out though with Leviathan, if you don't win, he ain't going to stay around long. We've got to see what he can do in your grand final. And of course, we got to name our sidekick. Did you pick one out, Kaplan? Who wins tonight?
You know, I personally, I wanted to give it to Rocker on the Abrams, because obviously you don't really think as Abrams as like a sidekick for the team, but I think what he did well for them was those phantom strikes on the key targets, the charges he was hitting early in the game and later in the game as well, being that beefy front line to kind of facilitate the success of his teammates. I think that's why, to me, he definitely earned it.
It's already 9 p.m. Eastern. We haven't even started the NA Grand
only 9 for
Finals,
you.
and I'm
Oh.
running out of Bluey episodes, fam. Let's move it along. 4 kills, 1 death, 19 assists, 32,886 player damage, and more importantly, looking good on all the initiations. Is there anything that stands out in this build, DDK, or is this standard Abrams frontline stuff?
Looks pretty standard, to be honest. I think where Abrams really comes online though and becomes such a threat is when you get to the Phantom Strike. That's when you can Phantom Strike someone close the distance. It's kind of like the Yamato flying strike, but it's instantaneous, like teleport onto someone, and then you can hit them with a charge into a wall where they get stunned, and then you hit them in the face. Like the damage output that's guaranteed at that point for pick becomes really insane, and that's when any Abrams, I think, truly gets like absolutely unstoppable.
As we take a look at some of these highlights, I also want to call out the fact that he was bowling the Apollo. Rem ended up with more damage than the Apollo due to the Abrams shutdown. I feel like you're going to go back and just watch this game in misery if you're snakes in the VOD footage.
I'm kind of wondering, actually, you're talking, Puckett, about like anything interesting in the build. I'm wondering, Torment Pulse. I had a chat with AVG, and he was saying basically Silence Wave is the new Torment Pulse. But I wonder... Because the thing is, if you charge in and you silence thereafter, they're not really going anywhere, right? Or you force it to dispel magic. But I wonder if Torment Pulse was picked up specifically to work around his Siphon Life, his one ability for extra healing that it can do. Also use the extra like survivability maybe you need when it comes to being in the front line. But I'm actually really curious why you went for that over like a Silence Wave.
We'll have to ask him if he wins the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your first winner of the night, but we still have another match, and it is a best of 3 lock-in. We've got our friends over at TrackLock, and of course, Shopify bringing us an extra large load of cash to all of the players. We'll tell you more about it on the other side of the break.
Luck is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock. Download the TrackLock app today.
Hey all, ZP here to guide you through this week's Shopify build of the shift, featuring the Celeste build that Hoot used to take down Leviathan and secure LKW's first ever night shift victory. Taking a look at the early game, Hoot is going to open up with high velocity rounds, extra regen, and Cold Front. And the goal here is pretty simple. Cold Front really helps synergize with Celeste and her generally divey playstyle, and high velocity rounds just means you can actually hit the targets you're trying to shoot at. At the 12-minute marker, Hoot has added Silence Wave, Resto Locket, and extra stamina to the build. And Silence Wave really shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone this week, given how hard the teams are stacking it, but it works really well with Celeste, who otherwise is looking for extra burst damage, and you're getting that from Silence Wave on top of a good hit of Disable. Past the 20-minute mark, Hoot has added Mystic Vulnerability, Superior Stamina, Dispel Magic, Enchanter's Emblem, and Spirit Shredder bullets to his build, greatly increasing Celeste's ability to Spirit Shred while also giving her the ability to remove debuffs that could otherwise limit her ability or burst damage. Also, let's face it, if you're facing Shiv Mirage like Hoot was in a game like this, you probably want Dispel Magic anyways. At 24 minutes, Hoot picks up his first tier 4 item, Spellslinger, something that synergizes super well with the amount of spells that Celeste can pump out and her need for fast attack speed via the Light Eater synergy. Also, taking a look at this clip here towards the end, you really just see the attack speed come in the focus as, well, Mirage is probably dead either way, but dead even quicker here. Finally, the build caps off with Mystic Vulnerability upgrading into Escalating Exposure, Spirit Shredder going the Spirit Rend, and Debuff Reducer being added in. More of the same theme as taking as much resistance away from the opponents as possible, while lessening the impact of debuffs that could otherwise hold Celeste back. That wraps things up for this week's Shopify Build of the Shift. If you want to play this build yourself, just search Deadlock Night Shift in-game or use the code on your screen.
Hello and welcome back. It is the crew, and we're bringing you the NA action of Deadlock, episode 33 in full force with Shopify and Tracklock on board. We've got DDK and Jason Kaplan on the mic, and we just witnessed the Floormen doing Floormen thing. This time, though, there's a new face on the squad, DDK. How do you rate D-Mob's performance, his first time fitting in with this other five-man lineup?
Yeah, he looks really good, and wouldn't be surprised if with Demov they could win NA, which would be kind of funny because you're kind of bringing a European in to win NA and all of that. But yeah, they look really good. The fit for Demov seems fantastic. He did get his Yamato got banned out, and I don't know if that approach will be taken by melee creeps. And so I would love to see that. I would love to get to see at least one map where Demov gets onto Yamato because he's such a beast with it.
Yeah, it's not normal that we see a Yamato dominating any of the games. Kaplan, if we take a look, though, at NA's history, how have the Floormen compared to melee creeps over the last 33 episodes? Who has more trophies in the trophy case?
Oh, I mean, come on. I think anyone out there watching Night Shift knows who has the win when it comes to that. It was like, 18 wins for melee creeps ever since back to Night Shift 12. All the way up to 29, they won the entire time, then losing over a Night Shift 32 Floormen, and then eventually, they didn't lose to them again. They actually beat them twice back to back. But honestly, like melee creeps, like their run has been the longest run we've seen in Deadlock history ever so far. But they have been challenged out, and I think more and more teams in NA are kind of catch on to how they can actually play against them, how they can beat them, and the fact that you're seeing Floormen, 2-1 against them, 1-2 against them, and then obviously last week was quite a hit and probably the deciding factor of making these roster changes. When it comes into this series, though, Puckett, honestly, I don't know who I'm favoring. I think when you come to how long Melee Creeps have been playing together versus DMob being into the team, how well they can play with DMob, that's going to be something that's going to be in question. But man, it's going to be a close series.
Let's take a look at our returning champions, Melee Creeps, winning a whole bunch, losing at episode 30, but then rolling everyone since then. Saya, John, Scout, Fishcake, Ido, and Do have been running it in North America. Saya, John, who's got more MVPs on the season, DDK, and who do you think is MVP worthy tonight?
I don't know. I feel like John is the G. I don't know. He feels like he is the talisman of the team, but obviously he is flanked by insane talent, just like back to front. So it's hard to call. It's going to probably be dictated by the draft and what becomes most important in game from that draft.
On the other side of the Melee Creeps fight, it's the Floormen. As you mentioned, DMob coming over, the European assassin picked up for this week. NA graced with a Xeno DMB League Rocker and AVG at the helm, and now with the Mercenary in the lineup, they're looking even stronger than when we saw Goober. And I thought Goober had some MVP-worthy performances for the squad in this past. We've only seen one game from him, but how strong is this team on a 10 scale, Kaplan?
Honestly, I think before the break, you asked Dan, what's DMob bringing to the team over Goober? And I think he hit the nail on the head. I think hero pool is a very big factor to it. And I think the more and more weeks we get through, the more scrims and matches Floormen get under their belts, the stronger they're going to become having DMob on this team, because having that flexibility of him as a player in particular. Then also we get the eventual question of, is EU better than NA? If DMob comes in here and wins Night Shift on his very first go in North America, is it confirmed EU's better region?
Ooh. Or NA players are just more adaptable.
Ain't no one saying
lot of
that.
discussions we have.
I don't know. But to be honest, again, it's why we need a LAN. It's why we need a LAN. It's why we need LAN. And maybe
a battle royale.
Maybe we're on the way there. Maybe there'll be LAN this
better
year.
than Hoot. Who's the best on the planet? Is there a way to challenge individuals other than a Mo 1v1, Kaplan?
Bro, you said battle royale. They're actually, so Gluten Snake, he's an active member of the community, makes videos, puts on some fun. You said you watched it and you said it was amazing and it had actually some really good potential. Maybe we need to do some sort of game night here on the Night Shift, because it's been quite a while since we've done one, and we have a little battle royale session.
DDK just played in the Creator Cup. I want to beat DDK in our own Creator Cup, where it's a battle royale. I hide, I wait for DDK by screen watching, and then I pounce on him with my silver. That also has a draft, and this one is coming your way right now in your grand finals for North America. It is episode 33. We have a record starting amount of money on the line. You guys can add to it with exclamation donate in the chat. But thank you, Shopify, for the $2,500 out of the gate. And Melee Creeps, they get to ban first out of the gate, it looks like. What are you removing from the Floormen first, DDK?
Don't cheat.
Mirage?
What will Floormen remove? It's a good question. I'm not sure which way they're going to go with it. I mean, again,
Kelvin.
Kelvin, Celeste are the two obvious picks. But I don't know which one they would favor. I would presume Kelvin. But okay, Celeste, yeah, it's kind of a toss-up a lot of the time, but they think the Celeste is scarier.
If Floormen have shown they can play Dynamo. Dynamo is a decent counter to Kelvin Dome, because you can take people out of the dome with Quantum Entanglement. So you kind of counter out a Kelvin Ultimate with your own regular abilities. So maybe they're trying to bait Melee Creeps actually into going into a Kelvin so they can pick a Dynamo.
Silver was picked 12th over in the EU final. That did not go so well for them. Let's take a look here at the Floormen's response to one of the strongest characters, at least in win rate.
This could be a Calico game out of Floormen, actually. You were talking before about Calico when we looked at the initial match. I think this could be a game that we actually have it, but to see a Dynamo first pick? What?
I mean, it says it all. We were talking about that in the last at the end of the last game, right? Where is Dynamo?
Is he meta?
That's the answer.
Is he more important than Shiv? He's turning out to be. Apollo is a surprise pick, though, because they shut down Apollo on the opposing side in the last fight.
Yeah, I mean, Apollo's like really, really brutish in the lanes. You know, just a generally like very good spirit nuke and a lot of great tools to harass and to like get under the walkers, riposte out of everything. Can also like riposte can also be a good counter to like stun a hero out of an ultimate. You know, these types of things. So like Apollo is like very good, and so it's cool to see Floormen value it. But Sinclair is the follow-up. Is that Jason? Is that a response to Dynamo?
I think so, and I think there's a decent chance it would have gotten banned on the turn too. But the fact that you pick Sinclair, you kind of take away a lot of potential picks out of Floormen as well. Like obviously Kelvin, it could technically be picked up still for them. You can play it as we've seen before as like really kind of gun heavy, and he's going to be going for it here. But man, you are opening up so many good ultimates to steal here for Saya on Melee Creeps if it's in fact him. But though I think it would be most likely Scout actually playing the Sinclair. That I don't know, man. Like picking this into that is very tough.
You kind of have to do it though. I feel like you know you'd rather it be stolen than you not be the one that has it. I think almost, and the ban for pocket comes through, so you know.
Yeah, why
it
get
can be
rid
a good
of
counter.
the pocket? What are we scared of here if you're a Floormen?
It's the Affliction anti-heal. But I've heard arguments that a lot of teams don't at the top level. Like you have to start the fight with the Affliction to get the max value out of it for the anti-heal purposes.
It was Hoot, I believe, talking about that in an interview after they won last week from Lowkey W. But you know, maybe there's EU NA diff. Maybe EU plays better on pocket, and NA has to go on the crutch of banning them.
I'm the sword of Saint Benedict.
Yeah. I mean, you got Dew in the server, so makes sense. Venator, fourth pick. It's kind of crazy, you know. It's just that he's this is where he comes, but I guess that's because Melee Creeps prioritize the Mina over picking up the Venator, which is actually kind of interesting in terms of the M1 priority there.
Ivy was devastating earlier, but playing with a very thick bomb comp.
Yeah, I mean, Saya most likely on the Ivy. It's definitely, I think, one of his like kind of favorite heroes that doesn't really get to play too often, but the global presence out of Ivy is insane. And I think a really good counter to the way Floormen want to fight. Because Floormen, for me, with Kelvin and Dynamo, it's like, we want to team fight you. And
you know what's interesting?
Ivy's a good way to get around that.
Is I keep thinking about all the things that Singularity can cancel, and you know the Billy chain gang is another one of those things that can get cancelled by that. So be curious to see the impact there from Xeno again.
Or you let him chain gang you far away, and you Singularity pulls you into his team with your Singularity going. That'd be funny. What's the M1 going to be though? Is it going to be like a heavy lean onto the Mina to be the game, the carry like we've seen with Leviathan with OCs?
Oh, team. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. It does feel like this will be a spot where you would pick up either, like, do you go like
I'm duty bound.
A frontliner or yeah? Okay, so that makes sense then. You know that Warden's kind of considered an M1, so.
Warden, Billy, Silver, is that what we're looking at as kind of our front line, or what is the role of the Warden now?
I think M1 carry. I think you're going to get as much farm on him as possible. Mina's going to be the off carry, so you're going to be prioritizing Mina to get farm, but it's a lot more roam. I think like Jason was saying, like OCs, when OCs plays Mina, he's able to get max value if you're roaming with Mina because of how aggressive she can be with her abilities, but super high skill ceiling.
I mean, I'm looking.
Lady guys,
try this out
after the last game is 1-8, Kaplan. Does she go 2-8 with the rest of this lineup? It feels strong.
What did Lady Geist do to you, man? You're on like a hate train for her. Did she
I've just never understood why you keep picking a character with such a low win rate. I'm like, statistically, something's wrong. Why are we all still thinking it's right?
I think part of that is skewed because of the
recency bias. It's last 10 matches I'm looking at, 2 of 10.
Yeah, and look at her win rate before that. I think it's quite high. I think as well. So okay. In the last 10 matches, I think her win rate's low if you look at Leviathan because it's not OCs playing it, it's overseas. And OCs plays, I think, a better Geist, but they also play him as a carry Geist, and overseas is more of like a, not support Geist, but not necessarily like a hard carry Geist. So there's been like slight changes in the way you use Geist of being your carry versus just like a bruiser. So I think that is slightly into it, but I mean, Geist is just an all-around decent pick in general. Like it's very tanky, it does a lot of damage. Like we saw with Lefa, you can 1v2 pretty well. If you go for the drain build as well. And also you have a lot of like self-sustain here with like a Kelvin who can heal and Dynamo can heal. Like they have so much healing, especially when Yamato gets Mystic Reaver, bro. Like there's so much healing on this team for Floormen.
D-Mob, make me a believer. I want to see Floormen win. You're going up against melee creeps, and you got boppity bopped last week, so it's time to go to a game 3. We're about to jump into this one. If you were going to grade the drafts, though, DDK, who has the edge?
I mean, Demov got Yamato, so Floormen have the edge. That's how I'm seeing this. But I do think Floormen got a better draft. They got the Kelvin, they got the Venator, Demov on the comfort Yamato, super dangerous.
They've gotten what Melee Creeps has been using for like the last weeks. They've been running like Scion Kelvin and Scout on Dynamo, and they've been able to snatch that away. They've had Ido on Apollo a few times as well, like Venator being taken away. I feel like if you swap these team names, I would be like, yeah, that's Melee Creeps' pick right there. Like that's their draft.
Most important player or character for melee creeps in this fight?
I would say John John. John John or Scout here, the Warden or the Sinclair. I think Sinclair, you need to have really good ultimates in good situations, but John John, he needs to not get punished because he's very susceptible to ganks, I'd say early on, especially with the way like AVG and Demov have been playing. Like he's got to be a late game terror and he can't really afford to fall behind.
Yeah, I'm torn between both Mina and Silver. I think it's both Mina and Silver. That's where all your damage is coming from. Those are the two heroes that need to have a really good game. I mean, obviously Warden's gonna farm up and be able to have a lot of damage, but I think it's the Mina and the Silver which in the team fights are going to be that's what Warden's creating the space for. And so I feel like that's going to be the most important for melee creeps. But
we've got some nervous bladders, guys. As soon as the players are ready, I swear we will hit the start game button. We're just waiting on them. Big shout out, though, to all the new subscribers. We also just got a $25 donation. Again, exclamation donation. You can add directly to the prize pool. We're over 2,600. My personal goal was to get us to 3,000 tonight to kick off the new Shopify series alongside TrackLock. And Kaplan, while we have a second, TrackLock can help you get better like the pros. It'll help you stay locked in game. Tell me about it. How do you use it?
Bro, I mean, so they have a companion app that you can pick up for yourself that gives you access to these like live stats in games. You've been noticing we've had these like golden statue buffs, like with our own live stats. You can have that for yourself to see where you kind of sit at, where your opponents kind of sit at. You can kind of compare yourselves against your teammates, against your enemies, see who's like the stronger players in the enemy team, who's the weaker players that you can go around and punish. Like I think a lot of people do to Puckett in his games, unfortunately, especially the Geist that we've been seeing. And there's just a lot of things that kind of offers you. And honestly, we're so happy to have them on because not only do they help you individually elevate your game, they've helped us elevate the broadcast, man. These stats we've been having coming into the game has been a phenomenal addition. We've been talking for months about we would love to see how many buffs people have with these golden statue buffs. The fact that we can now see it, not to mention some new things coming in the next weeks as well, has been such a great addition to the show.
All the Lady Guys haters, stand up. Let me know if you'd buy some merch. We're thinking about making it with our new Shopify AI assistant. Shout out to Shoppy, who's been with us all show long as well. DDK, Kaplan on the mic. It's your NA final. We've highlighted the rosters, but here they are one more time. If you haven't seen them, Melee Creeps, the returning champs. You should be familiar with them. John has run this roster for a minute. He's got his boys dialed in. They've shown us a number of different looks. Where are they their most dangerous, DDK? Frontline? Is it late game? Is it just macro, micro? Where are their strengths right now on the roster?
I mean, pretty much all of it, I guess. You know, melee creeps good at pretty much everything. I think it's so hard. It's so hard with a team like melee creeps to kind of figure out like what is it that they do better than some other aspect of the game. I don't know if you have like a specific answer there, Jason, because to me that they've been like what the Abrahams kind of were for a long time, where it's just like the most stable roster in NA, which means that they've been able to be best in class in all those categories. So with that said, this is a huge test against Floormen. I'm actually favoring Floormen in this. I don't know if you're with me on that one, but for me, Floormen is the vibe.
Yeah, man, their mid game is insanely strong. The thing is, if you're melee creeps, I think you're looking for your mid game with the Silver and the Mina to really carry you through to allow John to farm. But when you're met up against an Apollo and a Yamato, and it's Demov on Yamato, that's going to be tough.
All right, insta pause. All right.
Bro, so I don't know if you know this, by the way. So that little billboard you see, that's brand new. It's an animated billboard that Line was able to put together for us. That is amazing to see. And put out some great work. Also we didn't really mention this, I think, over the course of the entire show, but we do have like 3 modded skins in this game as well to, celebrate Shopify coming on board. We got Mo and Krill coming in. We haven't seen Paige yet. And Paige has a really sick reskin with Shopify, and hopefully we see it at some point. And of course, Rem, which we've been seeing over the course of the entire day. But man, Aussie Lion's been putting out some serious work, and some massive props to him. Just really being here time in, time out, putting out some of the most amazing mods in the game.
This is the most beautiful version of the Cursed Apple. If you're wondering where is that hideout, it's actually downtown. You can tell because the Empire State Building is on the left. You've got the other tower on the right. It's the Chrysler Building. It's pretty dope.
The first Deadlock land on top of the Empire State Building. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Please.
Give me the land. All right, well, we've got to get into these teams now, Jason. We've got our lineups across every lane. Silver, Billy on the left lane. That's actually kind of an interesting one. I don't think that's like an ideal one where you got like kind of two frontliners, but I guess like Silver's kind of, you know, she's got like insane burst damage. And it's kind of like a mixture of like damage and frontline. So
it's just a lot of control too, right? Like I think the fact that you have Bola, that's just really, it's really punishing, because if you get caught by like a rising ram at a Billy, and then you get caught with a Bola, which is like almost like a guarantee to hit too, you're just not going anywhere, man. You can't use any stamina. You can't breathe. You can't even jump. So you do have the potential for a lot of kills. I think the only problem is you're up against Xeno, who does a lot of healing, a lot of decent damage with poke, but also, I mean, the stamina freeze that you can do is really hard when you're playing a Silver with only 2 stamina bars.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, I enjoy that lane a lot myself, but Demov's going to get an opening pick onto Do, so goodbye Do on the Mina.
Welcome to EU players, Do. I'm sorry, I have to lean into that one, man, because it's not very often you get to see EU players in NA.
Oh, actually, ABG's on the Yamato and Demo's on the Apollo. I just clocked that. Okay, that sucks for me because I really wanted to see the Demov Yamato, but
it's the flexibility he brings, though, right? Like it's crazy. No, he could be on the Yamato. He could be on Apollo. He could be on Dynamo. Who knows? I mean, we know who's going to be on the Dynamo most likely, but he does have that ability to flex. And even watching, I think it was like Lightbringer yesterday, he was watching so many scrims, and he was just saying having a big hero pool for a player is the key to success, and it is one of the biggest things you can bring to a team.
There you go. Out of here first. Get your hero pool in order. Okay, so it's going to be interesting to see then how the performance does go for Demov on that Apollo. Pretty similar in terms of style to a Yamato. In terms of just like chase.
Oh my gosh.
Spirit heavy.
And the thing is, that's what I was saying before, is that you have Apollo and Yamato. So if you're talking about like momentum in the game, I think maybe your like very early game could be your technically weakest, because like Dynamo, he can put a lot of presence, but until you get Connect Pulse maxed out, it's really difficult to hit those. You put yourself in like really risky positions. But like once you hit that mid game, man, the spirit power you have on their team, melee creeps can't rival. In melee creeps, I feel like they almost need to delay the game to the point that Jean can be their carry. But then you also have 2 gun carries out of Floormen when you get to that point of the late game. So it's, I don't know, they have such a strong lineup throughout the entire match here for Floormen that maybe just the very early is their weakest point.
And there is the first gang coming on from Yamato. I was just about to mention that this is very, very painful to be up against. And Fish Cake is converted onto, which leaves Silver alone in this lane. Ido on Silver. Someone who has a lot of experience playing Silver. And we'll definitely expect to see some good things here, but gets caught out. I mean, this lane is getting absolutely hammered with rotation over from AVG. And again, this is a part of the plan. I think, like you're saying, Jason, you can kind of tempo out quite nicely with what Yamato and Apollo can bring. And I think the name of the game is, with this composition too, is creating the space for DMB to get absolutely giga farmed. Just create all of these distractions, all this presence all over the map, allowing DMB to be safe.
I'm going to go even one step further here, Dan. This is the second game in a row that we've seen Floormen like put extra investment into their weak lane, which again, for the Sapphire sides on the left-hand side, winning the weak lane has so much larger impact as you get towards the tier 2 camp spawning in, because the left side of the map for the Ember side for melee creeps here, that's where you have the highest concentration of jungle camps to spawn. And the fact that if you can contest those and ideally take them away, you take so much economy out of the hands of melee creeps, and you really punish what's supposed to be their strongest lane in the game.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And look at the roam now. AVG back into mid. You've got the buffs coming up. Looks like actually Melee Creep's getting both buffs. That was something the Floormen were able to do, but here goes Ido with that bowler trying to take down DMB again. You want to try to protect this Venator as much as you can, but I don't know that he's going to be able to survive. DMB with some good knockback there, unable to pull the trigger yet again with the crossbow. And the pressure from Floormen here on the outside lanes is pretty solid. In fact, the pressure game in general from Floormen right now is superior.
There's been only one kill so far for Melee Creep, so Floormen have been able to build up a nice little lead here at 3.3k. I mean, you're constantly seeing AVG interact now with some other lanes. Who's over towards the left lane, sticking around towards the middle to help back up DMB. Definitely creating a strong start here. I mean, again, like the fact that you have D-Mob on the right-hand side faring pretty well right off the get-go, able to take down Do. And he is sitting at like a 1.1k lead against Do before these minions just went down. Eventually got him to 3.7. But yeah, I mean, Floormen are off to a very strong start. And it kind of comes down to Melee Creeps here. I think maybe this first urn and how they want to actually go around this one.
They're trying to get on top of AVG here. Forcing out the Shadow Transformation. Oh, but look at the save coming in. The dome from Xeno is perfectly timed. Should be able to save his teammate. And AVG will be able to escape. Massive Kelvin dome. And the fight continues. Looks like there is trouble there for League, who tried to come in on the backside of that fight. Not able to get away though. And it actually might convert into more kills here for Melee Creep. So what could be an overextension for League could get a lot worse here as Xeno goes down. And now AVG is also going to get toppled. A series of dominoes. They're all from the overextension.
And that is why Ivy is highly contested in North America. And in general, it's such a strong pick. Like using that fight to get around the map. The airdrop just to quickly catch him off guard. He gets the initial kill with his ultimate and then follows up with like a stomp as well. Not to mention like a parry onto the Guardian. Saya very good at like global presence, something he does quite often when it comes to Kelvin too. Just very mobile, buys fleet foot, goes for a couple of points in ice path as well. And that's something that Floormen have to respect. But yeah, I think if League maybe didn't get caught right there, maybe they would have lost 3 players and maybe Melee Creeps wouldn't have been able to get back into this game in the early parts of it.
Yeah, tempo kind of shifts massively, and Dew was having a hard start, looking to get into action here on the Mina up on the rooftop. Ball gets caught in the backside by AVG. AVG will get sent away as well. So a lot of harassment back and forth. Even game on the Souls. And a couple minutes out to that next urn. The all-important 10-minute urn.
Some early pressure being applied now. Going to this middle Guardian, realizing they had players rotated on the left-hand side. But because that Guardian had gone down, it's left League open to take this left-hand farm. I would imagine they're going to rotate DMB over towards one of these side lanes soon to allow him to focus on getting solo lane farm. You can see him on the right-hand side of the minimap for now. And that should mean that we see Rocker come into the middle lane. As he does get initial connect pulse here onto Ido. Gets him extremely low HP with the help of the power slash out of AVG. And the chase down might be it. And there you go. The follow-up kinetic blast comes through. And Ido goes down. But this is weird because Rocker's on... Again, the Dynamo, as we saw on the Abrams before, so he's supposed to be in like a solo lane himself. The Singularity comes through under the Guardian. Is actually going to be out of Sinclair. Scout tries to pull in Rocker here. But this to me kind of also says that they're going to be feeding farm to Rocker.
And we get a dome there committed by Xeno. And I think he's locked in the dome with Ido, I think. So it's not a good look to be locked in with the werewolf. And Xeno, oh my goodness, can I get to him? The ice beam was almost enough to slow Ido in his tracks, but there's the escape. It looks like he's going to get out scot-free. A fish cake on the other hand, a chain gang available, but there's AVG actually going deep there, looking for Scout on the Sinclair, and now looking to try to extract himself, but that's not going to happen. Fish cake was just waiting the whole time, and now, okay, with that said, Jason, we need to see that mid priority established by one of these teams because the urn is going to be spawning as well as the bridge buffs.
Yeah, and I think maybe it'll be a fight towards the left-hand side since we do have, it's going to be League and John kind of going head-to-head against each other. Some good catches on the Melee Creep side, being a part of quite a few of their kills now. And with that kill happening as well, D-Mob on a 10-second death timer should ideally be able to get back towards these lanes in time. But this urn's going to spawn towards the left-hand side of the map, and melee creeps are kind of already overwhelmed with 4 players in this position to go for the pickup.
Okay, sacking your bridge control, looking for the mid guardian instead there from Floormen. And that left side urn now spawning. Second urn on the left side. That will be collapsed onto by melee creeps. Superior numbers. Although some more players from Floormen now starting to trickle in. Ido gets caught. I mean, what he goes for the catch himself. There's the transformation just in the nick of time. Down to 50 health. Gets taken out finally by League. Oh, that life drain is very effective. And Fishcake will get traded out as well as Demov comes back into the fight on the Apollo. And it looks like Demov should be good to go. Riposte gets him out of trouble. But hey, looks like it's going to be hard to get John off of you when he's playing that Warden. Triggering the ult, and Zeno is in trouble again. They're trying to use the movement to escape, but there's no escape here from the Warden. And the will be collected by melee creeps. They kind of turn that situation into their favor.
Well, they had the urn, and then I think those AVG and Rocker actually forced them to drop it, and then it ended up resetting the left-hand side, and AVG was like, okay, I'm just going to TP over towards the right-hand side of the map. They get a kill on Do, which again gives them that control on the right-hand side to actually contest the urn, turn him. You have to be very careful here because, again, melee creeps, I mean, they can push mid for a Guardian, they can push left lane for a Walker if they wanted to. They don't have to turn in this urn anytime soon, as you already see Sai just buying some time here by dropping it on the ground. Just trying to keep it on their side of the map. The melee creeps, man, like, honestly, credit to them. I like one initial play, I think, out of Sai, like, already for me, he's like the sidekick of the match, I swear, because that one play in the left lane just like completely turned all the advantage that Floormen had gotten in the early game against them.
Yeah, I'm on board with the Sire call out for sure. And especially Ivy. I mean, I feel like Ivy is one of the best for that type of role. Because, like you say, the macro play that's possible, you're lifting teammates out of trouble or getting them into the action for fast rotations. These are really, it's like some of the most powerful stuff that Ivy can do. And a big fight here on the right side, as it looks like Lee will probably get a free Guardian on the left side, as this urn is being attempted by melee creeps. So looking for the time, and he has to drop it again, losing health. I mean, holding it for too long.
Look what they're pushing into, though. A Singularity and a Frozen Shelter. It's kind of tough to do that. I mean, you do have Scout, but you can only steal one of those 2 ultimates, man. It's not so easy. And in the meantime, Floormen respawn of League is pushing this Walker down. At the same time, John's doing the same in middle, and I don't think Demon's able to keep him off of it.
And there's that dome coming in there to be protective. Dome. Yeah, fantastic counter, and a DMB is getting a lot of damage in there. And Zeno looking to go for the chase down of the fish cake. As we have the Arctic Beam there for Zeno to try to have an escape. And Demov looks like he might be in trouble. So is DB. Everybody's getting kind of low here. A tiny low side coming on through to try to take down the Warden. Slow down John in his tracks. Melee creeps trying to disengage from this fight now.
To be fair, Fishsticks is in chat. I did see Ben earlier on. And I don't know if you knew, but he actually recently got married, I think within like a month ago. So congratulations to him. But in the end of this one, Floormen still come out with a good amount of kills. I believe Urn did go the way of melee creeps. They also did trade a Walker in mid and the left-hand side. So kind of a net win for melee creeps when it comes to Walkers and which one took which. But League's at 17K. John's at 18. This is like such a completely different game from the last one when we had Warden being played. He's just so far ahead of his teammates, and a majority of the enemies on the right hand or on the other hand side of the map, I should say. I'm losing my words here. I have too much caffeine as it's 4 a.m. almost my time. But now like that allows John to just be this immovable object in a lot of these fights, especially if he goes towards Glass Cannon, which I believe he's going to be leaning towards.
And this is the guys that kicked my butt, by the way. She's thick.
You were playing against League. Damn. I knew you were like a turn to 6.
And it is kind of like you were saying, Jason, before, in terms of how the guys can be played, because you can play it as a hard carry, or you can play more as an off carry, a tanky carry. There's lots of different approaches. This is the hard carry version. League's getting all the priority for the solo lanes over DMB on the Venator, who would normally be getting that priority. And I definitely think it makes sense from the respect that League is going to be better suited to keep himself alive in those 1v1s. It's hard to 1v1 a Geist unless you have the very specific tools to do so. And seems like it's been working out so far for League. Able to take down that Walker by himself earlier. And speaking of which, we're getting the buffs coming up in 30 seconds, so teams now fighting for control and priority hit.
It looks like Sai's to get a free left buff. without any contest. Maybe DMB's gonna appear there, but again, I think he's super focused on getting farm. The right-hand side, everyone's fighting. Actually, Sai's gonna be flying on in here with the airdrop. Changing's gonna come on through, pulls in 3. The Hex actually lands as well. I think it caught onto 1 here. AVG, 1 under the gun, under the pressures. He goes back in towards the shop. It's like it's the initial kill into D-Mob. AVG's been pushed completely out of this fight, allowing melee creeps to get a lot of these advantageous positions. It looks like it just nets into 1 kill. Thought we would have had quite a bit more happen off of that one, but they're back in the hands of melee creeps, while DB in the meantime pushes the mid lane walker.
Yeah, really close game, to be honest. And once again, we get some cheeky pressure, getting the walker down to half. I mean, that's potentially snipeable later with the right opportunity and window of time. As it makes its way across. Singularity is going to be available, I would think, by the time the urn makes its way over. It's very close to being back up. So that Singularity is a huge threat on these objectives.
Interesting you did note as well. They put DMB in the left-hand side, and I kind of think that's just because, more importantly, he just wants to get some farm, and he's not looking to take objectives, where League is looking to do that himself, but also might be a slight switch up and extra focusing on League to get this farm as well. I just focus some players here as we do see some pressure coming in. Xeno just trying to survive inside of his dome, but honestly, there's just too many enemy players going to be there, not to mention John's on at 21,000 souls. So that's not only a big kill, but also a big ultimate now out of the game for such a long period of time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can see that the reaction reflects that. The urn gets grabbed immediately, sent over to the deposit spot. Taking that high ground now to make sure that there's position. The entire team can secure this position.
Look at Leak again. He's
It's
just pushing
timed
this
out.
right-hand lane.
Getting a little bit tricky now. The urn is timed out. Oh, he just glides in the air. Nice. Here
I would imagine Shopee does the same thing. Can just glide through the air. Maybe we'll have to ask later on. Initial pressure though onto Rocker. Singularity just to catch out Ido, and 1 kill would be definitely enough. And that was actually a warp stone back in, but a stolen Singularity comes on through. It saves Ido life for just a little bit of time here as the urn does get dunked by Sai, but they're gonna lose another walker on the right hand side.
That was huge as well. Ido got a silence wave off, hit 3 players. That definitely counts for a lot of damage against his opponents in Floormen, and Floormen kind of needing to disengage from this fight. That said, I think they may have caught Dew. Dew is getting chased out, and there's a I want to join the ride. Stowaway in AVG getting caught by the chain gang, and there's a slam down on the ground, and goodbye AVG. What a catch there coming out of Fishcake.
Yeah, honestly,
Should have let Dimov player.
I mean, he's kind of done his work. I think initially kept Dew in control in lane. I think is a really important part. But also like deaths like that for AVG, I don't think it's too big of a deal because they were able to trade a kill into Dew. I think AVG dying is less important than Dew dying, who needs to be one of their carries at 17,000 souls. Just the upside for him is he has John at 24k to help carry the game.
Headed to green.
Yeah, League's on pace.
Good. So Drain build for League. Look at this. He goes for Drain and Max on his Malice. So he has no points in his Bomb right now. So he's definitely looking for those 1v1s where Bomb is not going to help you. Spellslinger, Healbane picked up too. So he's heavily looking for these like 1v1 fights, which is why I think they're keeping him in these lanes where there's objectives to be taken.
Might get targeted out here though. The silence comes on through, needs to be dropping so the live swap can come in, but the Kelvin Dome to save League is absolutely enormous in the implications for this fight. The focus fire though onto League is still a problem, and League will get eliminated nonetheless as Ido continues to rip at them with those claws, eventually traded. Which way will the fight go now though, is Floormen looking to try to fall back a little bit, but flying in there, John. Wow, okay, getting the VIP treatment on the ultimate. They're going to wipe out Floormen, and surely that mid boss is a potential target.
Oh yeah, I mean, no Singularity, no Frozen Shelter, and they have the man advantage too. Why not go for it here? I mean, DMB's just been constantly just trying to farm, but he's still not matching up against John at 24k. I don't really know if Floormen can contest this. I mean, Diava might give it a go. I think it's going to cost him his life. I mean, yeah, you're jumping into a Hex. There's really not much you can do for that one. You'd have to hit like a sick repost to have any sort of chance. And I think Floormen, they're just throwing embers into the fire here, making it burn even brighter for melee creeps with every advantage they get.
They're looking to try to challenge here. In comes the Dynamo. No Singularity online though. Yamato, maybe with the Shadow Form, could maybe get in there and try to do something. AVG does get one of the Rejuve crystals, so I mean, that's something at the very least, but what's the next action here? John and Ido very, very low here. All the Rejuves are at risk now for melee creeps, so this might actually work out. Wow, AVG finds himself a power slash, taking down John. 3 kills converted, it's soon to be 4. Ido gets taken out as well, and they're going to get the bridge buff here. Oh my goodness, how on earth did Floormen turn that one around?
I gotta eat my words though. I didn't think they would actually be able to pull it off, but AVG comes in huge. Obviously, the shot transformation to the power slashes. They had them so low on health, taking away every single rejuve and winning the fight with more kills. And now Urn in hand. This is gonna be such a massive swap in favor of Floormen. I don't think they're gonna quite take the lead just yet. I don't think they have time to really push down a mid lane Walker, but that got them right back in the game when it really looked like melee creeps could run away with it.
And I'm so impressed that they managed to do that, and then just tying things up immediately, getting rid of all the Rejuve crystals. They've got the Urn for free. This is an enormous turnaround, and the implications are pretty dire, I think, for melee creeps, because you know the economy is going to start to be an issue when you've got a 26k Geist, a 25k Venator. I mean, Mina's going to melt. Silver's going to melt, more importantly, and I think that's one of the things I'm a bit concerned about is how competitive Ida's going to be in some of these fights if things start to balloon a little bit more in favor of Floormen.
Yeah, let's take a quick look in as well here. I want to do like golden statue buffs, but I also want to do player damage. I want to see who's been heavily invested in these fights. So let's maybe, if we can, take a look at them back to back here. You can see the hero damage being done. I mean, Ido might be able to hit 18,000 souls, but he put out the second highest amount of player damage on his team. On the other side, I mean, there's not really one player that stands out. You know, you see obviously League at 19k because he's been able to force a lot of these 1v1s. DMB at 20k, and then of course AVG, he's been able to put out a whopping 23k damage so far. And can we actually not flip to the golden statue buffs? Because I'm also curious to see where they're kind of allocated on the team. And again, AVG and Ido in similar roles for their teams, just really stacking things up for themselves.
Man, I love that we can see this because these buffs,
big thank you to Tracklock,
are huge value. And Ida's been farming them, it looks like, as has AVG. So, and that gives it so much more information. You know, when we look and take into account Ido being behind on economy, that absolutely helps to make up for it in a pretty enormous way.
Yeah, it's not like he really has 19,000 souls because the amount of golden statue buffs he has. It's probably, you know, probably around like 23, 24k if you want to talk about like raw power, but very similar for AVG as well, with the investment that he's been able to pick up here so far with the buffs, but also quite different than what we saw earlier on. Out of an Ivy in the EU matches where I think it was an Ivy on like 40 buffs and the next closest was around 20 if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a very interesting game state. 138k to 137, so teams are even on the economy. But the momentum is with Floormen at the moment. There's no question after the last mid-boss fight, the Urn turn-in that they got for free. And they also are in advantage 1 Walker, just a mid-walker up to melee creeps. And the entire map has been completely devoured of farm. There's basically nothing left. And so at this point, all you can really look to focus on is waves. Make sure your waves are have priority and control. And then also you're looking for picks at this point.
Also looking for a reverb to be picked up soon for AVG. He's got Tank Buster and Silence Wave. That reverb giving him a lot of extra survivability. He's inhibitor picked up for DMB. He's gone for, I mean, a typical 1 build. And there's going to be a Singularity coming on in. And I think the Hex actually cancels out onto it with a counter Singularity being taken by Scout here. Tolls in 1, pulls in a 2nd, and they get 2 quick kills onto probably the 2 most important targets on the enemy side for Floormen. So as you're just talking about Floormen catching back up, they're going to get even a 3rd kill here. Melee creeps with a bounce back out of nowhere.
1 and 9.
Yeah. Those fights
Come on,
just did
Pumpkin.
not...
He has to get a win eventually, right? Guys has to win.
Yeah, they did not time out very well. That did not time out very well at all. Because the interesting thing that I forgot to mention is that the location of the walkers, you know, they already killed the mid-walker Floormen of melee creeps, but there's the 2 side walkers. So you've got this like split push dynamic where players are spread out. So it does make the catch, you know, even more possible. And it just takes the wrong timing or the right amount of players finding that advantage early in a fight in a 2v1 to start to dominate things. And that's where we're now with melee creeps, taking advantage. 10 plus K, not massive, but now they've got a bit more priority on the map.
Yeah, I feel like even the lead they have is like slightly misleading because Floormen have just such big ultimates with the dome and with the singularity that you can't really underestimate it. And obviously Floormen are gonna be at their weakest when those two ultimates are not gonna be out. But like, look what's happening on this right hand side. Everyone wants to contest this buff because the Urn's gonna be spawned on this side of the map as well. Little airdrop into a vortex web, not used by Sai in particular, but the chemical flask coming through on too, or the chemical fire, I should say. They will do some initial chip damage. I mean, League's already at half HP, but he kind of wants to stay low in health anyways.
Ida looking to go in. A tiny low side there to slow down the Sinclair.
Huge if he gets the kill. Oh my god, the Silence Blade came through as well. They get the kill on the Scout, which they needed to steal Singularity or to steal a dome. This is a big win for Floormen here by eliminating him.
And look at Ivy go. Sire is charging for that drop-off. Nobody's going to get in front of him, making the full run across the map unimpeded. And that leaves Floormen to try to find just kills in the meantime. They're looking to pick up the Mina. It's a very hard target to chase down, but the entire team is trying to converge on both Mina and now John on the Warden. And there's a drop just straight on top of his head here. Can John escape? Looks like he should be able to fall back, but not the same story, I don't think, here for Mina. Dude, trying to get out. 300 HP. I mean,
why didn't the Geist do anything?
Because
can we change Puckett's name to like Geist Hater?
Yeah,
but Metal Skin obviously is like a big factor of that. I think that's why League's like, yeah, well, you pop Metal Skin, I'm not gonna do damage. I'm gonna back away. But credit to Sai to actually keep pressure on the left-hand side. And honestly, Floormen didn't have the waves they needed to go for a push on the mid lane Walker. So even with those kills coming through, it doesn't really allow them to get any objectives here, Dan.
No, it doesn't. But you know, given what we have seen, it does feel like Floormen are getting back into the action a little bit more after getting picked off and looking to contest down into the mid pits. Now there is a bit of a deficit for them on the souls, but it's not too insane just yet. I don't know if Melicruce are fully bought up on it either. And here comes a dive in from League. Looking to assist on the take of the mid-boss. Oh, surely a contest has to come through. There's no Shadow Transformation for AVG. There's no Singularity just yet. There is a Dome, though. This has to buy time for the other ultimates to come online. They're so close now as Fishcake tries to pull everybody in with the chain gang, trying to stay alive here. The mid-boss is trying to shoot him as well at this point. And now the ultimates surely coming in. There it is, Rocker. He's got the Singularity. It's up now, looking for that Singularity. A key Singularity could change the game as the stun comes in over the top from Ivy, though, to interrupt here as this fight goes back and forth. But it looks like Floormen do have priority in the mid pit at this point in time.
Give Sai the sidekick of the match already, bro. That stomp was phenomenal, keeping Scout alive, keeping that threat of a Singularity available as well. I heard another one going off. Was that a refresher on a Rocker? I didn't quite see if he had that up, but that's going to be in the end. Floormen still getting themselves 4 huge kills with that fight on the mid pit. And you saw the focus on a Rocker. He's like, I want Scout. I want to keep him out of this fight, not give an opportunity to pull off a big ultimate. And they end up winning the fight from this one, and they get the rejuve. Do in the meantime realize there's no way we're going to contest this one. He's pushing down the shrine for Floormen. It's one of the two, and there's still a big amount of minions there to maybe go for the second if he wants to commit for it.
Wow, another turnaround here. It just goes back and forth. This is a really close first map between these two teams. And I mean, this is kind of annoying though, because they've got to clean up every wave. All their lanes are busto. They're just terrible.
And that's what I was saying before, right? Is that melee creeps, you don't necessarily want to fight fully into this because you do have like good split push potential. Scout can split push really well. Sai can do it. Do can do it. Even technically Ido because of the mobility he has. You kind of sometimes want to avoid team fighting them and just kind of keep the pressure on. And there's been so many times in this series so far that Floormen have just not had like optimal waves pushed out in their lanes.
And it does slow down the ability to get that Walker, but they still have free rejuice, so you would imagine that they should be able to regardless. The NB League, I think, doing a great job there on the M1 carries. Ido jumping in with the lead with the bowler, trying to cause chaos here, get silenced though, and that's going to be very problematic. No ultimate up to get saved here either. Ido trying to just juke his way, but I mean, juking away from a Yamato is next to impossible. And goodbye Ido. In the dome though, 2 players. Very painful reality here. John try to back away from this one. The ice beam coming on through. The chain gang there to counter, to provide some protection. Does keep John alive. Singularity to break up some of these abilities. Do over the top there, using that Nox Nostra to great effect to try to disperse his opponents. But the 3 rejuves now down to 1, and they will lose the mid Walker.
I mean, Scout had a really good Singularity. actually take 2 of the 3 Reju crystals out of the equation. Problem is, they didn't confirm any kills off of it. They still lost Midwalker anyways, and they still lost 2 players, unfortunately. And DME is just still powering up. 2 players now on their roster, 38, 37k. So that spirit damage, it's kind of died down a little bit. I think that's where you're seeing all these metal skins being picked up now for melee creeps, realizing that League and DMB, man, they are going to poke you down, and it is going to hurt. The Floormen with the 1 crystal left, with Urn being picked up by Xeno, you know they're looking for a dunk here. The problem is they don't have any ultimates really to fight with.
Yeah, and a Spell Slinger coming online. That's a power spike. We'll see though how this fight goes for melee creeps. Nice double gargoyle stone form there. Immediately by Sire, as the fight looks a little bit untenable initially due to all the AoEs. So we'll be sort of a repositioning, allows a disengagement here there for melee creeps back onto the high ground. However, the objective is the urn, and that's been collected by Floormen. They'll now escort that across the map. They're not interested in team fighting before they get to the deposit point. And what do melee creeps have to stop this? I don't think they can get in front of this.
I don't think they care about it. I think maybe they just push the base, realizing that Xeno's not going to be there, and he has Frozen Shelter up. He has to go back to actually reinforce this fight. Wait, see, melee creeps get the initial kill. Ido goes in. The bullet's going to land, connects directly onto Rock, which I think he has to dispel match. Doesn't matter. Dude goes in, he gets the kill, and now melee creeps, they're on the attack. They're on the charge here. If they can just somehow take another kill, this would be huge for them, because they have forced Xeno to retreat back away from the urn and had forced him to use that Frozen Shelter. But doing Scott,
really
they get too aggressive. They get caught too much. And that's them going down and keeping it to a 2-on-2 trade with the urn still in the hands here of Floormen.
Yeah, and Fishcake is getting in front of it too, so not going to be an easy turn in for Xeno. A really smart punish coming from melee creeps there. You were
overpower the
quick
right-hand
to point
side.
it out.
They're flying in. They're going to go for the 3-on-1.
Chain gang as well. They're going to... Oh my god, are they actually going to kill? Oh, they actually get the kill. They get the bag, but more importantly, the urn now in their control. Melee creeps turning things around again. AVG, DMB... League, can they get themselves rallied to that position in time? They look, yeah, they've managed to drop the urn, but they'll lose the Walker. Now this is just down to this very important 3v3 fight. Ido is coming on the zip line to try to assist and turn the numbers in favor of his team. League takes down 1, Sire out of the picture. AVG just barely staying alive. I have no idea how he's still in this one, but Ido finally arrives to the fight. And the problem, though, it's League. League is still very strong, and DMB as well. Looks pretty good here on the Venator. We'll get Binding Worded, so he's going to be locked up for now, but it's going to be Floormen showing, I think, Jason, that they're beginning to outscale their opponents.
You know, let's do a little contest here. How many kills do you think we've had in this match so far, Dan? Before we look at it, I haven't been paying attention at all when we've been looking at like builds and stuff like that, but I feel like we're almost at like... I want to say like 73 kills in this game so far.
73? Okay, I'm going to go 65.
Don't Price is Right me, okay? Can we hold
42, 42
kills? 42? I mean, that is the answer to the existence of life, right?
True. According to Hitchhiker's Guide.
64.
Hey, 64?
Wow. That's wow.
Man, I'm so good.
You are so good.
You're right, though. It's been very, very... like back and forth, and so many team fights. Really interesting game, and we're still only 10k separating these two teams despite all of that. This is actually an incredible game of Deadlock that we're seeing so far here in the Challenger match,
especially compared to last...
Wait, sorry, this is the grand final.
This is the champion. Yeah. Especially compared to last week when it was a very quick 2-0, it felt like, for melee creeps. So like Floormen have really shown that they've grown quite a bit with DMOV on the team, and this is them only with playing with them for 1 week, man. Imagine after they've had them on the team for a month. Because remember, as ZP said before, once you play in another region, you're locked to that region for 4 weeks at a time. So DMOV, he just can't go play EU anymore. He's got to lock in and play NA.
Well, mid-boss has spawned again. Every ultimate is up, pretty much. So if you are melee creeps, you're going to be fearful, just like you said, Jason, of the Dome and also the Singularity. So they are really in a tricky spot when it comes to... the play around mid boss.
Oh man, it's all about human wards now too. You can see the fish cake just trying to gain information. Information right now is more vital than souls. Melee creeps have gotten so much control here around this left-hand side of the map. I mean, we're gonna see the urn spawn on the left-hand side. We're gonna have... sorry, so it should be spawn on the right-hand side if I'm not mistaken, right? It's every odd number is on right, every even's on left. They really want to get these buffs, and of course mid-boss being up as well. They want to be in the vicinity to contest if needed.
AVG is flying in. Gonna get silence waved. Oh, actually pops the ult before the silence wave comes on through. And the fight starts here deep in the melee creeps jungle. And looks like they were able to find a disengaged melee creeps.
That's a big win, though.
The buffs do come up, so casting buff will go onto AVG. That's a dangerous target for it to be on.
No strat transformation is huge. It kind of like limits the ability for Floormen to go for mid boss necessarily, or to go for contest on it. I think melee creeps have done a pretty good job of actually just playing around the ultimates that Floormen have, maybe trying to bait them out for safety. Look at this against Saya, trying to shove this left-hand side, trying to keep them honest. And again, like what Floormen don't have anything to like deal with these wave pushes. They don't have Mirage to help quickly get around the map. They force AVG to go back, clear out the wave, and then return to the right-hand side where the Urn's up. And melee creeps have just full control of the enemy jungle at the moment.
Yeah, and this fighter gets forced on the right lane. Let's see how good the initiation is. DMB instantly popping Iridomini. See what he can find in terms of value. Gets hexed at, and so that's going to be problematic. But there's the singularity that catches Ido. He is getting absolutely blasted. The Kelvin Dome comes in as well. And Ido, he is not going to be able to survive this much longer. Finally goes down. And it looks like the team fight is really good, but the stolen singularity might go absolutely massive here for melee creeps as they try to convert off of that. They do take down Xeno in this fight. However, the health bar is looking pretty rough for both teams at the moment. DMB is going to have to try to back away from the fight a little bit. Both teams really in a difficult spot. John trying to take full advantage here on the Warden. There's the riposte stun, though. That's going to lock down John. And now huge trouble. The follow-up with the singularity is, or rather with the quantum entanglement, is massive for the catch.
Bro, I thought Scout saved the game for them there. A huge singularity coming in. Floormen invested their own singularity and frozen shelter just to kill Ido. Just one player. But that one player was enough. They're able to play around it. DMB was able to create space. More importantly, DMB was able to survive that singularity that Scout threw down. Now the mid boss being picked up here. Scout, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for a Vortex Web Hex. He's going to go for at least a steal on one if possible. There's a Vortex Web. Then Stop will come in out of Rocker to prevent the Hex from affecting him. And there we go, all three being taken. And yeah, don't tell me Scout escapes this one, but wow, an amazing team fight here out of Floormen. And melee creeps now on the back foot.
These fights are so tough. I mean, I have to say, if you just like look at it on paper with even souls, I feel like, of course, with the team ults that Floormen have, you do have to favor them. But at the same time, we've seen how melee creeps have been able to play around it. And so, like, it's just really on a nice edge this game. But now it feels like such a decisive advantage. 3 rejuves, they get the urn. The wave priority this time is way better for them. Last time this situation happened, all the waves were basically crashing into their base. So Floormen get to fully capitalize here.
Okay, I'm gonna test production here. I want to see a quick check-in. Here we go, perfect. So we have refresher on AVG. Xeno has refresher. Rocker does not have refresher. He's gone unstoppable. But
and Geist is having a good game. I get it, Jason.
2 and 8, just to spot it out there for you. But I also want to see. Well, maybe we're not gonna have time. I wanted to see player damage really quickly, but I don't know if we're gonna have a moment for that because there's AVG the last time we checked it on top. But I have a very good feeling it switched over to DMB in League now. And you can see DMB at 52 and League at 59k. I mean, AVG is still keeping up, but this is the stage of the game where M1s are gonna carry, and John had almost 70,000 damage done. There's only so much heavy lifting he can do.
Yeah. At this point, it's I think just completely outscaled. Like a late game, like a 50k guys to 50k Venator at this point is pretty overwhelming. Trying to do what they can, melee creeps, to slow things down here, but these shrines, one by one, are getting dismantled. The chain gang to pull them into the dome, though. Into the dome. Nice and cozy in there. All of the minions, the troopers, they're hitting the shrine. They're going to take it down, actually.
Ooh, okay, stolen singularity. Silence wave and a stomp on top of it. Really locking down an Echo Shard stomp again. Some really good damage being done. DMB was extremely low at HP, but the thing is they still have 3 rejuves left and they're not going down, and that's going to be Rocker coming in with a big singularity himself once again, taking down the werewolf lady. Ido gets locked in and finished off. And melee creeps with 3 to defend up against the 6. I think we might just see the finish here. We might see Floormen up 1-0 in the series.
It is looking like it, yeah. And I mean, there were many points in this map that it didn't look like that was going to be the case. I mean, melee creeps were ahead. I think in the early and mid game that they came out ahead for sure. Many switcheroo moments in this game. A fantastic opener between both of these sides, but Floormen looking to close things out right now in the pit. It's going to be a last-ditch attempt here by Melee Crease to try to hold on to it, but they don't have enough players up at this point. And that is it. The Hidden King will get taken down, and that's map 1 for Floormen.
4 people around the world are celebrating this win. They got it for the Geist lovers. Well done, and honestly, a big start to a best of 3. Remember, we're not done here in the NA Finals. Melee Creeps, though, on the back foot, and this is not a position they're familiar with, Kaplan. Let's talk about how it all happened. First off, when you saw the end of the draft, did you give one team a heads up over the other? How did you see it playing out?
Yeah, I had it on Floormen, honestly. I think Dan and I were kind of both aligned when it came to who we thought had a stronger draft in general. I didn't really expect Melee Creeps to keep it that close, but I think that's a credit to how good they are as a team. But Floormen having like these double supports, having the effectiveness and a fed rocker as well, because they specifically gave him farms so he could be effective, so he could get items like Unstoppable that they needed later on. I mean, honestly, I couldn't even tell you when the turning point of this game was. There were so many big team fights. We had, I think when we checked in 64 kills, I don't know how many we finished off on, but it feels like at least 80. This game was action-packed, probably one of the most action-packed games we've had ever at Night Shift.
We had games finishing at 31-minute mark. That was way earlier in the day for EU. Dan, and when we come over to NA, it is a slobber knocker. Dimov making his first appearance. The EU star didn't have to be the front man. He was happy to take a backseat, play that earn role, just kind of doing whatever the team needed and let the rest of the squad shine. AVG on the Yamato was what we were kind of looking forward to. How did AVG play, and how did DMB top the squad with Souls?
Yeah, I think AVG did a really good job just playing a super solid Yamato, being really awesome in terms of the chase down, the initiations. Obviously, also the mid boss play we saw. I think actually the moment that I think kind of turned the game, or I think it gave Floormen what they needed to really start competing, and obviously it was still close, but for me, Jason, it was that moment where you were like, I don't think they got this mid boss, but then AVG managed to steal one rejuve and kind of turned it into a winning fight.
I think that was like the momentum stopper by Floormen against Melee Creeps, because you prevent them from getting all 3 rejuves. You actually come out with, I think it was 4 kills in that fight too, even though Floormen were down in souls. But they just kept that out of the hands of Melee Creeps and were able to keep themselves alive in that series.
So here at the 32-minute mark, Melee Creeps are up, right?
Yeah.
Souls are about tied, and then it flips over hard. Where was that transition? Was it just that last team fight?
It was this fight here, like 3 minutes later on the right-hand side. Again, that was like a frozen shelter and a singularity just to kill Ido. And Scout had a really good singularity thereafter that he copied with audience participation. But I think I don't know who's playing on the outskirts. I want to say that like AVG and Dimov as a 2-man squad were able to stall long enough for DMV to actually not be killed in that fight, in that singularity, and allow them to turn around with the raw healing they had out of Kelvin and of course out of Dynamo. I mean, they put down almost 100,000 healing between both of them in this game.
Huge soul separation at the end. Only 15 kill difference is the final score. You saw that snowball pretty quickly. DDK, impressive game, but true or false, the only reason Lady Geist got a win is she was teamed up with Dynamo, who is now perfect in the last 2 weeks.
He's onto something here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest as well, and I think like if we think about the sidekick award, I think, Xeno is, I think, a big part of that, the reason. If we're talking about a combo, I think Xeno has some really good saves, and like the added healing and support for League, I think really allowed League to be super safe in these team fights and be up for extremely long periods of time. I think Xeno did an amazing job in this game.
Almost 70,000 healing. Ridiculous Kelvin performance. The man was doing work. We are going to get our sidekick locked in at the end of this match, but we still have another game to go. It's the night shift. My daughter's ready for bed. Gentlemen, if I'm not back on the other side of the break, you know to start it without me. I'll be here for game 3 because we're going the distance. Don't go anywhere.
Luck is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock. Download the TrackLock app today.
Welcome back to the Deadlock Night Shift number 33 as we're into the North American portion of the show. And currently, Floormen are up 1-0 up against Melee Creeps in one of the most action-packed series so far that we've ever had in Night Shift history. Newly powered up by Shopify and, of course, Tracklock as well. Just happened joined by Dan, the DDK man. And that first game, if that's any inkling to what these two teams can do in a series, I'm excited to see how this potential rivalry develops.
Yeah, it was a great game. It's really cool to see more games with Demov on this team of Floormen. It's just really fitting like a glove in terms of how the synergy is on the team, and already we've seen him across a bunch of different roles. So that's fun. I can't wait to see now what happens in this next game because, like you said, that was really action-packed, really back and forth. Floormen had to come back. They had to be, creative to do it. They had to be clutch. We saw an incredible play where, AVG was able to get into the mid-boss pit, and that was kind of one of the many, the most important fight, I think, of many important fights that the Floormen managed to win. And I mean, like, what is the process for the draft? I'm not even 100% sure because we talked about this in the first game. Dynamo was the first pick, and Dynamo is still winning. So, I mean, they were able to first pick Dynamo and still win.
But let me ask you, though, because that could be, like, misleading. Do you think Dynamo is what won them that game?
Well, so that's the thing. I don't necessarily think that Dynamo won in the game, but I think it's when you first pick something, there's so many other like S tier things that you're thinking of that you're giving up by doing that. So that's kind of more. I'm like, wow, is Dynamo S tier? Like, is he that level of pick? And he gets insta banned by Floormen. I
don't think I've ever seen that portrait because we've never had a ban on Dynamo in Night Shift so far. But I think because the thing is, when they had second pick last game, they chose Dynamo as their first pick. So by taking away, they prevent Scout from playing it for melee creeps, but then also Sai can't get Kelvin. So seeing supports being banned, what happened, man? What happened in Night Shift? Like, it was never supports being banned like this.
Yeah, now you got Celeste, you got Mirage. Do we get Mirage? Yeah, there's a Mirage. Mirage has been very high on the ban list, and we'll be able to talk, I guess, more about why that's been the case. But what's the response from melee creeps? Silver, Celeste.
Yeah, you might hit the nail on the head there with that one. Obviously, we saw Idol playing Silver in the last game. Celeste will get indeed locked in for him. I'm also thinking like Venator. Do you want to lock in something for DMB? Because there's a world you could just take Venator for Floormen, and then now John's forced onto a Geist or towards a Warden yet again. But man, you know what I would love to see? So I got when I stream, there's a certain viewer I have, and his name's G-Man, and he is a Bebop lover. When was the last time we saw John play Bebop?
Yeah, I just don't know that even John could make Bebop kind of work in the current meta. I don't. It feels like there isn't a place for Bebop right now.
Yeah.
Except my matchmaking games on my team.
Helping people?
So, other than that.
Oh
wow. Okay. Ivy Mirage is so interesting because in terms of macro, you're going hard into the ability to be everywhere on the map. This is super. This will be really fun from a macro POV.
You get Xeno, also a hero he's very, very comfortable on. Insane. Yeah, I don't know, man. Insane macro already off the bat here. I'm also worried for melee creeps. I guess Paige would be the only hero you could go with now, as if you want to go like support. But is there a world Floormen ban Paige, and then what are you forced on Rem? Like, there's a world where you just really don't get a good pick for Sai here, even though Sai is very flexible overall.
I feel like you won't get as much value here on Rem either. So I think you're right with Paige being perhaps the most ideal pickup. And they do at least secure the Venator. I think that's crucial. But let's look at these bans. So they ban Yamato. Oh, guys. Oh, okay. Yeah, guys. That definitely makes sense because there's still that spot open for the off carry for Floormen. Yeah, presumably Mirage will be playing the carry role.
Do you go like for Floormen looking to maybe get Mina then? For like an off carry.
I need to get some more training in.
Okay.
I like it. No. I like it actually because I wanted to bring it up earlier, but I didn't think it necessarily made much sense in this matchup because I think, is it no earnings, or I think it's Bunny with the Clock actually been playing a lot of Ivy, but like super heavy gun Ivy. And I was watching Lightbringer watch some of the NA matches, with Viper, and he was just saying like, what do you do? Like when you get to this point in the game where Viper can be so strong, she just can destroy you. Like there's just no chance to survive against it. So I'm not surprised to see it because we've also seen melee creeps, I think, played some Viper in the past. I think it was.
I'm duty
Wasn't
bound
Ido?
to fight.
Was it Do or was it was Fish Cake playing it? Oh wow, they're really hitting hard here with these gun
Interesting.
carries.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I wonder how they would play this because I feel like normally you're kind of thinking of Warden being that carry that you give the solo lane and can kind of tempo out, but you got Mirage as well. So I wonder how that balance will work. But we're going to see Abrams, which earlier today in the broadcast, Abrams was doing some crazy work.
Can I quickly go back to the Mirage and Warden actually? Is League or Rocker or DMB
Had to finish the chapter.
gonna be on one of those two? Because I think your Mirage doesn't have to be your carry. Like your M1 carry could be like your position 2. And we saw League in the last game on Geist do really well at like solo pushing lanes and like getting objectives. So then maybe that means DMB will be on Warden. So then you still have that fed Warden. I feel like if you're not putting Warden in a position 1 like a main carry, then what are you doing with a Warden anyways? But interesting to see how Floormen kind of adapt what they pick to who's going to be on what. But we do have some like follow-up picks coming in, and we're finally going to see the Shopify page skin. I'm so happy because I think it looks so sick.
Yeah, I can't wait. And Paradox is going to finish off the draft as well for melee creeps. And then there is the Yamato. And I wonder if Demov will be on it. I think it would probably make sense. Because does AVG play Mirage?
Yeah.
I know
No, AVG plays Abrams.
Oh, okay. Right. Of course, that makes sense.
I think we could see that come out actually to play. And then, I mean, I don't know actually, because like honestly, like Rocker could also play Abrams. He played in the first series, right? Keeping in mind like his Phantom Strike charge on the Erebus onto the Vindicta when playing against FPS Lounge. So there is a lot of flexibility. I mean, I guess it would be Demov on Yamato and AVG on Silver. I think you're probably right on that one.
It's going to be really interesting. I'm not sure who's come out further ahead here. I think both of these drafts look pretty strong to me. I think you got good team fight on both teams. You've got good carries on both teams. I think you've got good rounded roster on both sides. I'm curious how Paradox is going to do because I think Paradox has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit in terms of how strong he used to be. Do you think what's your read on the drafts?
Well, so if I'm looking at this, I'm looking at it's most likely I want to say going to be. Oh man, I'm trying to think who's paired with Paradox playing like a position of like 4 and 5 for this team because it's going to be Saya on Page for sure, position 6 like as support. It's going to be Scout on Paradox, but I'm wondering who's going to be paired with him in the jungle because you also have to keep in mind for Floormen's side who's going to be paired in the jungle for them, and it's probably going to be Silver. I want to say Silver Yamato, and that is a very deadly combo. If you get caught in the jungle as a Paradox against that, I feel like you're almost just insta dead. I feel like you're just too squishy to deal with that. You have to really rely on your movement. So you need something like protective. I kind of want to lean towards Billy, to be honest. It'll be paired with Paradox, but honestly, I'm looking like this the two comps, and I'm still heavily in favor of Floormen here. I don't think Paradox has had a decent win rate. We're talking about Geist. I know Puckett likes to rag on Geist quite a bit lately. I feel like Paradox also has a really low win rate in the recent weeks.
Yeah, I agree with you, and we're going to be going into this game melee creeps against Floormen. Floormen upper map. I mean, the first map was a barn burner. If you missed it, you definitely need to check it out on the VODs on our YouTube channel afterwards, or just I guess on the Twitch. But either way, Floormen will be going into this one with the advantage, and like you said, melee creeps, they've been blown out, here or there. Okay, hang on, just check out the page, little preview at the top of your screen. A taste. I can't wait to actually see how this looks.
The question is production going to bless us with seeing it, or are we going to have to wait a few minutes into the game? They can be like, you want it, but we don't. Oh, okay, we got it. We can see it. I think it looks cool. Little like transition of the colors from green to purple to the sidekick colors. Also with the little mask. I think even Rem's little helpers also have this little mask too on the skin. I love it.
Gorgeous. Love to see it. All right, so how have the lanes broken down?
Sorry to jump in there, but we got like 1,000-person raid from SK. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. We appreciate all the love you give us, and hopefully we give you the same amount of love back.
Much appreciated. All right, welcome everybody to the second map here between Floormen and melee creeps. At this mid lane, you've got the Silver and you've got the Warden combo. That's pretty impressive. I gotta say, between the Bolo and the Binding Words, There's a lot of burst damage ready for you here. And that's going to be the Paradox paired up with... Who is that? Is that Venator? Who's on the other end? For melee creeps.
Yeah, Venator Paradox in mid.
Couldn't make it out on the minimap.
We do have... Well, hold on. I mean, there's a lot of damage being done here. John gets a very quick kill. The body word comes through, and a double parry comes in out of AVG. Can he take down Scout as well? The follow-up melee wasn't there, but Scout is very low on health. That's a great turnaround. Actually traded out to 1-for-1.
That was epic. That was a really nice opening there. And we haven't talked about any of the other lanes yet, Jason. I feel like it's only courteous for us to do so.
Okay,
so yeah,
let's talk about it.
Yeah,
okay.
You start.
So we have league. So the kind of what we discussed before of like the Floormen, who's on what, kind of came into fruition. It's for sure going to be D-Mov on the Yamato, who's going to be paired with League on the left-hand side. So again, leaving League to be that solo lane pusher, to look for objectives, then use the Traveler to get away to safety. Very hard to dual Mirage 1v1 up against a Page Billy, but that's like a tried and tested like fish cake and style combo. Very strong lane, a lot of control. A lot of CC, and there's technically a lot of kill potential when it comes to this lane too. On the right hand side, it's gonna be, was it Ivy by Zeno and Rocker on Abrams. I feel like that's a combo I almost want to say never seen, but I'm sure in some world out of the 60-something night shift and fight nights we've done, it's happened.
We're getting a double box run too. Interesting. Both Billy and Paige running together here. It might be that Paige is just there to protect.
If they both break the box at the same time, then they get extra souls or something. I'm kidding.
I was like, oh my god. None of that, please. No more exploits. But I mean, at this level of play as well, like if you go on box runs on your matchmaking games, you're very unlikely to get ganked or challenged. So you know, sometimes you will see the ganks here. So maybe Paige was just there as a protection. And that's that CC you're talking about.
Yeah, D-Mob gets locked down, but again, like the movement, so important to escape situations like that. League, though, already used his Dirt Devil to get away. And actually was able to turn this one around and force them back. And again, you see this constant pressure. Like Jin's Mark, obviously, it's not something that's like heavily invested in anymore. You normally see like the scares being picked up, but that constant poke can be very frustrating. And the shields are great. But the problem is, the shields are like preventive. Oh my god, help me out. Preventative damage. Which is like really hard to deal with when you have a Mirage who can just pop the Jin's Mark on you whenever he wants.
Oh my god, what a parry! Oh my god, that's done so much damage on the follow-up, but AVG still gets the one key shot required for the finish. I've got to say, Jason, I feel like Floormen are like, okay, we're going to end this game now. We got to get D-Mob onto Yamato as our final pick, and I just think that's very scary.
I think it's just also like really reaffirming for them too that maybe the decision they made was correct. And I mean, I love Goober and he's one of my favorite players for sure. So I don't mean anything negative towards him, but to come into your first night shift with D-Mob and win, I think just kind of, you know, reaffirms them that they made the right decision and they definitely are on to something going forward. And this is just a team with like 1 week of practice. So I want to see what they can do in a month from now, if even then. Do we have a new, you know, win streak coming in for Floormen like Melee Creeps had?
I can't believe how much action's happened, by the way. As you say that, before the first dance, it spawned.
Did you see game one?
I mean, dude, that's fair. I just like in my games, you know, I'm sleeping in before 5 minutes. But here we go. So little dive, some harass coming on through. This time it's Ido on the Apollo, which is something you mentioned previously. We've seen him on a bunch.
And Ido Scout could also be teaming up together. So Apollo Paradox up against this Yamato Silver. You know, they got some, you know, decent mobility, but I wouldn't want to go up against the Bash sisters of Silver and Yamato in the jungle.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, and I'm definitely overall coming away from the draft feeling better about Floormen's draft. Even though it's kind of difficult because, you know, Melee Creeps have some S tier picks for sure. And then it's Celeste, Apollo, you know, very, very good picks. Billy, very good as well. And the team fight ult, the chain gang is problematic. D-Mob trying to escape. Was he trying to rocket jump there with the right click? I'm not sure.
No. There was a healing minion. He was trying to kill it so he can get the heal.
I see.
Back away. Small little things like that, man, is what makes him such a strong player. Do He's got the survival buff. He's gone in very, very deep here looking for a kill onto Xeno. But you know what? Rocker's on the case, and you got him low.
Seismic sound available, but hard to lock down the Celeste.
I think you're better off closing your eyes and just clicking at that point, trying to hit a Celeste with the impact.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Floormen have gotten some really good pressure here with the 3-man push. I mean, we've seen Demov and AV, well, Demov more importantly, leave this left-hand lane to really interact with the mid lane quite often here to get that Guardian down right away. So this also now frees up, more importantly, DMB to just completely farm away for as long as he possibly wants here, and probably rotate him into a silent at this point and then put Rocker mid if needed.
Yeah, big dive as well. It was interesting. I think it had to be a tell there because League was 1v2 in the lane on this left lane, and he was getting very aggressive. But, you know, to talk about the action on our screens here, we go back to the right side of the map where there will be somewhat of a defense coming through from Rocker. Gets pulled away. That's a really nice save to avoid the captivating read. Really well done.
They're coming back.
By Xeno.
Oh my gosh, it's a 3-man silence as well. Really wants a survival buff gone from Do, and the chase with the seismic impact is going to connect, and the slam is well on top of this. Great rounding charge comes through to actually dislodge this attack, but Do goes down either way. That's one of the big buffs now gone. And they've reinforced this right-hand side. I believe it was a Traveler Link to turn this into a 3-on-3, and even more kills now for Floormen. They have a 6k lead already 8 minutes in here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing phenomenally well. Okay, there it is. The dive with the flying strike from Demov, looking to finish off the opponent, and there's a TP coming on through as well from the Mirage from League. They are powering forwards here. And I was going to say, you know, Yamato is incredibly strong at these like rotation ganks just early on in the game, and you know, when you have Mirage as well and the mobility from Ivy, you've just got so many tools to be very disruptive. And Celeste looking to escape the lockdown. We'll get out of trouble there. Tani used, I think. Yeah, it was used by Ido to get out.
Just used to escape, most importantly. You know what this is reminding me of right now? If Floormen go on to win this series, there was a time in Counter-Strike when we had EU imports brought onto NA teams to help them get better and to help them compete against the other EU teams. Is this a little bit of a case of that, Dan?
Could be, to be honest. And I gotta say, I don't know how much of a special case Demov is as well. You know, because there's been so many months where we were saying this guy is the best in EU too. So it's like I wonder how much of it is just Demov. But also, I gotta say, on that point, if we ever get to speak to Demov, he's the only guy that's been able to really, I think, truly now peer behind the curtain of what it's like, the difference between EU and NA in terms of like practically speaking, because he's like actually scrimming on like a top team seriously and playing these matches. Like, who else has done that? I don't think anyone else from EU has done that. And otherwise, the only way we can answer the question as to who's better, EU or NA, is by LAN. So Demov has like this very special information. I hope we get to interview with him or something.
I think the really interesting question to ask him is, in his opinion, who's the better region? I think that'd be really cool, because I think a lot of NA players think NA's better, like macro team play wise, and EU just has good, really good individual skill, but they don't know how to play the macro and play like team play well. So it'd be actually like probably my number one question to ask him if we ever had the opportunity. But that's a little Perry coming on to the minion, the captivating read to follow up with, and AVG might be under some pressure. Or maybe it's actually Melee who's under pressure. Look at this chase down, going straight in for side, trying to catch him on the page.
Yeah, the dive has to stop though. The urn has been collected by Floormen in the meantime, so it's going to be very difficult for Melee Creeps, I think, to stop that. It's a good escort coming through as well. And, you know, what's the play here? Do they try to get the Walker instead? That might be an objective, but it does seem like Floormen are kind of cognizant of this as well, Jason. But they will try to engage in the mid-fight. The chain gang comes on through, and that's going to be Melee Creeps really trying to disrupt this play. That's going to force out the seismic slam. That gets cancelled out. Good follow-up from Fishcake. And with that, Floormen still looking in decent shape here, but I think this disruption, it was a good attempt, but the urn is going to get turned in.
It should. I can see Scout. And there's going to be John there to contest. It's not like he'll be letting it go for free, and AVG just trying to run away, but he backs up into a captivating read, and that's another kill coming in for Melee Creeps here at a very crucial time. And the urn hasn't been turned in just yet, but it is on the precipice of being dunked here, as we see an Abrams fly in from the right-hand side of your screen here, looking for a charge to keep him away from it. Lee gets a kill on the Scout. Now he's being forced out by Ido. And the urn actually gets turned in by Rocker. Floormen do secure it where it looked like Melee Creeps had the guaranteed turn it.
Again,
Sorry, it's the other way around, wasn't it?
what an effort. Okay, Fishcake getting chased down here on this Billy. Is he actually getting away? It looks like he is. Okay, that's not bad at all. And, you know, with that, you know, it's a 2K lead here for Floormen. So very little separating these two teams. Waves getting dealt with by both sides. And the game kind of resets here, Jason, into just a bit parity. I mean, is there anything of note other than maybe John kind of looking like he's getting really good farm?
Yeah, I think that's kind of it. Like John at 14K, he's quite far ahead of his counterpart in D&B. I think where he has the lead, Dimov has the lead in his role compared to Ido, compared to Scout as well. Like he's currently on 12K souls. He's so far ahead of Scout, so far ahead of Ido. You can see here, if you're looking at like top 5 in net worth, 3 of those players are gonna be coming in from Floormen. But John does have quite a big lead. The thing is, John shouldn't be getting involved in these fights, whereas League, DMOV, AVG, the 3 highest earners now for Floormen, they're gonna want to be looking for fights to allow DMB to continue to farm away. So I would say right now, like Floormen, in terms of net worth, they should be stronger for this mid game.
Does feel like that, and DMOV being, you know, ahead of the scoreboard is an extremely scary prospect on this Yamato. We've talked about it all broadcast, but this is the first time we're going to get to see it. So that is exciting.
I mean, it's already been disgusting so far, in a good way, obviously. And he already has Soundswave picked up too, so he can really punish Sai in particular, just trying to get cast off to stay alive.
God, Rocker's getting targeted, but in comes Xeno, saving him. Again, Xeno's been so good on these supports.
Oh, I like this too. So a kill happened on the right-hand side, but we do see a push on towards this Walker on the left. But they kill, more importantly, John, who again was the soul leader. So by going for a kill on him, not allowing him to free farm, you allow DMB to catch up and you punish John and keep him down. And they also get a Walker while this is happening, but Melee Creeps are respawning in the mid lane for their own Walker as well.
And Dimov is looking crazy right now. Dimov is looking crazy. There's a repose straight into his stun. How did they even see him? Through the Walker's legs. I don't know how that works, but it's going to be a finish from League on the Mirage. And I mean, Mirage is so high value, but I feel like we haven't really even had to talk about Mirage because of everything else that's happening between Rocker and Dimov and Xeno and DMB. The tempoing coming from the other players here for Floormen has been really, really powerful across the map to keep them in control. And it's not a huge lead, but it is certainly, it feels like momentum that's on their side at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, Dimov, if he goes on to not die in this map, he will have had 2 maps out of 3 today, assuming they win. We had 0 deaths. He had 0 deaths on a ship game playing against FPS Lounge. And obviously, I think Goober had, with his hero point individual skill set, the same, I would say, like a very similar level of impact in the early game. But I think the hero pool that Dimov has allows him to carry that impact in the later stages in the game. I think that's like one crucial difference between the 2 players on this team.
See the enemy. Headed to Broadway. Let's take out Page.
On the bridge buff battle. And there's Dimov just eviscerating Saya. Oh, that's a good gut shot. That does stop Dimov in his tracks, but at this point, Floormen still actually do have control of the position they were looking for. And now it's going to be Lee chasing the attack from Celeste due on this left Walker. So just making sure that Dew is under control and not doing too much there. And Ultimate's coming back online. What is like a 30-second cooldown on the TP? It's like so crazy.
What's disgusting as well is that because of how fed Dimov is now, I don't know if Saya survives any dive from him, because the fact you can flying slash, silence wave, power slash, crimson slash, and probably going to be dead, most likely, extremely close to it. That's really hard to deal with for Saya, and losing your support as well, like, because he obviously has skills of rallying charge. That he can put up shields with plot armor can be very effective, but losing one player before the fight really begins is not the way you want to be starting things out. And now Dimov and DMB both at 18k apiece, even Leagues, they have 3 players in 18k, and I mean, John is the only one at that point for Melee Creeps. This lead that they had before for Floormen has just kind of snowballed out of control here with a 14k lead 16 minutes in.
It's funny because you even missed out 3 sources of damage on off of the flying strike, which is a quick melee, a cold front. I think he has cold front, and a Mystic Shot as well. So it's like the burst damage is really, really crazy. I don't know if there's Torment Pulse as well for some more damage.
No. Demon's going Silence Wave for sure because the dive. I don't think he'll go Torment Pulse in this one. He wants that like upfront burst damage. That's what I think for me, like Yamato's kit's all really based around. It's just that burst. I think maybe what I'm also interested in is we looked at like obviously net worth before, but maybe Golden Statue Bus would be an interesting thing to check in on when we have a second. Because I'm curious, like does Demov have a large portion of these? Because so is the 19K even more misleading that he's actually way ahead when it comes to the number we're seeing on the screen.
Okay, good Dispel Magic there, purging the Jin's mark.
Okay, it's only 18.
Is he crazy? Wow, look at AVG though. 35 already.
Well, this is also a big change up. John has actually gone way more towards Sinners and Golden Statue Bus than he's done previously. It was mostly, I believe it was Ido and Dew last time, or Ido and Fishcake that had it last time.
Well, right now, to me, I think it feels like Floormen are in a like much stronger position than they were this time, like last map. I think that's fair to say, because I think they were behind at this point in the previous map. Floormen working on those waves.
It seems like we're on like a little bit of a standstill, looking for those catches. You might see a catch here. A little bullet comes on through. A little bit of a 2-on-2 fight, but yeah, I want to imagine Scout should escape this, but he does eventually get closed on, and the slowing bullets not really gonna affect him too much. Having some good movement, but I think Paradox will inevitably go down here, and that's another big kill coming through for Floormen, just for the man advantage that they need. Well, they don't need it, but to have it.
Another chase down. It's just an impressive team to be up against. Demov at 20k here, so on parity again with still John and Dew. Dew actually doing a really good job actually to keep the farm alive. You know, just playing that solo role with the Celeste, making sure the waves are pushed out, keeping the pressure on the opponent's objectives, and then because you can get out so quickly on Celeste, it's very suited for that.
He's trying to keep League honest, I think, by trying to keep him in the lane, not allow him to just push the lane out and free farm or like free roam over for a team fight. As you saw before, he's pushing that left-hand lane. He gets to the walker and he just, you know, hops away. And then there's nothing Lee can do about any sort of catch there.
Nice bowler. So like you say, you know, team's kind of resetting a little bit again onto some of the farm on the map. But a minute to go and we'll get the urns and bridge buffs. So now this is where the wave priority becomes very important to set up good wave priority. Start getting some of those human wards, as you were describing them as, to get good high ground vision, see where the opponents are actually positioning themselves. And we're getting pressure onto the right side walker here from Floormen. 30 seconds before the urn spawns and the bridge buffs.
Be perfect side to do it too, because the urn's going to spawn on over here. Get a little walker for your troubles, and there's really nothing that John can do about this one. He has to get this one up for free. They back away completely, giving up a walker, and you see Floormen respond to the preemptive strike coming out of melee creeps on this left-hand lane, looking for their own walker, but they do back off, going for bridge buffs, but priority given over to melee creeps, sorry, to Floormen here on this urn.
And AVG is nearby. I wonder if he has vision on this. Okay, well, Demov is in the mix now as well. It must be on the lower grounds. Maybe by the shop.
I totally, it's late here. Bird's left side.
It's all good. It's all good. You are, excuse Jason, you are in Europe at the moment, and Demov is looking to cause a lot of trouble there. Gets another kill. 22k on fire at the moment. All from Apollo coming on through. And the disengage attempt here from melee creeps not looking too bad, but they have given up a kill and they've given up the urn. They do not have position to eat. I mean, they surely must contest this. It is a comeback urn.
Yeah, so I actually have to correct myself too, because that push on the right-hand side, I think, was Floormen making a slight gamble that melee creeps was going to invest players on the left-hand side to go for the urn pickup. But they get the walker, and then they get there in time to actually pick up the urn.
I'm ready for the wicked.
I don't think realistically Floormen are going to look to turn this in, as we could obviously see Zeno run it back towards his own side of the base. But man, they're just trying to take every single extra soul they can get across this map here. I mean, they're up to like 15,000 lead in souls. It hasn't really quite expanded from the last time we checked in on it, but it's holding steady right now. And you can see the difference in kills as well. 21-6 is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Demos 707. Oh my god.
Oh, he did go
honestly, this is why I was like saying, you know, get him on the Yamato. I was surprised to see that AVG was on it previously. AVG did a great job. He did a fantastic job. But Dimov is the Yamato of all Yamatos, I feel like.
You were right, by the way. He did go Torment Pulse. So he had Soundswave before. I didn't expect him to also go Torment Pulse. Ended up going that direction. Ooh. A knockdown. Soundswave to follow up with, and a tornado. Scout's just gone. Just absolutely eliminated off this map.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, the Paradox, something that we've seen kind of vanish. And maybe that's part of why it's harder to have some of that impact that we used to see. And we've got all of Floormen rallying around the drop-off point for the urn. They just right now are dictating everything, although there is a melee creeps wave crashing into the left walker right now, so no one is there to deal with that. Lee could teleport over at some point.
It's a very important fight, though. As Floormen get these kills, they can get mid-boss as well and the final walker. Tiny Lassong comes in, catches out Rocker, but Xeno's going to be the first to fall here while the urn has been turned in by Dimov. And maybe the full retreat call being had here for Floormen as melee creeps. They want to go on the charge. They want to get more of these kills here to punish Floormen for the gall they had of going for a turn on their side.
Oh my god, is there an escape possible? No.
That book was always gonna lead you to your death, Abrams.
Celeste, the lockdown there. Big stuff from Do. This game is not over. 20k deficit for melee creeps, but they are the ones that are interested in mid-boss here. Fight breaks out on the upper area in middle, and there's Dimov on that Yamato with the players on all sides. Has to disengage from that one. It's getting a little bit sketchy. Dodges the captivating read just barely, and it's a full disengage. And the creeps are still looking dangerous, and especially with the pick onto Rocker that they got previously, I think that really gave them the ability to win that fight, and Floormen had to respect it and back away.
Yeah, I think that's why we saw melee creeps charge in as well, realizing, hey, if we're down about 20k and we get an early pick, we really have to punish them. We really have to turn that one kill into more. And I think Floormen did a really good job of just stopping the rot there with just really Rocker and Xeno going down. I mean, you obviously gave up 2 kills, but it could have been much worse. I think they obviously made the right call. Just be safe. Don't lose anyone else. A little disarm comes through, and not to mention a warp stone, but no charge to follow up with, unfortunately, for him. But Scout again just gets bursted down. No chance to really play this game in the last, what, 2 minutes of game time.
What's do? I feel so bad for Scout on Paradox right now, but this mid boss is going to get taken out by Floormen. Is melee creeps going to dive onto this? It looks like they're interested. They've got to do something, surely. Rejuve crystals now falling from the sky. No ults available at all for melee creeps to dive onto this with. And everyone's going to just charge into the pit, try to get the parries in, but it's 3 rejuves there for Floormen, and 2 will go instantly as melee creeps try to capitalize. DMB very weak here from Floormen, so melee creeps maybe we're looking with a kill at least. Blinding Light from Do doing work here in the mix, and there is a kill coming in from Ido there, so still looking competitive in this fight. They just need to be able to finish off a few more low players, but Dimov is starting to wreak havoc on this one, charging across, and this is too many numbers. Floormen looking overwhelming at this point now. Do finally getting taken out, and it's just Scout that's alive, who obviously was killed earlier, so not looking good here for melee creeps.
Man, the Bulgarian beast here doing some serious work. 28,000. Has he died this game? He was 707 when we saw earlier, and he still has a kill streak, so he has to still be unkilled in this game. Ridiculous stuff out of them. But I mean, again, like, even though they lost the Regis for Floormen, they still forced a bigger lead because they forced melee creeps to fight them, and they came out with the kills. You can see, yeah, 0 deaths. The only one in this match to have not had died is the Bulgarian beast of Dimov.
Wow, actually not a lot of deaths for Floormen in total. 3 players with just 1 death. Only 2 deaths for Rocker as well. So yeah, generally doing a really good job in surviving. And if we think about that previous match that we had, the first map, that was an absolute slugfest. Everybody was getting annihilated. from both teams. So
Headed to Greenwich. Finding words ready.
very different scenario.
Surely they don't
You're gonna
try
have to
turn the urn
respect
again.
ban the Yamato. I feel like.
Well, with 30k and an urn actually gets dislodged from Rocker here. He goes right back into Fishcake with the silence on top. Fishcake is so low on health. And they're trying to really commit on Ido to be in the back line to keep that urn out of their hands. But Rocker's going to go for the pickup once again. Demon's been able to chase out and just assassinate Saya. Actually, Scout in the meantime has been able to pick up the urn, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away with it. And Floormen, they go back to the objectives. They confirm that urn, and they confirm an almost an over 30k lead now 26 minutes in.
Yeah, completely unstoppable at this point. Again, it's so interesting that, you know, Demov has been the story. You know, we haven't seen much of League. You know, League's been doing a great job, but it's just Demov has just been in the front lines, just killing everyone and not dying. Another Walker going down, and I mean, Millicrews did a great job, honestly, to get rid of all the Rejuve crystals. But the cost is obviously pretty heavy here.
Yeah, 37,000 difference in souls. 3 walkers taken to 1 for Floormen. Ida's gone down, and it's just all gas here for Floormen as they turn around and fight yet again. A great gut shot does dislodge a couple of players, and delays inevitable for John and the rest of melee creeps as 3 more players go down. And honestly, Dan, I think I'm almost like safe to call it here that we're gonna have new champions back in NA once again.
And it's just also just so interesting that it's going to be going to be Floormen who have just recently, you know, brought Demov into the roster, and it's so interesting because, again, I was watching some of the scrims that FPS Lounge were playing this week against Floormen, and I was like, wait, why is Demov playing? why is he in this game right now? It was so confusing to me, but I saw him absolutely trashing everyone on playing Yamato, so it's good to see that is continued here in the finals.
58 gold statue buffs to AVG again.
Wow.
31k. He might look 3k souls behind Dima, but he's kind of up there with them with the amount of power he's been able to generate from those golden Buddhas, as some would call it.
Yeah, those things really add up. It's hard to put like a value on them directly. I wonder if that's something we'll be able to figure out over time, if we can figure out like which type of how many of which type of buff.
We have the ability. We can already see that technically.
Okay,
but it's not shown in a good way for the viewers.
Okay.
Maybe next week.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we can work on that. We have the technology. We can build it.
How do they throw that much into Rocker and they just can't kill him? It was such a good initial catch as well. And they see Demon, they're like, yeah, I don't know, I'm good. Let's back away. You guys good with that? Yeah, let's go. It just feels like this game's inevitable for Floormen, and maybe we should turn our minds to think about in the melee creeps camp what ways they can get back in this game. Like, what can they do to open up things? And I think what we saw there, trying to get a catch onto one player, would be the most ideal case. Also, yeah, we didn't even mention, we also have a mod for our shop, the Shopify shop, with Sidekick there to help you buy all the items you need to assist you in any way possible.
Headed to yellow.
Beautiful, gorgeous.
Headed this way.
Yeah, like big shout outs to Shopify for supporting Deadlock esports, being here early into the game. At a time when the esports is not even open beta yet, the esports is not even formalized in any sense. But obviously this kind of support like really means a lot.
I'll try to swap them into the group.
I think you're seeing that they realize Deadlock is going to be huge. It's something that we all know out there as well within the community. I think they've also known for quite a while too. So it's great to see them, dip their toes into Deadlock in particular. But that initial catch on a league is a 90-second death timer. I mean, we talk about ways for melee creeps to get back in the game. That's definitely one avenue to do so.
Okay.
And getting a kill on a Xeno. I mean, okay, now we're approaching a world where they definitely could come back. It's still like a 70-second death timer for Xeno. Mid boss is up in 40 seconds, so you have a 2-man advantage here for melee creeps for mid boss. But do you feel strong enough as a 6-man squad to take down Dima? That's the question to ask yourself.
You are correct. Like if there was a world for this to happen, this is a good setup. They've pushed every single lane, and interestingly, Dude's actually out farmed everybody on Floormen. He's on 40k right now on Celeste. So Do is definitely looking scary. Looking to get Mystic expansion next, it looks like. Predator expansion. So we'll see.
Oh, man.
Mid boss is coming up. I'm not sure exactly how many seconds away it is, but it is seconds at this point.
3 seconds, 2 seconds. It's on the bottom. That's our respawn timer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, we've only had that for like 30 something shifts, but you know, it's okay. We're learning something every day here. But mid boss immediately being jumped on by melee creeps. I think this is like the greatest decision they can make here. Find a 6-on-4. Rocker hits a 4-man charge, pulling away from the rejuve. D-Mob go with the shout transformation. They get 1. They get a crate sizing impact on the 4, and they get all 3 rejuves, thanking melee creeps for set it up for them to just knock it on down. And Floormen are going to come out with almost an entirely clean wipe coming through onto the melee creeps camp. John follows and is left to do. And Floormen now are going to be sporting 3 rejuve crystals, 6 kills, and a wide open base.
I'm honestly so sad for melee creeps. I felt like that was such a good situation for them. Oh man, they get destroyed though, and that's crazy. That is crazy. The charge from Abrams. Oh man, Rocket has been on point.
Yeah. I think in the first series, when they played against FPS Lounge, Rocker was our sidekick of the match.
Yeah.
The great setups he was able to pull up with his charges right there, hitting a 4-man charge as well, clearing out the entire pit by himself and his shoulder and his massive thighs. Just charge them away. And then, of course, D-Mob able to lock them in with the AVG, all those rejuves. They pick up the first stage patron. They get the earn turn on top of this. They're sporting a 50k plus lead now.
Little spirits.
Yeah.
They're looking so strong. I mean, map 1 was so awesome. I think it's one of the best games we've had. I mean, I feel like we say that somewhat often, but it was just a really good game. So I don't know if I have to qualify as, it's the best game we've ever had. But it was a very, very good game, very closely thought by both teams. But what was really interesting about this game too, Jason, is the way the draft switched up. Like, Floormen opened up by banning Dynamo, which they first picked in the previous match. You know, so it's like very interesting because normally it's the team that wins that will just kind of keep trying to do what they were doing to win. But they opted to just switch it up completely.
Yeah, and kind of like show that there's really no set meta right now when it comes to Deadlock, especially with bans shifting up and certain heroes getting higher prio as weeks go in and out. But there we go. Patron and the dive potentially coming out of Floormen to lock down this game here, and Fishcake, he's turned into fish sticks here. That's the initial kill coming through, and Floormen looking to continue to charge straight on forward.
There we go. Back into the pits here. It's all almost about to be over. 2 rejuves still to go for Floormen. So safe in closing out this game, in taking the title away from melee creeps. As additional kills start to come in here from Floormen, and there it is, victory, a 2-0 stomp over melee creeps. At least a stomp in this map. The first one was extremely close, but it is clear with D-Mov, Floormen are incredible.
I'm not sure if Puckett's back right now, but that's definitely a match he's going to want to go back and see. Some great step-ups out of Floormen with just 1 week of play of D-Mov on the team. You see the transformation of Floormen, able to take the title for themselves, and D-Mob's got to be happy because it's been a long time since he's had that taste of victory, losing to Leviathan with Abrahams week in and week out and over in EU. Comes to NA, it makes it look all too easy. It's confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, EU is greater than NA. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get so much hate and shout for that, but you know, it's all a joke. It's all a joke because we always wanted to see what happens when the 2 regions clash. But man, this team revitalized, looking strong, adding another ace to their sleeve here, and forcing out, some potential bans. Like, D-Mob had a really good series. Even when he was playing in the first map of the series over on Apollo, he was still really effective. He was still able to chase down and focus down very specific targets to give him advantages in these fights and to turn things around.
Yeah, just an incredible player, and it's so fun seeing seeing D-Mov help out, I guess, in the NA region, making it more interesting. And I think, like you said, he doesn't have a place necessarily, which is kind of insane to think about in an EU team at the moment, because all of them are fairly set in the top 3 at least. And so now D-Mov is locked into the NA region, playing with Floormen. We created a rule that you're kind of somewhat region locked. It's not like too serious, but it's about a month that you're region locked if you do play on a team that's in a different region. So you're going to see more DMOV on Floormen.
Yeah. You know what? I'm all for it, man. Because I think it was great to see Melee Creeps have that like ridiculous 18, 19 week streak winning night shifts, but I want to see them challenged. Like the thing is, what helps you get better in this game is competition. And I think Floormen have shown they are a major competition when it comes to North America. And I'm really excited to see what Melee Creeps come back with. Like they lost 1 week a night shift before to Floormen, then they won the following week. I want to see what they're going to show up with next week, because they've clearly seen that they got some work to do, and they've got some maybe like rethinking to do of how they approach the game as well, because this series was really rough on certain particular players.
Yeah, it really was, and I totally agree. And I think you made a comment earlier about just the meta being somewhat wide open, and I feel like that is definitely the case, and it's so interesting to see. And I hope that you're completely right. And Melee Creeps, they find this as a fantastic opportunity to level up their own game and get even better themselves, which is just such a fun journey. So now, Floormen, they've laid down the gauntlet here with DMOV, and we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, and obviously, I think the sky's the limit for them too, because of the flexibility they have, and DMOV joined the team. I think we coined him as the most versatile player in EU, and now bringing that to NA.
Didn't die. Yeah.
Didn't die. He had 2 games where he did not die today out of 3 matches in total.
It's crazy work by DMOV, especially because he's playing heroes as well that get in. I think it was Shiv was the first game, right? And then this time it was on Yamato, and I do remember seeing some like shotgun escapes with like really crazy Shiv shotgun movement in the first game too. So DMOV was really working for it.
Yeah, he did some serious. Honestly, like everyone had some great individual plays. I mean, League was even in this game, not because I'm trying to downplay him at all, but he didn't have to do anything because we were so focused about DMOV. In game 1, his Geist play helped them excel and carry them through to the victory. This game, DMOV's Yamato play is what helped them carry them through. And I think that's, again, like one of the things that DMOV brings to the roster is it's this other player who can be this late game threat that you have to be careful and wary of. And it just gives so much more power to Floormen as a team overall that maybe League has a bad game, maybe DMB has a bad game, but you have 2, 3, 4 other players on that roster who can step up to carry you to victories.
Yeah, I think shout outs to Xeno too. The Kelvin in the first map was really, 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 really good, because it, like you were saying about helping League stay alive, and just like really important domes. With any kind of Kelvin performance, like Kelvin's very strong, but one of the strongest things that is so game changing is having very important dome timing, and Xeno found that pretty reliably. And then coming in onto this map as well on Ivy, great support as well. Just with in every way that you would expect an Ivy to support.
And what's important is that we kind of wanted to see more out of Xeno, right? We criticized him a bit as just being basically an Ivy main, but he showed us 3 different heroes in the 3 games they won today. He showed us a Kelvin, showed us a Dynamo, and he showed us an Ivy. And I think that's also really important to point out, that he's kind of shown growth individually to be able to flex these other heroes and have similar level, if not more impact than he's been able to have on Ivy in the past.
And I got to say it is tough to when highlighting these players, because everybody on Floormen was playing really well. Obviously, AVG put in crazy work, as did League and DMB, and there's a lot to be said. It is a whole team effort, but it's we have to put the spotlight somewhere, and so that's just where it's gone. Because I could talk about AVG as well. I think AVG played really, really well too across the series.
And I think what's been really nice in showing us the ability that he was able to perform so well is being able to see those golden statue buffs that we've had in game, courtesy of Tracklock. And you have to give a major shout out to them as well, because you can also see that for yourself. You ever wonder how many golden statue buffs I have? How are my enemies doing? How are my teammates doing? Who are the good and the bad players? I want to compare myself to everyone else out there in Deadlock. You can download the Tracklock companion app yourself and use it to elevate your own gameplay. Just like !Tracklock in chat. You can go check out that link and go pick it up for yourself. It's helped us really elevate our show, and it can help you definitely elevate your own gameplay as well. But I think, Dan, we have to move into our sidekick of the match. And I was looking over at our Discord, and we were talking about like different ideas. We were floating a couple of names here or there. I was even like sporting an AVG potentially, but I think we kind of came to a conclusion. And who is that player?
It's gonna be Xeno AVG. I got trolls. I thought we were doing.
I thought we would do Xeno as well, but it also works for AVG too.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think I think it's really easy to just say, okay, support players, the sidekick of the match. But I think what made AVG the sidekick of the match for me was how impactful he was being in all of these lanes. He was constantly ganking in the beginning, helping to win their weak lane, as I pointed out, multiple times during the broadcast, whether it was in the first match or in this series as well. He was just kind of around the map, helping other people on his team become strong, and I think that's kind of the important part of it.
Yeah, and I think especially Silva is a really important role on the team because you're able to initiate. Obviously, like you were mentioning with the bowlers and everything like that, and you've got to play a very dangerous game as well because you need to like time the Lycan form and get in, get out, like these key timings. You're creating space for the team around you, and you're going to be absorbing a lot of attention. And so it is a particularly precarious role that you can get really ahead on, and your team kind of counts on you to do that. So it's like it can be very hard to balance it, but you can see from this, like the parry action there from AVG, that he was just locked into the zone in a lot of these situations, getting the key burst damage out there, the key bowlers, just creating the space and just overall allowing his teammates, the ones that we're talking about, League, we're talking about Demov, to really be able to do the work that they need to do.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, with him being the sidekick of the match, it actually leads perfectly into our newer segment we have on the show that we do at the very end. We take a look at all the fights that happened throughout the entire day in EU and North America. We choose our number one play of the day. And it's going to be from map 1 in this series with Melee Creeps up against Floormen. It came down to the first rejuve that was taken in that first map, and how AVG came flying in with a Shout Transformation to set it up a turnaround. But we're going to start off with a clip here of how things kicked off here, because Melee Creeps got aggressive. They got the dome down. They're able to get a kill over onto League, and they get a second kill as well. Sorry, there's a stolen dome, I should say. They get a second kill, I believe, here in just a few moments as well, taking down one more player. Or was it just Ido? I think they chased it down for a second one. And then they turn Melee Creeps for a mid boss. And AVG comes in to turn things around. I think we kind of wanted to like splice this all together in a nice little highlight reel to show how well Floormen played together as a team here to really turn this fight and come out with probably, I think as we coined it, the most definitive part of the game here. This is like the big turning point for Floormen.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the ability to, with the Shadow Transformation, not be impacted by the singularity that was there, be able to steal away that Reju crystal, and then start the fight off for the team. And I mean, this, when we looked at that before it happens, I know that you called it like there's no way they can test it, right? They get anything. Yeah, and I thought the same. It looks really like a terrible situation. I mean, that's one of the reasons why mid-boss fights can be so fun, because we've seen some really epic ones in recent memory like that. But yeah, really good work. And that's one of the things about Yamato too. That's really special. It's the shadow transformation around the mid-boss. It's really interesting how impactful that can be. And I'm glad that we're seeing Yamato back in these games.
Yeah, and it's even like a slightly different build. I think the last few weeks we've been seeing like Mystic Reverb as the build for Yamato, because the extra spirit lifesteal gives you on the ability that you empower to. But we saw like Silence Wave, Torment Pulse picked up there. We've seen like a couple. We even had Demov taking melee charge, I think, for extra mobility. More importantly, to get around the map, and more importantly, like avoid dying. But honestly, it's been a very good day of games across EU and North America. But before we end things off here on night shift number 33, we got to take a look at our priority picks when it came to this week. And honestly, man, I don't even know what to say anymore. Things are changing so often. It was like 2 weeks ago I was saying Abrams has only been played once, and that was Listic, and that was in the game that they lost. But now we see Abrams being picked 5 times in Billy. I think for the first time ever, or the first time in a very long time, falling below Abrams in pick prio.
Yeah, that was very surprising to me to see that. Very surprising. And I'm curious, how long that's going to go on, because Billy is very good. So Billy is still very good, a very strong pick, and especially it can kind of depend on what you're up against. Like, for example, if there's like a Graves in the game against you, like Billy can become like very important in dealing with that. And the ult as well can be a good answer, teamfight ult, an answer to flying characters and these kinds of things. But we're seeing less of those as well. So maybe that's some of the other smaller reasons why Billy's getting priored a little bit less. And we really saw how well Abrams can shine in these games, kind of like he used to. So cool to see the return of Abrams and the rise of Yamato as well. We're seeing like Vindicta getting a bit more play also. Warden, I think, coming back in a little bit too has been interesting to see. But Mina's been dropping priority, it seems, overall.
Bro, not even Mina, but remember when we had McGinnis being picked, like first pick, first ban, for like 2-3 weeks straight. McGinnis has fallen off the face of the planet, but then again, so are all the other heroes in our 0 picks, which makes me kind of sad, to be honest. I think maybe some balance changes can bring some of them back to life, because we're seeing that they're not really competitively viable at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting too how that changes too in the games at the lower levels where a Graves or a Hayes, 7. Absolutely brutal. I mean, seven is actually an interesting one because I think 7 is being undervalued. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's a bad take. I'd be interested to hear the coaches' opinions on that at the top level of play. But 7 has a lot of shred and can be kind of an interesting a hero for his teamfight ult. But either way, I'm sure as we said, we're going to see changes week by week. We often do. But I think we also got a preview, Jason, too. Viper is valued, but we didn't really get to see Viper. Both Viper and Lash were banned and could have been picked in some of the drafts today, but just weren't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping to see a little bit of Viper. Definitely one of my favorite heroes in the game. But I'm also wanting to see item priority when it came to what was being picked up here across the entirety of Night Shift number 33. And of course, Dispel Magic, man. There was a time Counterspell overtook Dispel Magic, or DBR then. But Dispel Magic has quickly become the most picked item in Night Shift by far compared to everything else out there because of its utility and how important it can be. And this is even considering they kind of buff things with like Kelvin being able to cleanse debuffs, with Dynamo being able to cleanse as well. But it's still seen and being picked 7.8 times out of all of our matches. Like in every match, it's picked on average 7.8 times. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's such a value pickup with all of the effects that people can put on you, but also what's cool is monster rounds, and I think that's something that in your matchmaking games as well you should think about maybe more, because getting wave priority is really, really helpful, and especially when you have a teammate that's running boxes, you want to be picking up monster rounds so that if you're staying on the lane, you can take down the minion waves so that they're not crashing into your tower really easily, because then you can get dived and there's all sorts of problems. So monster rounds is kind of reflective of like ensuring that you get wave priority and have some of that flexibility early. So an explanation as to like why that can be so important at this level of play, especially. And you got the Healing Bane and Tron's Emblem, great expansion. Not too surprising at all. Actually, Silence Wave dropped off a little bit, which is interesting because that is like a really big go-to.
We still see it picked quite heavily, but I think maybe on this list, the most interesting one to me is Healing Booster, because we're starting to see more like double supports and more double healing supports, like Kelvin and Dynamo being paired together, just really amplify the healing. I mean, what was it, match 1? We had almost 100,000 healing done across the entirety of Floormen compared to, I think it was around like 30K. And that was just like a ridiculous amount of healing they could do, and obviously the extended fights that they could actually take. But interesting to see, some subtle change-ups, even superior duration going up, but I think that pretty much puts the bow on Night Shift number 33, man. This was the first episode, or the first show we've had with Shopify support us, with Tracklock support us. It's been great to see the community and the love they have for all the new stats we have in the broadcast, not to mention Shopee as well. Hopefully we get more Shopee in next week's show. But any final words from you before we end things off?
The only final words I have are to engage with the sponsor links and everything like that. They are supporting us here. We did a lot of shows with just the support here from the community, which we love you guys for, to keep us going. But obviously getting more support is really helpful for us to grow and expand, and keep the prize pools growing also for the teams, so that the teams get rewarded as well for all of the effort that they're putting in, and have something exciting to play for week in and week out here, early on in Deadlock Esports. So yeah, massive shout out to the sponsors and for you guys for engaging with them, and otherwise, that's it for me, Jason.
I feel like we're on an awards show. I can hear production playing us off by raising the volume of the music in our ears. But yeah, once again, a big thank you to Shopify and of course Tracklock. But the biggest of thank yous, of course, is to you guys at home watching us week in, week out, making sure we're here to bring you the best Deadlock action that we possibly can. Your support means the world to us. And also a huge shout out to production, who have done a phenomenal job today getting everything ready for today's show. But that's going to wrap up Night Shift number 33. Make sure you tune in next Wednesday for number 34 and see if the Kings of EU and NA can be toppled.